Welcome to today's Board of Commissioners zoning hearing this October 21st, 2025. I'm pleased today that we have Pastor Mark Connor with Trinity Fellowship Church. He will be providing our invocation, which will be followed by the pledge, which I will be providing. For those of you who are willing and able, I ask that you please stand for both our invocation and our pledge.
Let's pray. Jesus, we come before you today and we just thank you for this opportunity to do the good work of the county, the business, of the citizens and the businesses. Lord, we just pray right now that every public servant here will be given the spirit of wisdom, revelation, and discernment as they make decisions and do planning that will benefit and favor citizens and businesses in this county. We thank you for this opportunity. And we just pray right now, Lord Jesus, for good outcomes. We just pray for your favor upon us. And we say in the words of the Lord's Prayer, thy kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor, for that invocation this morning. Our meeting is now called to order, and I will turn things over to John Peterson, our zoning manager, and he will walk us through today's agenda.
And thank you, Madam Chair and Board. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. When the case is called, we would ask that the applicant please stand and raise their hand to show that they are in attendance. After that, we're going to call to see if there's anyone here opposed to that specific case. We would also ask that the opposition please stand and raise their hand so they can be counted for the official record. After that, the applicant and opposition will be asked to come forward to be sworn in. The applicant would testify first, and then the opposition, if any, would testify second. It's important to note that each side only gets 10 minutes to state their case or concerns. There's not a rebuttal process. There's not a process to reserve your time. So please convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if there's more than one person who wishes to speak on a case, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes, and you don't want to cover the same information over and over. After the presentation period, the board will start to discuss the case at hand. From the discussion, the board may ask one or more speakers to come back to the front for additional comments or questions. Then the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the matter at hand. There are a number of cases on today's printed agenda which have been withdrawn, and these cases will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z9 of 2025, Whataburger Restaurants, LLC. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z17 of 2025, Little Sunshine's Playhouse. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard. Rezoning case Z24 of 2025, Crawford Creek Acquisitions, LLC. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. LUP 39 of 2025, Carol McDonald. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. LUP 41 of 2025, Kelly Casala. This case was withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. Moving into other business cases that have been withdrawn. The first one is other business item number 37 of 2025, Furniture and Mattress Warehouse, LP. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. And finally, other business item number 49 of 2025, Christian Morse. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. Madam Chair and Board, there are some cases on today's printed agenda which have been continued, and these cases will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z2 of 2024, Florinori Development Group, LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the November 4th, 2025 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z2 of 2024 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z18 of 2025.
Excuse me, John, if you don't mind just asking to see if anyone is here for those cases as you go through.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there anyone here who's opposed to rezoning case Z2 of 2024?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Next case is rezoning case Z18 of 2025, Racetrack Inc. This case was continued by the staff until the November 18th, 2025 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. Is there anyone in today's audience who's opposed to rezoning case Z18?
Okay. People got the message.
Guess we
Okay,
got the
just wanna
word out.
Make sure. Okay.
Okay, next case is LEP 37 of 2025, Eddie Ramos. This case was continued held by the Planning Commission until the December 2nd, 2025 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So LEP 37 of 2025 will not be heard today. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 37? And there's no one opposed. And last case on our printed agenda is LEP 38 of 2025, Jose Chavez. This case was held by the Planning Commission until the December 2nd, 2025 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So LEP 38 of 2025 will not be heard today. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 38?
Okay.
And there is no one here to oppose that one.
All right, thank you, John.
Madam Chair and Board, I did get some late requests to continue some other cases. I'm going to read those into the record right now.
Okay.
First case is rezoning case Z23, President Business LLC. The applicant is present, Madam Chair and Board, and they do want to look at the staff comments a little bit more closely before the board votes on it. So the applicant is asking this case be continued into your November 18th zoning hearing.
Okay.
Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z23? And there's no one opposed.
Okay, Commissioner Brawl?
Yes. I make a motion that we continue Z23 to the November 18th zoning hearing.
Is there a second?
Second,
Any discussion? Call the question.
the screen is not on.
It's working here to your left.
Oh,
Okay, the
thanks.
motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Next case is,
John? Do you have further comment?
Well, I have one more that I need to
Yeah,
ask for. You're doing it, okay. Thank you.
next case is other business item number 51, BRKI LLC. This case is on what's known as the Gordy Tract for Cobb County, and they have not gone through the Architecture Control Committee yet, Madam Chair and Board.
Okay.
So the staff would ask the board to continue other business item number 51 until your November 18th zoning hearing day. Is there
Okay.
anyone here opposed to other business item number 51? There is no one opposed.
All right, Commissioner Brawl.
Thank you. I make a motion to continue other business 51 to the November 18th zoning hearing.
Second,
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Okay, and before we begin the consent, I just have a couple more announcements. I would like to ask the people in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn the volume off on your cell phones. When the phone's ringing, it does interfere with the broadcast and presentations. And lastly, I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing, and any information submitted after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. And with that, Madam Chair and Board, I'm ready to start the consent agenda.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, Cobb County Board of Commissioners zoning hearing consent agenda for October 21st, 2021. First case on consent is rezoning case Z21. Jose Janeo requests a rezoning from CF to HI for light automotive repair in land lot 279 of the 17th district. The property is located at the southwest intersection of Joyner Avenue and Cochran Road. The Planning Commission recommends deletion of Z21 to the CRC zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, light automotive repair only. Number 2, all work to be done within the bays. Number 3, drive lanes and parking to be paved and striped. Number 4, no outside storage of tools or parts. Number 5, no salvage activities. Number 6, all vehicles repaired or awaiting repair not being serviced in the bays to be parked in their own paved and striped parking spaces. Number 7, all vehicles to have a current tag. Number 8, no junk cars. Number 9, for this applicant use only. Number 10, any other use to come back to the district commissioner for approval. Number 11, fire department comments and recommendations. Number 12, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. Number 13, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Number 14, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. And number 15, applicant to install an 8-foot solid wooden privacy fence along Joyner Avenue. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z21? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Next case on consent is LUP 33 of 2025. Carol J. Hicks Vargas and Michael Vargas request a temporary land use permit to allow more adults and vehicles than the code allows in land lot 80 of the 16th district. The property is located on the southwest side of Rocky Top Court, north of Watkins Glen Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval of LUP 33 for 24 months, subject to the following condition. Number one, staff comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 33? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Okay. Commissioner Burrow?
I have some conditions to read in.
Okay. I think this is the matter, we had a LUP that was shared with us by code enforcement. Is this that LUP? Okay, I'm going to ask that we pull this off consent, please.
Okay.
Thank you, just hear it.
Okay. So pull that one off consent and put it in its regular order. All right, next case on consent is other business item number 48 of 2025, which is to consider a reduction of minimum lot size from 40,000 square feet to 13,045 square feet and other variances for Anna E. Cordova. The property is located on the west side of Happy Hollow Road, west of Davis Road, and land lot 492 of the 17th district. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, water and sewer comments. Number two, stormwater management comments. Number three, Cobb DOT comments. And number four, variances mentioned in the other business background information. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 48? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Other business item number 50 of 2025 is to consider a reduction of public road frontage from 75 feet per lot to 50 feet per lot for Tract 1 and for Tract 2, and other variances for Wilmon Contracting Company. The property is located on the south side of Stylesboro Road in land lot 158 of the 20th district. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, water and sewer comments. Number two, variances mentioned in the other business background information. Number three, stormwater management comments. And number four, Cobb DOT comments. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 50? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Other business item number 54 of 2025 is to consider a site plan amendment for Charles Zachem regarding Fogo de Chao for property located on the south side of Cobb Parkway, east of Acres Mill Road, in land lots 912, 913, 948, and 949 of the 17th district. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received September 17th, 2025, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Number two, fire department comments. And number three, all previous stipulations not in conflict to remain in effect. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 54? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And that completes the consent agenda, Madam Chair and Board, with
Okay.
LUP 33 off the consent agenda.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any other changes needed to consent? Commissioner Gambrill.
Yes, John, I'd like to add Z19 of 2025 to consent.
Okay, let me go ahead and call that one up. Okay, rezoning case Z19 of 2025, Brockbuilt Homes LLC, request a rezoning from R20 and R30 to R20 for a residential subdivision in land lots 243 and 276 of the 19th district. The property is located on the east side of Friendship Church Road, south of Villa Rica Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z19? We have one person opposed, so we won't add that one to consent.
Okay.
All right.
Are there any other changes? Commissioner Gambrill.
And then, John, can we see if there's any opposition to Z22?
Okay. Rezoning case Z22 of 2025, K&J RE Brokerage Group LLC requests rezoning from R30 to R20 for a single-family residential subdivision in land lots 363 and 378 of the 19th District. The property is located on the southwest corner of Wright Road and Corner Road. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z22? Madam Chair and Board, there is no one opposed to rezoning case Z22.
Okay, John, I'd like to add Z22 to consent.
Okay.
And then I'd like to add one additional stipulation to what you've already read from the Planning Commission.
Well, and the staff would recommend that the board approves this subject to the Planning Commission recommendation to the Board of Commissioners.
Right, so I'd like to add additional stipulation that only 2 driveways. So for the board, just so you know, they've got 4 curb cuts on a corner of a road that is highly traveled, highly dangerous. So we'd like to have only 2 driveways. So that means 2 of the homes would have to share a driveway.
Okay. Can the applicant, yes. Want to go on that? Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you just tell us your name for the record?
My name is Carl Felder, and I represent K&G.
Okay, thank you. Are you amenable to that stipulation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we had a discussion at the hearing about it, and I agreed to it then.
Okay, just wanted to be sure.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, are there any other changes needed to consent? And again, that one was Z19? Z22?
Z22.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Commissioners, I move that we approve the consent agenda as it has been revised, recognizing that Z23 is not on our consent agenda, nor LUP 33, and that we've added Z22 to consent with the additional stipulation Commissioner Gamble read in. Yes.
Prior to making a motion, John, for clarification, did you read OB 52 into the record under consent?
Let me see here. I don't believe I did.
Yes. You don't have that being read? Really?
Oh,
Did he
that's
skip
Justin
it?
K. Willis.
Did he skip it?
He skipped it.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that catch.
Oh, sorry. I did skip it. Let me add that one into the record.
Okay. It's okay.
Okay, other business, item number 52 of 2025 is to consider a stipulation amendment and other variances for the existing sheds for Justin K. Willis, property located on the north side of Turnstone Drive in land lot 145 of the 20th District. Staff would recommend approval, subject to one house only and variances for the existing sheds. Is the applicant present? The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 52? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
You're a lucky man, Mr. Willis. You didn't have to stay here and present your whole case. Okay. Did we have everything else on consent? Okay. All right, so I'll go ahead and refer back to the same motion that we approve the consent agenda as it has been revised, again recognizing that Z23 and LUP 33 are not on consent, and that Z22 has been added to consent with the additional stipulation read into the record.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Gamble?
I'd like to make my opposition known to Z21.
Okay. Let's see.
And specifically, so the board knows, my issue is with stipulation number 10. Any other use to come back to the district commissioner for approval.
Okay.
That's what I don't agree with.
Okay, that's good. All right, are there any other comments? All right, we'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you to all of our applicants whose matters have been dispositioned through consent. You do not need to stay here for the rest of the zoning hearing unless you just would like to observe the other cases, but if not, you're free to leave at this time. Thank you. Okay, John, before we go into the rest of the agenda, Commissioner Burrow has a request for an early head count.
Okay?
Yes, can you see if, can you do an early head count for LUP 40?
Okay. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to LUP 40 of 2025, Glorious Senior Living? Please stand and raise your hands. Okay, let the record show there's 8 people here opposed to LUP 40. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of LUP 40? Please stand and raise your hands. Okay, let the record show there's no one here in support. And I'd like to remind the people who are opposed to LUP 40, just please leave at least one person here to present the case when the case is called later on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on to the held and continued part of the agenda. First case we're going to hear is rezoning case Z68 of 2024, Saks Austell LLC, request rezoning from R20 to NRC for a convenience store at fuel sales, retail and drive-through restaurant in land lot 84, the 17th district. The property is located on the west side of Austell Road, north of Chamberlain Circle. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezone case Z68? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, you can begin to present whenever you're ready. Just ask that whoever is speaking, just let us know your name for the record. And if both of you are speaking, you'll both have 10 minutes in total. And you can start again whenever you're ready.
My name is Jay Virani. We've been here a few times before about this project. It's just a retail center with a convenience store, 3 other rentals, one of them being a full drive-through restaurant, possibly a Zaxby's. The other 2 rentals supposed to be a AT&T Verizon store, and the other one's supposed to be a Domino's, Pizza Hut, or a Papa John's. We've at the last few hearings, there's a couple of pending issues that were there. One of them was the fact that when you walk in the store, there was a lot of wine and stuff that was displayed right when you walk in. So we submitted an updated drawing, and that was confirmed by someone at the county that it was presented to you. And what we ended up doing is we put an enclosed wine cellar all the way on the back wall of the building. So that puts it completely out of the front view. And not only it puts it in the back, it's now in an enclosed section.
Okay.
So we addressed that issue with that. The second big issue that was there was the pending GDOT approval. We've been going extensively back and forth with Ms. Megan Wilson at GDOT. We have an email about 6 days ago from her, which was forwarded to Cobb County DOT, where I can read out the email, or Cobb County DOT has it, where she's agreed that they will allow a right-in, right-out, and they will work with us to make the project go through during the complete permitting process. Okay. And but that was forwarded over to the Cobb County DOT. There's been some questions that have been raised by Cobb County, which was raised yesterday. And there's not enough time. If they're saying that, that the U-turn light that needs to be closed off, and then we need to do another study if the traffic moves on to the next U-turn. So it's impossible to do that study within 24 hours. So at the last meeting, our understanding was that if GDOT is on board with this, Cobb County DOT would not have an issue. We're not saying that, but we have it in writing where DOT now understands the plan and has given it to us in writing that they will work with us to make this project happen. And the email clearly states that once that write in, write out is done, they will adjust the traffic timings to make things work. So at this point, we've exhausted all extensions in the contract to buy both the properties and stuff like that. So what I was hoping we could achieve today is an approval contingent on GDOT approving, GDOT and Cobb County DOT approving. Obviously, we'll go through the whole permitting process, and if GDOT or Cobb County DOT doesn't approve something, the project's not going to go through.
Okay.
So that's what we're hoping to achieve today.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, that's
sir? Okay, thank you. Appreciate your remarks. I don't know if there's anyone here in opposition, but we'll allow anyone who's opposed to speak. They'll have the same allotted time that you've had of 10 minutes, and then I'll defer to the district commissioner to respond.
Sounds good, ma'am. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Is there anyone here in opposition to this application today? Not seeing any, I'm going to turn things over to you, Commissioner Allen.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I guess the first, and you outlined the two outstanding issues well. The first one was the wine in the front. That's been moved back into an enclosed room. And I know you, Chairwoman, expressly had some concerns about that, so I want to make sure that's satisfied.
Yes, sir. Thank
That
you.
satisfies you. Also, I've been in contact with GDOT and DOT as we talked, and I'm fairly satisfied with the conversations about what GDOT is willing to do to kind of help with the monitoring. Assuming once that study is done, there's a passing level of service, I don't see an issue with moving forward. So before I make a motion, are there any other questions of the applicant from any other commissioners?
Commissioner
Question
Shepherd.
for the applicant? Yes, please. At the top of your comments, you mentioned a possible Zaxby's, which my understanding, those are typically drive-through restaurants. Was that captured in this plan, or is that a part
Yes.
of the consideration, the drive-through? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So I'll make a motion to approve with staff comments and a condition on the approval of a submission of a revised traffic study demonstrating a passing service level.
Would that be prior to your building permit, or?
Yes. The traffic study, I believe from what GDOT said, would be done in the next,
Based on what happens today, we have it lined
So yes,
Right.
you're going to have to come to the microphone.
We have the Lowe's engineering lined up based on what happens today. If, they can start going out and take the traffic count starting tomorrow. And I assume that should be done in less than 2 weeks maximum.
thank you. So it would need to be approved with a passing level of service prior to land disturbance permit issue.
What's considered a passing level of service?
DL
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
They're different, is that a, okay. So a D would be considered passing? Okay.
Can I say something? Can I say something, ma'am?
Yes,
So
sir.
Ms. Megan Wilson has asked, there's been 3 revisions that have been done based on what she's asked so far. So the final revision is what she's reviewed, and that's when she issued that email where she's pretty confident it will work. And, whatever else needs to be done with GDOT and Cobb County DOT, we're willing to work with it all the way through.
I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay.
and then also final site plan to be reviewed and approved by district commissioner.
Okay. All right, is there a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Call the question. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next case on the agenda is rezoning case Z19 of 2025, Brock Built Homes LLC. Request rezoning from R20 and R30 to R20 for a residential subdivision in land lots 243 and 276 of the 19th district. The property is located on the east side of Friendship Church Road, south of Villa Rica Road. The applicant is present, and earlier there was one person here opposed to this case. All those who wish to address the case either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Commissioners, I'm Kevin Moore here on behalf of the applicant Brock Built Homes in this application for rezoning. It concerns almost 11 and a half acres that's located on Friendship Church Road, just south of its intersection with Villa Rica Road. As you can see on your GIS map, this application is to rezone this tract from its existing categories of R20 and R30 to R20. The large portion of this property, if you're looking at your zoning map, shows what's already been zoned R20. That's 8.3 acres of the 11.5 acre tract. It was rezoned previously by the Cobb County and the Board of Commissioners to an R20, for an R20 development that would allow for 16 homes. The property that we're adding is that smaller kind of rectangle piece on the north side that attaches to it. This existing R30 that comprises 2.9 acres that's being added to it for a total of a maximum of 18 homes for this small R20 subdivision. What also you can see when you look at the zoning map, this property does have adjoining R20 subdivisions that are existing that are adjoining it and across the street on Friendship Church Road. So this is predominantly an R20 area, and in this instance, we're adding 2.9 acres but yet only adding 2 lots to the overall total in terms of the subdivision itself. So I want to turn to the site plan real quickly so you can see that visually as well. For the site plan, this is Friendship Church Road. This portion of the property is the existing R20, already zoned R20. Which would allow for 16 lots. This is the 2.9 acre tract that's zoned R30 that we are adding to it. That's currently owned by a church that's adjacent to us, and it's remainder balanced property that they have no use for in the future, but goes very well adding to this property to create total of an 18 lot subdivision by Brock Built Homes, which was one of our finer builders. In the earlier hearings before the Planning Commission, we did have, at that time, what was opposition from homeowners who lived on our southerly adjacent boundary. We worked with them to arrive at a resolution that was presented to the Planning Commission earlier this month that resolved and addressed their concerns as it related to stormwater, as opposed to having a stormwater detention pond that would be discharging through their property. The applicant and Brock Built Homes has agreed to pipe the stormwater discharge to Friendship Church Road and then southerly down to where it connects again with the stormwater system and bypasses our neighbor's property, which is good for them and is good for us in terms of managing our stormwater and creates a better system and resolve the opposition concerns at that time, and that's why they're not here today. We received a positive recommendation from your Cobb County Planning Commission, as well as a positive recommendation of approval from Cobb County staff. We are in agreement with all staff comments and recommendations. We are in agreement with the additional conditions that were recommended by the Planning Commission. In this instance, our remaining opposition appears to be from the Cobb County School District, who is here to complain about us adding 2 homes. And with that, I'll let you read into it as you will, but we would certainly respectfully request your approval of this rezoning application as with staff comments and planning commission stipulations as well. We're here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from opposition.
Good morning, Board of Commissioners, Travis McComb, Cobb County School District. Approval of this petition will cause concern for Cobb County School District as it will result in the impact of enrollment of one school already over capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in opposition? Okay, I'll turn it over to our district commissioner.
Thank you. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve Z19, subject to the letter of agreeable conditions from Kevin Moore dated August 25th, 2025, which is on file with the zoning division with the following changes. A, item number 2, revised to reflect the revised plan submitted date of October 1st, 2025. B, item number 7, revised to reflect the covenants will specifically include a restriction against more than 25% of the homes being rented at any given time. 2, all staff comments and recommendations. And 3, final site plan to be approved by the district commissioner.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Just like to add to our gentleman from the school system, once again, we'd welcome the opportunity to sit down with the school system and speak about our partnership and how the county develops with respect to residential in our schools, and that offer is still open. Okay. All right, Commissioner Burrow.
I just have one question. With the number of units for overall for both parcels combined to R20, what is the net density now?
That is 1.58 units per acre,
It's still?
which is under the R20 of 1.75.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other comments? We'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Okay, next case is LEP 31 of 2025, Ann Lou Chris Bell. Request a temporary land use permit to allow dog boarding in land lot 934 of the 17th district. The property is located on the east side of Leafwood Drive, east of Leafwood Court. Is the applicant present? Applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 31? Please keep your hands raised. Six. Okay, let the record show there's 6 people here opposed.
Okay.
All those who would like to address the board, either for or against the case, please come forward to be sworn in.
John, we have opposition here. Do we have anyone in support of the application?
And for LEP 31, there are 6 people opposed. Is there anyone here in support of LEP 31? Please raise your hands.
They're running late.
Running late? Okay. Thank you.
Appreciate that sense of humor.
Yes. You can just leave it there.
You can begin whenever you're ready. Just let us know your name at the top of your remarks.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Ann Lou Crispell, and I'm applying for a land use permit for in-home dog boarding and training at 3036 Leafwood Drive. I asked this panel to let me continue my work to board and train at my private home Board and Train is where a dog stays at a trainer's home and gets a real-life training experience in a less stressful and controlled environment. I know the perception of a dog boarding facility is having multiple dog runs and a room of 10+ dogs roaming free like having an indoor dog park. I do not run a dog park. My home stays private, and dogs get a one-on-one obedience training in a real-life family setting, like going to school and getting a private tutor to work with obedience and behavioral issues. Dogs become a better canine citizen, and owners become more educated on how to communicate with their dogs. The work that I do has a long-term benefit in our community. I have trained therapy dogs, service dogs, and pets. I'm an active foster of Atlanta Humane Society, active member of a local therapy dog organization, and a certified dog trainer. I have a kennel license with Georgia Department of Agriculture, and my home gets inspected yearly, scheduled, and surprise visits by Department of Agriculture and Atlanta Humane Society. This is my only income and the career that I chose to actually help our community and make a difference in this world. Let me provide you with facts. There was a petition with 35 signatures that was submitted by the opposition. None of them live in my street or my subdivision. The people who actually live on my street took their time to write support letters, voicing what really goes on in our street. I hope you get to read some of it. Those positive comments and reviews are the reasons why I do what I do. Why do I get 5-star reviews? The simple answer is because I cared and loved their dogs. I trained them well and have a great relationship with them. For the record, I like our neighborhood, and I'm overwhelmed with their support and great appreciation for my work. I have boarded and trained a lot of my neighbors, family, and friends' dogs. I trained basic and advanced obedience foundation and trained dogs with behavioral issues like barking, chewing, leash pulling, jumping, fear-related behaviors. Let's be honest, whose dog doesn't bark or pull on the leash? Families have told me that if their dogs cannot be trained, they will surrender their dog.
Excuse me a moment. We can hear your conversation. We can hear your conversation over there, and it's disruptive to us hearing the applicant. We'll just ask if you would like to continue speaking, you can step out and do so. Okay, I'm sorry. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Families have told me that if their dog cannot be trained, they will surrender the dog. Animal shelters have overwhelming number of owner-surrendered dogs. Most are minor behavioral issues that can be managed by having proper training. Dog boarding and training is my only source of income. My husband's income is not my income. I'm not doing this for the money. Teaching is not about money. It's a calling. There was an allegation of dog abuse by the opposition, and they had extracted the text that I sent to Ms. Cobb back in January and was shown on the screen repeatedly with lack of context on the previous hearing. And that said, so take it to court if you want, but I will continue what I do. The best part was deleted though. So take it to court if you want, but I will continue what I do and avoid untrained dogs getting lost with no skills and don't know how to go back to their owners. I avoid irresponsible dog owners and their untrained dogs everywhere I take my family and my dogs. I will not put my dogs, myself, and my family in an unsafe environment. The narrative during the last hearing was lacking context, and it was an attack on my character. I don't believe this is not the proper forum to discuss those allegations, but it was brought up. So I would like to take this opportunity to clear my name. This is a neighbor dispute that went out of control, and county resources such as 911, animal control, and zoning are now being used to cause stress in my life. You can see a pattern of calls made by one neighbor who made a personal vendetta against me. On July 23rd, two of my neighbors approached me and told me that my next door neighbor is building a case against me and going houses to houses. That same day, a public smear campaign started on our social media. Her posts kept getting deleted because of her accusations and negative comments. I am overwhelmed with the amount of support in my street because they know what is really going on behind the scene. These are the facts, and you can see this on the animal control and 911 reports that was submitted by Ms. Gobey. On April 29th, Ms. Gobey called 911. The officer reported, called yesterday about neighbor's dog barking. Officer closed the case with the note, I listened for 15 minutes and no barking heard. Heard no barking. For the record, I was cleared. I never spoke to any officer from animal control and 911 about barking dogs. On May 1st, Ms. Gobey called 911 stating dog attacking other dogs involving 5 to 7 dogs. For the record, no officer from 911 or animal control approached me. There was no injured dog, so was there even a dog fight? On May 10th, Ms. Gobey called animal control and stated dog barking in the backyard in the rain. Closed case, noted no violation observed. For the record, I was cleared again. On May 13th, she wrote a long email to the code enforcement stating multiple false claims of cruelty and neglect and dog attack. On May 14th, I received the violation citation. Then on May 25, Ms. Gobey called 911 again. Another case closed with officer report noting coming from the house behind this Countryside Court. Mr. Gilmore, which is the opposition, is on Countryside Court, behind Ms. Gobey and us, and has a dog that barks. For the record, I was cleared again. On May 28th, Cobb County Code Enforcement noted that there was no evidence of a business being run on the residence. I don't have any animal control citations. I have been a victim of someone who spread allegations to ruin my reputation. I have been targeted. This was a personal attack against me. Now, county resources such as 911, animal control, and zoning are being used against me. The biggest question to me is if you know the person is neglecting, abusing dogs, or using barbaric methods, then why would you ask that person for training sessions and training advice for years? In conclusion, to the Board of the Commissioners, I don't expect anything but either an approval with reasonable stipulations based on the factors that influence your zoning decisions, or a denial, hoping with reasonable time to cease operation. Let's focus on the zoning case. I cannot continue to battle with my neighbors. For the record, I support fostering sheltered animals, boarding and training dogs. I wanted to clear my name to all these allegations stated on the last 2 public hearings, and I want to sincerely apologize to all of you for listening to a neighbor dispute that went out of control. I believe at this point, I'm just trying to stand up here to stand up to a bully. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from opposition. There were multiple people who stood and spoke in opposition. All of you will have a total of 10 minutes to speak, so just be mindful of each other as that time is running, and there'll be a timer up there by the microphone. Thank you, ma'am. You may be seated. And again, for opposition, please state your name before you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Michelle Cobb. I have just a few handouts for the commission if possible. I live directly next to Anna, and the only thing more disturbing than traumatizing, vicious dogs attacking each other that I witnessed at Anna and Nick's property is their constant lies, lack of accountability and responsibility, lying to their clients and neighbors about care and safety of their beloved pets, using barbaric means to keep multitude of dogs quiet, leaving dogs for extended periods of time in hot cars, extreme weather, fireworks, shock collars while they run the fence line in panic and fear while being shocked is abuse and inexcusable. You're putting neighbors, children, and our pets in danger every day. Telling lies and turning the neighborhood against me to cover up your ongoing negligence to innocent animals for your financial benefit is disturbing. The toddlers that walk our cul-de-sac Monday through Friday at 10:30 a.m. from a licensed daycare, are the parents aware of the immediate danger their children are in? I believe the situation warrants immediate and thorough investigation to ensure compliance with animal welfare laws and local ordinances governing animal training and business practices in residential areas. Since my last testimony in revealing that I have direct sight of their back patio where multiple dog attacks have occurred, within 48 hours, Anna and Nick installed a large black tarp surrounding their back patio. Let's ask Anna who owns the dog her husky attacked. Let's ask them about the $6,000 vet bill from the attack of your dog Hank while in training. Let's clarify your training tactic of turning Hank loose in your backyard while a terrified dog stood there helpless and Hank ran straight to the dog and bit the dog. Your comment was, "It's normal. This is how they determine who's alpha dog."
Excuse me, ma'am. I just want to interject here. Can you direct your comments to the board and not to the applicant?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
It's horrific and a barbaric training. Unfortunately, I've witnessed many incidences from neglect and vicious bloody attacks while in their care. Testimony from neighbors who have no eyewitness accounts to the events speak based on hearsay. On the handout, please see June 24th, 2024, text from Anna on the top of the page stating she needs to install a panic button for her future emergencies on the back patio, especially with her toddler outside with aggressive dogs.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And are both these handouts from you? Both of these are your handouts?
The one on the right.
This one here? Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Kerry Gilmore. I'm an adjacent homeowner on the property directly behind the Crisples. I thought this would be a straightforward violation of the zoning ordinance where you can't have a commercial high-impact business in a residential neighborhood. So I would just like to point out some of the discrepancies that we've heard over the course of the past two hearings. First of all, she said she didn't consider this a commercial business because she is just helping friends, family, neighbors, fostering dogs, but then she also works for off-leash canine training, which receives $3,000 per dog for the board and train program and has a kennel license from the Department of Agriculture that allows her to board up to 20 dogs at her home in a residential neighborhood. On August 2nd, talked to her at my home. She said she's not doing this for the money because her husband, quote unquote, makes the thousands. And in the hearing, she said it is her only source of income. And if the LUP is denied, she may lose her home. But I noticed today she separated her income from her husband. So I think that's misleading. During the planning hearing, a neighbor said that the ones who are most effective have no problem and are supportive of Anna, but yet 3 of the 4 homeowners who are directly affected with adjacent properties are here strictly opposed due to the impact it will have on our property values, noise, environmental conditions. And we also do have the petition from our neighborhood, 35 names on it, but that's the street that is adjacent to Leafwood Drive, so those homeowners are all directly going to be affected by it. I would also like to point out they did install a gate in my fence without my knowledge or permission, giving them access to my property. I think that may have been resolved since then, but it did happen. The planning board voted unanimously 5-0 to deny. The East Cobb Civic Association is opposed. I emailed our state representative, and he emailed me back feeling like we shouldn't have any reason for concern over this because it's a commercial use of property in a residential neighborhood. So I'm asking you to please deny the LUP. Thank you.
My name's Christina Hopkins. I live directly next to Mr. Gilmore, so my property also backs directly up to Ms. Crispell's property. One of the things that Ms. Crispell said in the previous hearings that we've been to is that she plans to only take 6 dogs at a time, but we've found her advertising on at least 6 different platforms, and she's even been using aliases to advertise under a different name to promote her dog boarding services. So if there's at least 6 that we know of, how many more might there be under other aliases that we just haven't found yet? We do know that Ms. Crispell has a direct disregard for rules, because I found her, I got home this past Saturday. Just this past Saturday, I was home after being out all day. I found she and her husband trespassing in my backyard with a ladder. I don't know how long they were back there or what they were doing, but it made me feel scared and unsafe in my own home because they were on my property without my permission. When they saw me run to the window to take photos of them, they scurried inside so quickly that it was clear that they knew they were doing something wrong. Perhaps most importantly, with what I would like to say here is that this sets a very dangerous precedent in Cobb County should this be allowed to continue. There's no precedent currently for a kennel to be run in Cobb County in a residential neighborhood. The other businesses that have kennel licenses through the Georgia Department of Agriculture are in commercial strips. They're commercial businesses. They're not in a residential platted subdivision like Ms. Crispell's home is. It's not appropriate for a residential neighborhood. There isn't a precedent in Cobb County for this to be allowed in a residential neighborhood. There are, however, precedents in 2 other counties, not just in Georgia, but within the greater Atlanta metro area, namely DeKalb and Rockdale County, had cases that set forth minimums that should be followed by anyone running a dog boarding business. I have those numbers in front of me, should you like me to explain them further, but suffice it to say that Ms. Crispell's property does not meet a single one of the requirements set forth in the other 2 counties, and both of them set forth the same numbers, so I think that they would be reasonable to take into consideration. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and pass the rest of my time on.
Hello, I'm James Hopkins. We live right behind her, too. At the last hearing, the board asked Crispell what the impact would be on her neighbors, and she did not answer. These are the impacts. Basically, there's excessive noise from constant dog barking and dog fights. This is 24/7. This business is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That makes it difficult to enjoy your own property. The property value decrease of our homes will definitely happen because the dog kennel will be a deterrent for potential buyers. Also, there's a lack of space. Her property is approximately 1/4 of an acre, and she's using the cul-de-sac to train her dogs. So that brings up safety as a major concern, especially for children and pets, because dogs have escaped from her care. Also, there will be increased liability coverage for your insurance. Warning signage would be necessary. There will be increased traffic from her clients at her residence. Also, the environmental issues include odor, waste management, possible disease transmission. So even if this owner promises soundproofing, fences, and other precautions, the core issues still remain. Would you approve this permit if this dog kennel was in your own backyard? We all love dogs, but a kennel in a platted subdivision is unsuitable, and the risks of safety, quality of life, and property values are too great to mitigate.
Thank you. Is that there are 9 seconds on the clock? Richard, if you plan to address the board? This has been the most thoughtful I've seen a group of speakers to our hearing, and being mindful of each other's time. Begin when you're ready.
I don't think I can introduce myself that fast. I'm Richard Grum with East Cobb Civic Association. We've made a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners that this be denied. This is not a business
Thank you. I'm sorry. Yes, your time has run. But you gave it the old heave-ho, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, with that, I'm going to turn things over to our district commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So when this was heard by the Planning Commission initially and continued, there was one gentleman that spoke in support. And since that hearing, I have received no emails or calls in support, but I have received over all the hearings and meetings from adjacent neighbors and neighbors in the subdivision, over 20 in opposition calls. There's also a petition that was submitted to the Planning Commission that one of the speakers referred to. Does the clerk have that for the record? Or I can enter it now. It's in one of the handouts as well, so. Okay, I'd like that to be submitted for the record as well. And then another reference was made to State Rep Solomon Adesanya that recommended that it be denied because of a commercial use in a residential neighborhood. So I'd like to ask Yolisa to come up from code enforcement, because in our book, I know there were calls made for the barking, but in our book, there is a notice of violation for a permitted use customary home occupation, 134-198, from May 14th, 2025 this year.
Yes, ma'am.
And then that's when that notice of violation was issued, the applicant filed the LUP, so that's what we're deciding today.
Yes.
Okay.
And there's also no business license at, well, under customary home occupation, you're not allowed to have clients or customers at the house. And being that the applicant admitted to running the business from the house and that's her source of income, that is a violation of customary home occupation. Also, she's running an active business without a Cobb County business license.
Okay. Because it's not permitted.
Because it's not permitted.
She couldn't get one, right?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Unless she came through this process.
Right, and it got approved.
Excuse me,
But-
my mic wasn't on. I just stated, she
If she applied for
could
one
have
now,
the
she
business,
couldn't.
yes, if she got an approved permit for it. So there are, I don't want the public to perceive that we cannot approve permits for home occupations. We've done that in the past, but it's done on a case-by-case basis. Generally, our rule is not to permit intensive uses, but again, it just is based on the conditions associated with.
Well, and
an
if this was approved today, if this is approved today, then she could go to. but
There you go.
The business license and be permitted for the business if it's approved today at
Yes, ma'am.
zoning. But that's why we're here.
Yes.
Because she filed a LUP to get permission so that she can, if she went to the business license today or with this violation, she wouldn't get, that's what I was.
Oh, yes,
referring to.
ma'am.
She wouldn't
Appreciate
get
it.
it today unless this is approved.
Yes, ma'am.
So I know in her testimony, the applicant said that she was not in violation of, or all these calls to animal, but this is a violation, a notice of violation, that she is not in compliance with the customary home occupation.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct?
I can't answer for animal control or the police, but as far as code
Right.
enforcement, she's legitly in violation and has admitted violation.
Right, okay. Thank you. I don't have any
Does
other.
anybody have any questions for Yolisa? Yes, Commissioner.
No, I do not have a question for you, Alyssa, directly, but back to the business license. If you look in the packet, the Georgia Department of Agriculture issued her a kennel license on 9/19 of 2024. So essentially, she has been operating this business without a business license in Cobb County for over a year now. So it's not like she just started this business. I just wanted to clear that up.
And that's from the Department of Agriculture, because they regulate shelters and rescues
Yes.
and breeders and
I would just.
trainers or whatever.
The likelihood of that, she was operating since that time. That's the time the license was issued, right, from the state. So she had the ability to do it under that, from that date. But whether or not she actually did it from that time is something else to discern. But it seems as if from the testimony heard today, including her own, this activity did not start yesterday. It's been ongoing for
Yeah,
some time.
because some of the calls to animal services and code enforcement were prior to the state license. But our code, we can be more strict than the state regulations, and that's why the customary home occupation is not allowed in the residential area. We've heard testimony from both sides, for the applicant and the opposition, and from East Cobb Civic Association. And I want to make sure their letter is entered for the record, because Rick didn't have enough time to say it, but we have received it in the past as well. And I just, I think this is, well, first of all, it is in violation, and it is not a customary home occupation. It is 2.1 for a residential area. And there are safety concerns and impact to the surrounding neighbors that have all testified. So at this time, I would, with everything presented, I would like to make a motion that we deny Lot 31 and give the applicant 30 days to come into compliance.
Okay. All right, is there a second?
Second, in discussion. I know that we're denying it, but can we impose any additional restrictions through code with respect to her coming into compliance? I'm just concerned that, after the 30 days, the animals will still be there. So I just want to make clear what the expectations are.
Well, the expectations on my part are for her to, if she's got dog training that she's been doing without a license, if she has like a schedule for the next 4 weeks of that she's already contracted with neighbors or family or friends or whoever through her, what she's been running without a license. I'm just trying to help give her some time to finish her classes or training, even though it's not legal right now, but just as a courtesy to have her
Sure.
with controlled training and all, not trying not to impact the neighbors. But as far as the dogs she has that she owns,
yeah.
they are okay there.
Yeah.
I mean, she can have those. And
Yeah, no, that's fine, because in reading through the notes also, it's noted that there's a drop-off and delivery at the driveway, and I'm not sure if there were any modifications made to the driveway, if there are any signs posted or anything of that nature. Okay.
Well, there's not any signs at her home, but, most of her advertising, I guess, is online or
Okay.
through calls. So I think Planning Commission recommended denial was 60 days, but I think 30 days is ample time for her to stop her business and come into compliance.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
I have one concern because the applicant also acknowledged that she does rescue. And so I just want to make sure if there's anything we can do so that that doesn't become a loophole to where additional dogs are on the property. I know you just mentioned the dogs that she owns. I don't know if it's a concern of rescue on the property as well.
What is, just a minute, what is the code for fostering in a home?
We really don't address that in the zoning code, Commissioner Burrow. You know, under customary home occupation, if you cross 9 or 10 threshold, then you have to come through this process. If the animals are your own personal pets, then none of this applies.
Right.
But the foster pets, you know, that's kind of a gray area, and I think the board has applied LUPs to those in the past for fostering animals and things like that. Yeah.
To foster?
No, a LUP is not required to foster.
I believe we've had that in the past, to have a rescue.
To have a rescue.
Yeah.
Yes, not to foster.
Not to foster.
Individual animals.
But the training part would not be allowed
Correct.
if you're fostering, to run a business of training. I'm not sure how to deal.
Commissioner Gamble.
Maybe we ask her.
So nothing was submitted in her application showing that she is a rescue agency that, say, works with Cobb County, because we know our shelter has various rescues and fosters that they can reach out to help depending on the type of dog. None of that information was submitted with her application. So if she truly does foster animals, the question becomes is, do we deny the dog training business, but then allow her to foster X number of dogs at a time, to restrict the number of dogs? That's going to be very difficult for code enforcement to monitor and enforce, and it might not potentially eliminate the issues that the neighbor has brought up. But to me, the applicant hasn't submitted anything showing she is a true foster location. Nothing in her Department of Ag license indicates that also.
Right.
So I'm not sure how much weight we can put on that at this time. But if she truly does do fostering and she needs a land use permit, then she can make another application with the correct documentation to support it for consideration at that time.
The applicant has their hand raised. I don't know if she wants to provide clarification too.
Well, I need to ask John or Debbie. What is before us today is the dog training business operating in a residential area. There's no mention of fostering, and you're saying that the customary home occupation doesn't apply to fostering.
That's right.
But if she does foster and has dogs in her home temporarily, she still can't provide training for them under this LUP if it's denied.
That's right.
Correct?
That's right.
So do we regulate anything with fostering at this point?
I'm trying to look at state law and kind of how the fostering rescue works. I'm not familiar with it myself, so I'm not sure how that works. But I mean, again, I think if the agency allows it and it's not, I mean, she's taking them in her home as her dogs, I mean.
Yes.
That's,
Yes, if you,
we
yes,
can't control that.
if you were to equate it to other fostering scenarios, yes, similar to a child. I know some people who do foster animals. They don't foster them in large quantity,
That's
but they
what I-
do it on a recurring basis.
Right.
And I'm not aware, not saying they would make me aware, but I'm just not aware of regulation of that activity. It just seems as if it's a nice gesture that they provide to help that animal.
Okay, so my motion is to deny with 30 days to come into compliance. And I had a second somewhere.
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Is there any further discussion? All right, we'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Commissioners, and I apologize, I need a 5-minute break, so if we can resume at 10:20, please. welcome back to our zoning hearing this October 21st, 2025. I'll turn things over to you, John, and you can queue up our next case.
Okay. And Madam Chair and Board, it's been my understanding that the applicant would like to have an early head count on other business item number 42,
Okay.
which is a settlement in Town Park for the student housing. So can I get a show of people here who are opposed to other business item number 42 of 2025, the settlement litigation for LCD acquisitions in Town Park Renaissance? Please raise your hands if you're opposed. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of the business item number 42? Please stand and raise your hands. Okay, let the record show there's 14 people here in support and no one here opposed to that case.
Is it eligible for consent, even though it's a settlement of litigation?
Well, it's probably not eligible for consent, but you know, if the board wants to, we could pull it forward and hear it next, since there's so many people here.
Okay.
We do have one that was pulled off consent, lot 33.
Yeah,
that we have to
and that was
do
next.
in order. Mhm.
Yes, and just as an aside, the commissioner may need to leave the hearing early, so we've just had a sidebar discussion on ensuring that
This
we can
commissioner-
address,
okay. Then go ahead.
matters prior to him leaving. Not immediately, we do have some time. So why don't we take the one that's pulled off of consent, if you don't mind, and then we can just ensure that we hear this prior to,
I don't mind doing that before 42.
you don't mind?
If he
You
needs-
don't mind him going first? Okay, thank you for that concession.
Yeah, just make sure the applicant knows to stay for lot 33.
Okay, is the applicant still here for LUP 33? Okay, ma'am, we may hear another matter beforehand. We're just considering that right now. We just want to make sure you don't leave before we hear your matter. Is there any additional discussion needed about us hearing? OB 42? Okay. John, why don't we go ahead and just, Commissioner?
I was just going to ask, with Commissioner Allen, would you have time for us to hear about 33, or you guys want to just?
No, go ahead and go.
I'm just asking a question, which I thought I could.
We can go ahead and do 33 first.
Okay, I was just asking in terms of your timing, that's all.
Yeah, I think we're okay with hearing yours first. Yes, I think he'll be here for both of them. Commissioner Burrow is fine with that. Okay. All right. We're going to hear 42 first,
Okay.
then
All
we'll
right.
hear 33, and then we'll proceed with the rest of the agenda.
Okay.
Okay.
Next case we're going to hear is other business item number 42 of 2025, which is to consider a settlement of litigation for LCD Acquisitions in Town Park Renaissance LLC regarding cases Z25 of 2024 and SLEP 6 of 2024. The property is located on the east side of Town Park Drive, north of Town Park Lane, in land lots 358 and 363 of the 16th District. The applicant is present. Earlier, there were 14 people here in support and no one opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
All right, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Park Suff with Sam's Larkin Huff, and I represent the applicant in regards to this rezoning application before you. That's before you as a settlement litigation. We've had a lot of dialogue about this case. It was denied with a 3-2 vote several months ago. We have sat down, we've revised the site plan and made some accommodations, and it comes before you with a letter of agreeable stipulation dated October 16th that encapsulates the agreements that we have. Just to remind you, this is an opportunity for this board to address some critical problems. One is transportation. Traffic is bad around KSU. Transportation is improved by putting people close to where they're going, campus. The more people that are closer to campus, the better traffic flows. There's also a huge need for student housing and housing in general. And if you provide housing that is appropriate and designed for students, It is safer. That puts them in a location that is close to campus and around other students that are studying and preparing for their futures. And that is what we have the opportunity to do today. This is the site plan showing the property. It's on Town Lake Parkway. It is a inlet regional activity center. It is a product that is very safe and secure and should be what is developed by appropriately in a regional activity center. I mean that by it has structured parking. So instead of a huge sea of parking spaces, it's got a parking deck that is where the parking is. What that means is you've got more of your land being productive on the tax rolls, providing housing for people and less land for parking cars. So this is how the regional activity should be developed. And so it is a building wrapping 2 courtyards, a parking deck, and on top of the parking deck is a amenity package. The initial design that we came forward with and met with the county had 820 bedrooms. The initial dialogue was we want you to be in compliance with the requirements for student-based housing land use plan, which is 70% impervious and 55 feet maximum height. So we revised the application. Initial application was 778 bedrooms, and I'm just using that. We can talk SLUP calculation. They're done differently. But I'm just using one for consistency. That received your staff support. So your professional staff reviewed it and said, we recommend approval of that application because it complies with the zoning requirements in the requirements for student-based housing. It complies with the planning requirements of putting people in a regional activity close to campus. It aligns with infrastructure improvements that were done, which includes the construction, the $15 million skip span connector, which connects this area directly to campus so they can get to campus without getting on Chastain Road. Huge infrastructure improvement that we aligned with. The further reduced that to 761 bedrooms. The Planning Commission forwarded on to the Board of Commissioners, again, staff recommendation at 778 bedrooms. We further revised it to 643 bedrooms, and we're before you today. That was the hearing before the Board of Commissioners, and we are before you today with 621 bedrooms, which is a reduction of 199 bedrooms from the beginning to the end. So we have made some significant changes. Some of the project details that I'd like to address is we have, not only are we close to campus, we're close to 2 types of transit. We've got the Big Owl bus within close proximity, and I want to thank this board. I think it was very smart to allow students to use Cobb Transit, so that frees up and integrates those 2 systems. We also have Cobb Transit stops close by. We're also within a walking distance of campus, and I always get the question, well, who's going to walk? That's a long distance. If you have read the concerns about parking on campus, you will find people say, I circled for 30 minutes trying to find a parking space and I missed my class. So yes, it's a longer walk than most of us would do, but that's because we're older and we're a little slower down. Remember, when you're a student, if you circle 30 minutes for a parking space, walking 30 minutes seems a lot smarter at that point. So yes, we're close to campus. We have, as I said, the design is such that the entrance are all controlled. This is not exterior corridors, it's all interior corridors, so student safety is paramount. Our best selling point is for the parents to feel secure that when their son or daughter lives in here, every entrance is secure. We have cameras, pass codes to get in. Our parking deck, again, is not surface parking, which provides better security. We will have tag cameras so that we know everyone who comes and goes. This is secure. It's designed for the students' safety, to ensure their safety, and that's one of our biggest selling points. Just quickly go through some of these points. This is, again, close to campus, north of Chastain Road, aligns with the skip span bridge, that infrastructure improvement, and it is in a mixed-use environment. So you have commercial and retail close by to provide services. restaurant, food, but also employment is all close by. And this is repurposing a property that is a way past its life cycle office building that no longer is, serves an office market because it's too antiquated. It's 30 years old, and it needs to either be torn down and rebuilt as an office building because it does not meet the current standards of what offices. It cannot compete with newer office buildings. We have public safety officers that live on our property. We have lease agreements for each individual that's in our property so that each individual has a responsibility, and their parents are ensuring that that responsibility is carried out, because ultimately the parents are ones who are paying for it and ensuring that the safety and security of their student is protected. And we have plenty of access to bike paths and parking, bike paths, shuttle service, that we will also have a private shuttle service. So in addition to being accessed by Big Al bus, being able to bike to campus, you also have a shuttle opportunity. We think based upon the ownership, based upon the retreat, which is there in the middle of the picture, which is also a landmark property, they expect 80% of the students at peak times to use the shuttle to go to class. So your morning class times, people will use the shuttle at a high percentage. That's their experience at the retreat, and they expect the same thing to be here. So this is an opportunity to address these problems. One of the questions has always been, what is KSU's path? And I've been watching and seeing what the KSU enrollment is, and they normally put out a yearly statement of this is our 25 enrollment. They have not made that official statement, but they did, according to the Sentinel, the KSU newspaper, the president, Kathy Schwag, said that this is the first time in history that enrollment is expected to exceed 50,000 students. So while we've debated this case, we've added another 3,000 students to KSU campus. We have done nothing to improve access to student housing options in this area. And not only does it hurt students, it hurts people who aren't students, who are having to compete for the apartment space that is designed for them. So it helps everyone if you build an apartment complex that's designed for the safety and security of students, designed for them to be able to get to class, participate in a regional activities center with its mixture of uses. This is what good development is. And we can address these problems now by increasing student options. I do want to leave you with this statement. This is the first line from the Sentinel article. It says, campus looks a little different this year. There's been a lot of frustration about not enough parking spaces, and this addresses the parking need. Because again, this is all of our students that are getting to campus without a car. That's that many parking spaces that aren't have to be on KSU's campus. So we help parking problems by doing this. But it goes on to say, it's leaving students frustrated and unheard. That's the line. And you have the opportunity today to hear the 50,000 students and their parents who would like housing options for their students that are safe, secure, designed for their lifestyle in an area that's appropriate and in an area that also helps traffic for every other Cobb County.
Mr. Huff,
because it keeps people off
your
the
time's
major thoroughfare.
expired.
Thank you for your time and your consideration. My client's here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, well, I'll ask one more time if there's anyone here in opposition. Okay, not hearing any, I'll turn things over to the district commissioner first, and then we can hear. It's generally protocol to hear from the district.
Well, while I understand it's protocol, opposition was watching from home, waiting for this to be heard in order, and did not know that this was going to be pulled up. So there was opposition coming here. There were supposedly 10 of them that were going to oppose this, but because we pulled it out of order, they're not here to make their concerns be known. So I just want to put that on the record.
Okay, the closest thing I have experience similar to that is having some voices provided from constituents that were not present. They sent it in via a video or a message. I know I was not able to present it because they weren't here, but that doesn't mean we can't take the commissioner's comments into consideration. I think when there's a zoning hearing, there's always a risk that things may change. This is why everybody's asked to be here at a set time for zoning. So again, I would just ask for you to consider that for what it is.
Yes, but also we've had situations where applicants haven't been here and the county has held their case and called them to give them the opportunity to arrive. So you can weigh this both ways, but, you know, if the case was going to be pulled forward, when I used to be on the other side, the commissioner would tell us it was going to be pulled forward, so that way we knew.
Okay.
Because in those days, we would be here till 9 o'clock at night sometimes. So they would try to give us the consideration both sides. If it was going to change position, that way we knew when to show up.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're already being out of order by me not deferring to the district commissioner first. Let me defer to him. Let him weigh your comments accordingly, please. Thank you. You can go ahead, Commissioner Allen.
Okay.
Thank you.
So on that point, was one of the reasons why I wanted to move forward, because I did know that there were people that were in opposition that wanted to be here.
Okay.
So
I
I'm.
didn't know that.
What's that? Yeah, well, and I'm sure you got text messages while you were.
And it
you
was
were-
on Commissioner Allen to share that.
Yeah.
Right now, we have a case that's before us that's been heard. The appropriate time to not have heard this case was before it began to be presented. Right now, we have a case before us for consideration, and all of that could have been taken into consideration prior. Getting back to Commissioner Gamble's point, we do a roll call, for lack of a better term, at the top of the meeting for every applicant, and that will indicate whether or not someone is here or not. We typically try to provide that courtesy call at the top of the hearing, knowing that it's an expectation for those to be present at the top of the hearing. I understand that there may be some reliance for individuals outside of our process that we typically have, but there's an expectation that if you're here for zoning, you're going to be here at the top of the meeting because you don't know what could occur in that hearing. And again, I will just say, you know, when we deliberated moving this up, that was the opportunity to not have this heard, not after the case is presented. I think it provides
But as I said, that was my hesitation of saying move forward with the other one. I don't know, Debbie, what our options are at this point, other than just to move forward, or?
Well, it is the board's, the right of the board to rearrange the order of the agenda. So there was a discussion, and again, I agree with the chairwoman that, you know, if there was a reason to not move it forward, it should have been voiced at that point in time. The order of the agenda has now been changed.
Okay. Well, I guess we just move forward. What I will say is that there is and has continued to be strong opposition against this other business item. Some of the concerns we tried to address through the stipulation letter, but I know there's a concern on the parking. Because there is not a one-to-one parking, we're at 90% on parking was a concern. We are trying to address that with no parking signs being placed at the expense of the developer. And in compliance with our DOT and consultation with our DOT to address that parking on Town Park Drive. Some of the other concerns that were raised were the rooftop pool and common area. I think we've addressed that with time restrictions on that, as well as landscape buffers and fencing around the property. So those were some of the major points, and I believe an email was sent to all commissioners yesterday from the developer of the property adjacent, listing his concerns on the parking, and in that letter stated that if we were able to get to a one-to-one on parking, that he would be in support. So that seemed to be the biggest concern. So Parks, if you can come back up for a second. And I know we've talked about this and gone kind of around a couple of times, but would your client be willing to accept a stipulation of one-to-one parking?
No, we cannot. And if we can get to the aerial. And one thing I want to point out is we're at 90% parking. And my client is the largest developer and operator of student housings. And they have done their due diligence, and they, like the retreat, they lease the spaces. So you don't park there unless you also lease a room and lease a space. So they know what percentage of their students are leasing spaces, and it's in the 70%. They also looked at the NOx and all those structured parking projects and at what they park at. And they're parked at 75%, 80%, 85%. We know at 90% based upon our experience that is more than enough parking. What should be frustrating is if you look here, if you look at all the parking spaces with no cars in it, and if you slide a little further north, you will see that parking deck. See that parking deck? You see any cars in that parking deck? We don't have a problem with not enough parking. We have a problem with people not managing parking. There's plenty of parking in this area, and the worst thing to do is actually overpark. That's taking space and structure. We are confident that 90%, because even at if someone tells you their apartment's 100% leased, 100% leased apartment's 95%, because you always have people rotating in and out, and as you turn units over, it's never 100%. We also have all these other opportunities for transit, shuttle bus, and I can tell you from personal experience, there's a lot of parents who don't want their child to have a car at school or can't afford to have a car. And that's what Landmark picks up on, because they lease the space. So there's actually an incentive to not have a car, because if you don't use it, you get to campus without a car, you got a bike, all those other things, you're saving on insurance and taxes and car and maintenance and all that, and you're not having to pay for the parking space. So we are 100% confident that the 90% that we have here is going to provide the parking that we need. We will, because it is a deck, there is no other place for people to park, and we would, on Town Parkway, we would have no parking signs. We will work with your DOT to ensure that it's not a problem. But this is the parking rate. We are at a higher ratio than the retreat in terms of what we actually use. And so it is wasting student dollars if they're having to build parking spaces that's not needed.
So I want to make sure, give you a chance to clarify. So you're not suggesting that if there becomes a parking problem, that you're recommending that there are adjacent properties that they don't own to park on?
I'm simply making the point that when we design and plan, we actually have created more parking, and overparking is as bad of a problem, if not worse, than underparking. We are confident 90% works. I got Aaron here who's going to.
Excuse me, Aaron,
Aaron Stang.
Hi, have you been sworn in to speak?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, so thank you, commissioners, for hearing me. So I would say Parks is correct. You know, we don't view that the aggregate demand for this property on the parking will exceed our current parking ratio. Matter of fact, we expect there'll be a number of spaces, frankly, that just don't get leased. And that's okay, because Landmark as a company always chooses to deliver more parking than is required. We do that because if we don't, and we have a parking shortage, the property will not perform long-term. So we are incentivized to appropriately park our assets. And to Park's prior point, at the retreat, Bixby, Sova, we went through all of them. And from our perspective, there's no indication that there is demand for parking anywhere near a one-to-one ratio. That said, for the neighbor to the south, I think what we would be willing to do, which I do think would help, his concern is, we can establish a 24-hour towing hotline to the extent that there are residents from our properties parking on his. He can call that and have them immediately towed at not his expense. That I think is something we'd be willing to do.
Any other question?
And let me just say, if it were just as simple as adding some spaces, because it's structured parking, which is what you want to encourage in a regional activity center, it's not, and we got a 55-foot max building height, even though the current zoning allows up to 100 feet tall. We can't just easily add spaces without spending a whole lot more money. But that's the type of parking that you actually want in a regional activity center.
I had a quick question. So it appears, based on the email that we received in denial, that there's a request or there's shortage of 62 spaces from what you guys are proposing to the one-to-one ratio. Is that accurate?
559.
And reading the opposition email, it appears that it falls short by 62 spaces.
That's right.
But my question is, assume you allow the additional space, how would that impact the impervious surface?
Yes,
Has
so-
there been a calculation made for that if you consider the additional?
Yeah, so
space?
the two issues that we would have with incorporating an additional 62 spaces is one of two things would have to give. Either we would have a lot coverage issue or an impervious surface issue, meaning we'd be beyond the 70%, or alternatively, we would have a 55-foot in height issue because we'd have to go up another story on the parking garage.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Burrow, and then we'll go to Gamble.
Madam Chair, is it a board decision if the opposition does show up while we're still discussing? Can we go back to?
I do not think that's appropriate. And I see Debbie.
Once the public hearing has been closed, it's closed. It's to the board for discussion.
If we have a question directed to him, can we ask a question?
This is
They weren't
absolutely
here.
problematic.
Okay.
I was going to say, generally,
It will be problematic for us to,
Okay. Was that your question, Commissioner?
My question was, is it a board decision to allow that, or is that not acceptable? Because I do see
I think what she was
one
saying is it's out of
person
order.
here that
it is,
has been in opposition all along, and I just think if they're here now,
It
would
is
like to
state
be-
law that they have the same amount of time. So the 10 minutes, we have allocated 10 minutes in the county procedures, but that is state law that they get equal time. So since it's already been closed, the hearing's closed.
So,
Commissioner, I'm
Another-
sorry, Commissioner Gamble had a question.
oh, sorry.
So, I found it interesting, you were willing to put no parking signs around Town Park Drive. I'm assuming that's only in front of this parcel. But in looking at your site plan, a whole heck of a lot of cars can be parked around the outside of the building. And the reason why there's concern is, again, you've got all these nice amenities, there's no accommodation for guest parking. I can't believe you're not assuming students are going to be bringing guests over to enjoy what you're offering. So my question is if you're willing to put no parking along Town Park, are you also willing to then put it on your internal, so that way students aren't stacking on this access drive around the facility? And the second part to that is, if students do park there, it then proposes a fire risk that our public safety wouldn't be able to access because of cars parked on this access road.
We would have on that access road that accesses the structured parking deck, we would have no parking signs, and we would also have towing signs with a number of the towing service. If anyone parked in those areas, they would immediately towed, and they would have to reclaim their car at the towing lot and pay their fees. There would be absolute, I mean, it would be double signed with, you know, absolutely no parking, and if you're parked here, you will be towed, and we will have cameras and ensure that no one parks there. It's easy to enforce. It's in our interest to enforce that.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, and so Commissioner Allen can make the adjustment to his motion, you are agreeing to your stipulations of the no parking then also being on the internal road along with no towing signs, correct?
Yeah.
No, not no towing, with a towing hotline for towing.
Correct, if
At-
parked.
right,
I
at
said that wrong.
their expense.
Yes.
I have a question on the no parking signs for clarification. Is that in areas that, that would impede emergency vehicles or, okay, all right.
And would they have the red curb?
Yes, they would have the red curb, they would be towing signs. And I do want to point out, we do have guest parking, but we also have limitations on number of guests that people can have without registering them. So it is not open to, you know, large gatherings. You have to register. Also want to point out the amenity package actually closes at 10 o'clock on the weekends. It's not designed for, you know, large gatherings. That's not the point. It's outdoor space for people to gather. It's not bringing people in from far away. And that is, they are the number one developer and operator. They know their product.
Other question I had, I know we had talked, and I talked with KSU. Have you spoken with them about the shuttle service? They were unaware of additional larger buses coming on their campus and a request for stops or?
Yeah, I mean, this is a couple things. We've reached out to KSU. They have not reached back. They have not asked to meet with us. I'll also make that point to the developer to the south. Apparently he sent a letter that I didn't get a copy of. This has been him for months. He knows my cell phone number. Never reached out to us about any accommodations or any requests from us. And I will say that he knows structured parking and the way it works. And he knows if that the project would have to be totally redesigned. And so his opposition is saying, I would support it if he knows that.
That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the shuttle service from your property onto Kennesaw State's campus.
Yeah.
Bringing additional, you know, you talked about the article with traffic and everything. Now you're bringing larger buses and shuttles onto campus, and they weren't aware of that.
Well, they heard all this. We were at a meeting where KSU and everyone talked about the future of student housing in Cobb County. We've talked to multiple times about that this would have shuttle service. Quite frankly, if they have any concern about us providing a shuttle service, their concern should be that we wouldn't. Because when one of our shuttles drives 30 people to campus, that's 30 parking spaces they do not have to have on campus. And if KSU has any problems about our shuttle, then they need to go back to planning school, because this helps them.
One point I would add.
Understood.
One point worth adding, I would say, is that there are a number of shuttles, obviously, private shuttles already operating in the area, including at our own property, and KSU was certainly comfortable accepting those.
I understand. It was just a simple question of, have you had conversations with them because they weren't aware? That was all the question was.
Yeah, and we obviously will, and we think we integrate well in, because when you cross over the Skip Span Bridge, there's a circle there. That's where their transportation hub is there. So it gets our shuttle right to their transportation hub and gets people to campus without cars.
And just maybe to address your other point, we're very cooperative with the universities that we develop at. And the reason for that, is at the end of the day, our customers are the same. And just like they want their students happy, we want our residents happy, and they happen to overlap. So, we are certainly incentivized and always do work with the community and specifically with the university to make sure that, any of their concerns are addressed, that we, create effectively the best environment we can for our residents who are also their students.
Excuse me, I just want to interject. I have some questions as a matter of process. This matter before us, it's a result of a settlement?
Correct.
Have these matters not been addressed in negotiation?
They were addressed initially when we met over the summertime, Chairwoman Cupid, but as the commissioner's trying to make the neighbors happy with the parking situation, talks have progressed, and I believe Mr. Parks submitted an updated settlement letter on the 16th that reflected these changes we're talking about right now.
Okay, the issue of
The issue of the shuttle.
buses are that
Just-
was not addressed in,
It wasn't addressed, and it just came up recently with Kennesaw State.
okay.
That it wasn't an objection, they just said they haven't had a conversation about, and where would these buses go, where would they park? So just a simple question, I would just
Yeah,
encourage you
so-
to reach out to them.
Yeah, and definitely where they want the bus to go to, where they want us to park, timing of it, all. As my client said, we have the same goal, serve the students with good housing, good transportation.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. So I'll make a motion to approve OB 42 with the stipulation letter dated October 16th from Mr. Huff, as well as staff recommendations and comments not in conflict. And would like to amend stipulation 7 to, and I'll just read it with the amendment. There shall be a minimum of 559 parking spaces and a minimum of 4 EV charging stations. There shall be no parking on Town Park Drive, and appropriate no parking signage shall be installed by the applicant and towing hotline signage with towing to be paid for by the applicant.
Okay, and I think, okay, and from discussion, there was agreement with the applicant, and I'm seeing nods of agreement with the applicant. Yeah, okay.
The one thing that's not clear, when we say there shall be no parking on Town Park Drive, we're assuming Town Park Drive. Just want to make sure we're clear on that, not just in front of your property, but
Right, but then also the discussion was ensuring that there was no parking around the access road that circles the property.
what access?
The internal.
Oh, the internal. Okay, yeah, they agreed to that.
But the stipulation needs to be reflective of the internal.
So it'd be no parking on Town Park Drive and internal drive, or internal access road.
Okay, and you're amenable to that, is that what I'm seeing that nod for? Okay, Commissioner Sheffield?
I have a point, oh.
Because this is a settlement, so we really just want to make sure it is.
I'm sorry, the only concern I would have, I just want to make sure we have the right to place those signs along Town Park Drive. So to the extent that DOT wouldn't allow it, we just don't want to be in a situation where we can't move forward.
It'll be in consultation with DOT.
Thank you.
And that brings me to the point I was going to ask with respect to being installed by the applicant. DOT will actually install. It's just that the applicant would bear the cost. I just want to make sure that it is a no parking sign that's consistent with code.
Yes. do we need to clarify
You
that?
could just say no parking signs installed consistent with DOT recommendations and practices.
So on that sentence, there
You
should
said
be no,
consistent, did you mean inconsistent?
no.
You
that-
said consistent
That are
with?
consistent with
Okay.
signage from DOT.
I just want to make sure that the applicant is not going out and purchasing
And
no.
buying their own no
Yeah.
parking signs.
Madam Chair, we don't have a second and we're having discussion.
Well, no, this is still part of the, we're just
Oftentimes-
clarifying the,
often-
we're
often
clarifying
we've
the
had
stipulation
discussion
of the
prior
motion.
to a motion. That's
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll have a discussion for after the second.
So that's my motion.
Second?
okay. Commissioner Burrow?
I would just like to say for the record, when this first came in, it was in District 3, and it, there was a lot of opposition from the townhomes across the street, and the HOA person for those homeowners did show up, but he's not allowed to speak. And also we have letters from East Cobb Business East Cobb Bells Ferry Civic Association, and also the apartments next door, 360, that the issue was parking, but also their stipulations. I will say that Landmark was the first developer that came in once we established a purpose-built student housing code, and they had no variances and built a very nice student housing that is at the other end of Town Park. But this location is too close to Chastain and the interstate, the ramp coming off the interstate, and too intense for the townhomes across the street and the other business in that area. So I do not support this.
Are there any other comments?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
I'll first address the townhomes that are across the street, and I recall there being a fair amount of opposition from that community. But if my memory serves me correctly, I believe that that townhome subdivision was a part of a commercial development which has intense use that also includes a hotel and several restaurants. So that was a part of a larger development, those townhomes. Some time ago, we received concerns about KSU students in District 3 primarily renting single-family homes. There were concerns about parking on the roads, et cetera. So I think that with this development, and I appreciate the applicant going back to the drawing board and addressing the concerns of the community, but I believe that with this development, it will help to allow additional inventory to address part of what we're dealing with our housing challenges. The restrictions on the pool top, I believe that also includes a key fob where residents and guests will need to have access there. So I am in support of the application. I do believe that it is at appropriate location and an appropriate zoning category. So I am supportive of the application.
Are there any other comments? This doesn't necessarily need to be a stipulation. It's just helpful for the applicant to make it clear to students just the limitations on parking. So there is not an expectation that if they have a unit that there is going to be a unit provided. I just think that would be a courtesy. There are efforts in the metro area to actually loosen parking standards, particularly as there is more of an emphasis on other forms of travel, and a lot of places are becoming overparked. We have well, I say we, because I used to be a District 4 commissioner, but I'm seeing a parking lot being converted to townhomes in District 4 because of just the overabundance of parking. When we developed to a more Euclidean culture, now things are moving more to a mixed-use culture where people are working from home or shopping in the areas around them. So I think there's some balance here. And the 90%, I think, is balance. I think there was a slide that shared the number of units that have been decreased, so a lot of work has been done on the application. Safety was also a concern, and so it was nice to see some of the safety or public safety conditions added on this application as well. I didn't have to do the heavy lifting and being part of the settlement process, and I don't envy anybody who had to, but it's good to see that concessions were made to address concerns that were shared by the board. Your motion still stands, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? We'll call the question. The motion passes 3-2 with Commissioners Burrow and Gamble in opposition.
Okay, next case is LEP 33 of 2025. Carol J. Hicks Vargas, Michael Vargas requests a temporary land use permit to allow more adults and vehicles than the code allows in land lot 80 of the 16th district. The property is located on the southwest side of Rocky Top Court, north of Watkins Glen Drive. Would the applicant please come forward? Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 33? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Oops.
Yes, ma'am, you may begin when you're ready, and just tell us your name at the top of your remarks, please.
My name is Carol Vargas, and what else did you say you needed? I'm sorry.
Just tell us, you said your name, you may begin. You'll have 10 minutes. It should be showing
okay,
up
we're
on
doing
the.
that again. I wasn't sure.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
You're going to present to us as if we have not heard this matter
Okay.
before because we're a different body than the Planning Commission.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right. My name is Carol. I live in my 5-bedroom, 3-bath home with my children, who are all now adults. We have 3 special needs adults, with my youngest, 21, being the most challenging. Because of that, we have my adult son and his wife who have their own primary bedroom and area of the house downstairs, and they're there as secondary caregivers. So though my 2 adult boys can function, they're pretty high functioning. They're not high functioning enough that when we're in the hospital, which is all the time with my daughter, they need somebody to come in and just make sure everything is okay and they're doing what they need to get done. I think that's all. I don't
Okay,
know
what is your request for the board today?
Well, we are just shy of the 390 square foot times 7 adults. And so we would like to continue living in the house that we own, with 5 bedrooms with 7 adults.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate you sharing that. Yes, don't go too far in case there are additional questions, but thank you for presenting. Okay, and there was no opposition. Again, this was a code enforcement matter, yes. So I'm going to turn things over to the district commissioner, and she can address this land use application.
Ms. Vargas, would you come back up? Because I have some points of clarification. Originally, 2 years ago, in 2023, you received a land use permit for 7 related adults, which is what you're asking for us to renew, and a maximum of 5 cars in the driveway, none on the street. And that's what your permit, what we agreed to approve. So I know that code enforcement has been out and at Planning Commission, there were cars parked on the street from that code enforcement saw on a, I think, early morning watch location. And I think you stated that they did not belong to you or the people that reside in your home.
Yes, it is not normal for us. We park in the driveway. And after leaving here, the only thing I could think of is the times the nurses come. And I have not, unless I'm being told I need to, I have never told them where they can or cannot park. So they will park in the street, they will park in the driveway. And if they park in the driveway, they park in the driveway at the beginning and take up the whole driveway. I can't get anybody else parked. So we had a meeting in the family, and the only thing we can think of is there has been a very handful of times where the nursing will come in, block the driveway, somebody else comes home, they've got to park on the street until the nursing leaves, and then we move. Now, the nurses are only there 30 minutes, an hour, unless there's a problem, so it's not like they're coming and doing an 8-hour shift. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and they're not there
And
overnight.
I haven't told them yet because I didn't feel comfortable telling them you need to park here. But if that's a problem, then I will tell them park on the street. Please don't don't come into the driveway and park in the driveway, because if that's going to cause a problem. Because if they're parked in the driveway, then I've got to text whoever's going to be coming home and saying, by the way, park somewhere else, wait till the nurse leaves, she's parked in the driveway. But I mean, if that solves the problem, I will make sure. Now, when code enforcement came out, they were only talking about, they didn't talk about that. They were talking about making sure that all 4 tires are on the cement and double checking that my travel trailer has all the tires on the cement, which it does. But sometimes you can't tell the back ones.
Okay, but the permit that you have for 5 cars in the
Yeah.
driveway applies to the residents of your house, your children and
Yes.
family? Because they're all related. The 7 adults
Yes,
in your
and
house
we have
are-
5 cars,
They're all
yeah.
related.
Yes, myself
So,
and my children.
Code enforcement is here, and there are some discrepancies of the cars in the driveway. And I will
okay.
call you, Lisa, up to ask to clarify that. But I think I have a solution that may work.
Okay.
So
Well, like
you-
I said,
Unless anybody else has any other questions.
I do. And Commissioner Sheffield, go ahead.
Thank you. I had a question regarding the nurses. How often do they visit the property? You mentioned also that the adult son and
there
wife
are,
hold on
yes,
before
my
you-
daughter's 21, and as I mentioned, one of the meetings I had just recently, on the way to the hospital, taking her as she's having a seizure, she stopped breathing. And I'm pulling over to the side of the road and doing CPR to keep her alive. She has several different agencies, each with different nursing. So, and then on top of that, and I know this sounds weird, I have a nurse that supervises me because I'm the one who takes care of her 24 hours, who has to stop by and make sure that I know what I'm doing. So 3-4 days a week. Sometimes it's 5 days a week. I've got a nurse coming in and stopping in because they're the ones that do take her blood, double check her IV access is clean, and
Okay.
so it's, I mean.
So 3 to 4 times a week?
At least, and it's
Okay.
varying times. So I have one who likes to come super early in the morning, too early. I have one that doesn't want to come until 5 or 6 o'clock at night. Some of them do it during the day. So it varies because it's the nurse's schedule. It's not,
Sure.
unfortunately, it's not mine
Sure.
or my daughter's. It's what's convenient for them when they can come.
understand.
And so sometimes I don't even get a call to that morning and saying, I'm 15 minutes out.
Sure. But just to follow up to that, is 3 to 4 times a week, is that every week?
At least, yeah.
Okay, so it is every
Some
week?
some weeks it's 5 days.
Okay.
I've got somebody coming out.
But,
Actually,
pardon me.
I also have them coming out on the weekends. There's one nurse who does Saturday, one nurse prefers Sundays.
Okay, but it is every week. That's the question that I'm trying to get an answer to. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
sorry.
Thanks.
Yes, ma'am, I do have a question for you. For one thing, just God bless you for just the care of adult children. Can only imagine as a parent. Thank you. Can you help us in understanding the street parking situation? Are there no parking signs on your street?
Oh, no, everybody else
So-
can park on my street.
Okay.
My neighbor next door runs the daycare, a home daycare. They come and park in front of my house and go and get their kids because she lives on the corner, so it's not very safe. And her driveway's tiny, so she can't be fitting her clients in and out. So her clients park on my driveway. The neighbor across the street parks out front. Yeah, so I mean, and they park everywhere, not just in front of my house. It's a smaller court, it's not
Okay.
huge.
Okay. And then, help me understand, this is a request for 7 adults? Or
Yes. there's
Okay, can you
my-
help me? Yes.
Yes, my husband and myself, we actually had 6 children, but 5 are who live at, no, 4 live at home. Sorry, I'm trying to remember. But we've got my son and his wife, and they live in the other primary downstairs. They're the secondary caregivers. And then I have the 3 youngest, who are 21 to 23. And they all have varying needs of
I see.
special needs, if that's what you want to call it.
Okay, thank you. And did you say there's a caregiver also living at the home?
I'm the caregiver.
You're the caregiver. Okay.
For all 3 of them.
I see. Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. And excuse me, just clarify for me again, the request for, is this just for number of people, or is this a
No,
vehicle
yeah, it has to be
parking?
number of people, because we came out and moved everything, and we have a storage room that if we finished it, it would make enough square footage, but the cost of putting a drop ceiling is more than I can handle for the last 3 years.
Understood.
And we've arranged and tried to check and see. We're not comfortable with any of the other housing options for the 3 youngest. I'm sorry. For
I can
disability,
understand.
we've looked at the homes and I can't do it.
I can only imagine. Can you help me understand, this is a request also for more vehicles. So how many vehicles are you requesting again?
5. I have 5.
And that's what I see is permitted here. Maybe the
Yeah.
number has been reduced from. the
My
initial
husband and I have a
application.
vehicle, my son has a vehicle, my other son has a vehicle, and my daughter-in-law has a vehicle.
Okay.
And we couldn't figure out how to reduce it more than that, because
Okay.
one vehicle is strictly caregiver vehicle with
Certainly.
all the medical equipment,
Okay.
wheelchair and all that, so
Okay.
I can't figure it out, sorry.
And I'm not asking you to figure it all out. I just have that, I'm just curious to know the numbers based on what I'm seeing the request is on paper and then what I'm hearing. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Commissioner Brauld. Yeah.
Okay, so as I said before, in 2023, Ms. Vargas was granted a 2-year land use permit for 7 related adults, which is currently the same, and 5 cars on the driveway, none on the street. With some code enforcement checking on that, it was determined that there were cars parked on the street that were registered to the adults in the home. So I think that's what the question is here. So she is in for a renewal of the existing LUP for 7 related and 5 cars on the driveway only. So because of her handicap situation, or her children's challenging situation, I was going to recommend that we approve the LUP for 1 year with the 7 related adults, 5 cars in the driveway, none on the street, and have code enforcement monitor it for the next year. And then when she comes back for renewal, if there's no violations or complaints, then we can look at considering 2-year renewal.
Thank you. Would you You said you were going to call up code enforcement?
Well, I just kind of explained what happened, but, Lisa, do you want to verify that that's correct, or do you have anything to add? I was trying to
Lisa Forson, Cobb County Code Enforcement. Pretty much, this property first lot was in 2022. And in 2022, it allowed them, I think, to have 7 related adults and 6 vehicles. And then a renewal was done in 2023, which allowed a maximum of 5 vehicles, no parking on the street. Before this LUP expired, most of the days, they had 6 vehicles at the property and parking on the street. During our last hearing with the Planning Commission, the owner stated that the vehicles on the street do not belong to her. I contacted Cobb Police and verified that the vehicle, the white van that sits outside, is a business vehicle that's registered to that property, so that was not accurate. Also, over the weekend, my officer that does early morning inspections went out and noticed that a vehicle that's usually parked in the driveway was parked on the street as well. So throughout the whole time of this LUP, there's been street parking and too many vehicles. And once the LUP expired a few months ago, they should have been in compliance with having only 4 vehicles.
Sorry. You said the LUP expired 4 months ago?
It expired, I think, in August.
Okay, so the property doesn't even permit the 5 vehicles with the square footage? It only permits 4? Okay, maybe that's not clear. to me.
4 is the max, but the LUP had expired because it was for 24 months. That would have been August of 2025, it expired. And we found them in violation in July, which shows that they mostly had 6 vehicles, and the officer was attempting to issue citation for single-family dwelling.
Okay.
So when did they file for this renewal or LUP?
John, can you answer that question, please?
May the 20th. Oh, let me see here. Trying to look at the date on the site plan here. Keeps moving.
Well, my question is, did they file for the renewal before it expired?
They did.
Okay, so if it was still tied up with us or Planning Commission or continued or whatever, they don't have to be in compliance until the case is heard if they filed for a LUP, but.
We weren't aware of them filing at the time.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions for Ms. Faustin? Commissioner Gambrill?
So you said one of the vehicles that was parked on the property was registered to a business?
Yes, they have a business, and there's a van that's always parked on the street. I contacted police, and it's registered to their house. I did provide it to the board. It's just I can't show that in a public viewing.
Why are you making the assertion it's always parked on the street? You said you just made an assertion it's always parked on the street. Has code enforcement seen it there multiple times?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going based off of the EMI investigation. So every time he does EMI, it goes for 2 weeks straight, and that van is always there.
Okay.
And well, I guess we need to ask the applicant, but it's my understanding, is that the van that she transport to the medical, with a hospital or medical appointments?
I honestly can't state what it's used for. It's registered to a business that they own, but I can't state what it's used for because we don't get involved with what they're using the vehicle for. It's just that, we went to look and see what the vehicle was because she stated that none of the vehicles parked on the street belong to the address. So that's why we investigated to see where this vehicle is coming from that's always parked there. And then also, since it was stipulated that there was no street parking, we had to document that we observed vehicles parked on the street.
So the no street parking, does that just apply to the 7 related adults living in the residence? When we stipulate no more than 5 cars in the driveway, no parking on the street, that's their vehicles that they own? Okay. So if a,
Yeah, we're not looking at the nurse that's parked on the street.
Okay.
We're looking at the stipulations that state under that property that they're not allowed to park on the street, and they were parked on the street.
okay. And was it just the van that you're referring to that's registered as a business that was on the street in early morning watch?
Yes, when we initially came here and I mentioned the vehicles on the street, there was a black vehicle that was there parked in front of the house every day. After that hearing, that vehicle never showed up again. So it was left that there was the white vehicle, and then there's a silver vehicle that's always in their driveway. That vehicle was observed this weekend on, parked on the street in front of the property.
Okay. Thank you. Is anybody else?
Yeah, I have a quick question. Can you confirm the type of business that's associated with the white van?
Excuse me?
The type of business?
Let me see what the name of the company is.
Yeah.
It just states that it's CBREINC.
I'm sorry,
But I'm not sure what type of business it's, what type of business this is.
And I'm sorry, it's registered as CBRE?
Mm-hmm. And that's the logo on the van as well.
Okay, you mentioned something after those letters. I didn't catch that.
Incorporated.
Oh, incorporated, okay.
So it's registered to that address?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Ms. Boston? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank
Turn it back
you.
over to you, Commissioner.
Yeah. Could the applicant come back up? Hi. You do understand that you are asking for 7 related adults, continue with no parking on the street, and 5 cars max in the driveway.
Yes.
And you will have to adhere to that to be granted another
Yes,
permit.
and I do have a question. Well, no, one's a statement. I don't own a black car. None of us own a black car. In reference to the white van, we did not know that was registered to my house. That's my husband's, who he works for. That's his employer's business. And we were told when we talked to an officer like 4 years ago that we would be allowed to park his, owned by his employer's vehicle on our neighbor's, not on ours, where our property line is. The neighbor said it was fine. The person we talked to years ago said it was fine. So when she brought this up before, I didn't realize that's what she was talking about, because our 7 only own 5 cars. So it didn't make any sense. I didn't understand what the 6th car was, because it's not supposed to be registered to us anyway, and my neighbor has agreed to allow us to park it on his. So, I mean, if that's an issue, I will figure something else out. But we were doing what I thought was okay to do, because everybody else can park on the street in front of their own house or in their driveway if they don't have. He only owns 2 cars. So he didn't have a problem with that. So if that's a problem, like I said, let me know and I will figure out solutions.
Thank you. May I ask a follow-up question? Yes, when you said the neighbor allows you to park the work vehicle on his.
Yes.
On his part of the front of the house or on his
Yes.
driveway? So
Yeah,
he's
sometimes
parked
on his
the road,
driveway, but most of the
sometimes on
time
the
he
street
prefers
and-
it in front,
Okay.
especially if he's taking a fishing trip.
Okay.
Because then he's got to get his RV out. But he only has 2 and he lives by himself and he doesn't have a problem.
I see.
I don't want to repeat any of the words that he has said, but he thinks it's bullparky.
I
And so
see.
for him, he said that's not a problem. A couple of the other neighbors said the same thing. The neighbors
Okay.
across the street even said, hey, come park if you have to. But I mean, that's like,
I don't know the history of your initial permit, even though I probably was sitting here when it was issued, but there, maybe Commissioner Burrow, you can enlighten. There had to be a reason why you were instructed not to park in the street. Are there other cars?
Oh,
parked
I
on
know
street?
the
Okay,
original
yes, can you-
person who called in.
Then
All
I'm
the
not-
rest
yeah,
of my neighbors
I'm
said
not
it's.
trying to make it.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
she, and bless her heart, she was illegally renting a room from a house across the street that was being rented. And she felt very uncomfortable where they told her to park at the end of the driveway there, pulling out unless there were no cars anywhere near on both sides of the street or the end of the driveway. Because I'll be honest, my son parks at the end of the driveway. He's so lazy. But we're excited he can drive because we were told he'd never be able to drive. So we're like, okay. But she wanted my whole top of my driveway and all the houses in the round on the street because her little car, she was having trouble. And I get it now. The older I get it. I'm terrible at parking. She was having trouble backing up.
Okay.
Without having
I see.
nothing anywhere, if that makes sense.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
And so then when we were going through that, they said, don't park in the street. And we're like,
I see.
okay, everybody else can park in the street. We're fine. We're going to do
Everybody's
whatever
making
you guys want us
concessions.
to do.
Yep, okay.
Sorry, I'm so
No,
animated.
thank you for sharing. No, you're-
All right.
Okay, so this white van that's the husband's, you're gonna have to park that in the driveway next door or in yours
Okay.
but you can only have a total of 5 cars. Do you
Oh,
have a
okay, well, then
garage?
that's a, yeah, I don't even know what to do with that. I guess I'll have to figure out
I know, that's what I'm
where else.
saying.
I mean, we had 6 before because we owned 6, and then we made sure we started getting rid of cars, except for the ones we absolutely needed. And that's why we went down to 5, because one daughter will never drive, and the other son has still got some time before he's going to be able to drive or have a car, hopefully, someday.
Commissioner, I have a question. Is one of the 5 vehicles your husband's personal vehicle?
Yes,
Okay.
which he doesn't drive very often, but if I'm off at an appointment and he has to take the other one to an appointment, we have to
Sure.
have that secondary call. Because like I said, one car, and that sounds silly, is totally and completely dedicated to my 21-year-old. Because
Right,
it's
but-
got all the supplies, so nobody else can
Sure.
take that anywhere unless you are taking her somewhere.
Right, I just wanted clarification, because if the white van is the husband's employer, then my thought is, since your husband has a personal vehicle, arrangements could be made for him to pick up his work vehicle. I'm sorry, the work van.
Yeah,
That-
we
that was
have,
the nature
we
of my
just have to
question.
check with them because they've got some weird, crazy insurance
Okay.
things of where you park it overnight. But we can work on that if we have to.
Does his employer have an office?
No, they're all mobile. CBRE is a commercial building maintain company. So they go to, they have like the J.C. Penney's account, Truist account, my husband's on a medical account. So they go to all the different accounts and do maintenance.
And do you have a garage or a carport?
No, we were going to fix that soon. We've been saving to have a garage.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion to approve this for 1 year, 7 related adults, 5 maximum of 5 cars in the driveway, none on the street, and you'll have to make arrangements for the van, which would be the 6th vehicle, to park in your neighbor's driveway or somewhere else.
That's your motion, ma'am?
And ask code enforcement to monitor for the next year. And then you can come back for a renewal if there's no violations or no issues.
Okay, and so when we come back, can I ask a question? Am I allowed to ask a question right now?
Is that a motion pending?
Sorry.
Yes, let's just finish our process, and if there's any more questions, we'll ask. Yes, thank you.
Second.
Yes, I just have one point of clarification, and I'm not trying to muddy waters, maybe I'm trying to make it a little bit easier. In 2022, she had 7 person's allowed 6 vehicles. Why was it reduced to 5? And why not just alleviate the headache if we know they have a 6th vehicle to go back to the original permit?
From her testimony, a neighbor complained, and we reduced it to 5. Yeah, Lisa, do you have any record of that? Pardon? Well, the reason why we reduced it to 5, because you had some code enforcement violations when that came in. And we reduced it to 5 at that point, because they were going to get rid of one car.
The only thing we see is that they had too many vehicles, and as far as the reason why the board stipulated a reduction, it wouldn't be listed on our end. We just enter whatever it is that the board decides.
Okay.
That's just hearing that could be an option as opposed to getting back at the same situation, knowing she has a 6th vehicle, knowing it belongs to her husband.
Yeah, if she could park it in
If
her
she-
driveway.
If she can park it there. And if her neighbors have gone to the lengths of being so amenable to let her park in their driveway, why not just have her park it in hers? I mean,
Okay.
Commissioner Gamble?
But in her application, she's only requesting 5. So that's where I'm a little, I don't want to say confused, but conflicted, because if the application was for 5, the 6th vehicle wasn't even considered until code enforcement brought it up in testimony.
Agreed.
Because we reduced it from 6 to 5. I forgot about the 2022 permit. I was just going by the one in 23 where we said 7 related adults and 5 cars in the driveway. So I wasn't aware of one still being on the street until Lisa went out there or had code enforcement officers go out. So Ms. Vargas, can you park? Do you have room to park?
Please approach, yes.
Do you have room to park the van in the driveway?
Absolutely. It's a very, very long driveway. Plus it goes past the full thing of that. It's a huge, long driveway. So yes, you could amply park 10 cars at least in there and still be able to, maneuver them out. But I mean, it's kind of crazy. You'd be like playing Jenga, but 6 cars wouldn't be an issue.
Okay. Then I will amend my motion to allow 6 vehicles registered to the 7 related adults in the driveway, and still for 1 year to make sure you're still in compliance, and have code enforcement monitor.
I'll second that. Is there any further discussion? We'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Commissioners, I just want you to be mindful of time, and John, if you can help me in assessing how many more applications we have to consider.
Well, the next one is LUP 35, which is another continued case. And then we have Z25, LUP 36, LUP 40, other business 40, other business 47, and other business 53. So we probably can get one more case in
Before
and
break
then
through.
break for lunch.
Okay, thank you. Are you, okay. You good with that? Yeah. Okay.
I just have a request. Assuming we get through the next case before 12:30, which I understand may be a hard stop, my request is to hear Z25 if we can, but I'm just concerned that that may go past the 12:30, but I really wanted to have that heard before we broke.
Okay.
But if you have a hard stop, then that means,
I won't be leaving. I just have a hard stop and I'll be back in about 30.
oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, I thought you were leaving and not
Taking
coming
a
back.
lunch around that time.
Okay, that's perfect.
Oh,
Okay,
right.
thank you.
Okay.
And it's what, 35 next? Because I can be quick with that, because I have a.
Love 35 is next, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, next case is LEP 35 of 2025. C. Susan Velasquez. Request a temporary land use permit to allow a personal care home for up to 16 people in land lot 210 of the 16th district. The property is located on the south side of Hawkins Store Road, east of Bellows Ferry Road. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 35? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward and be sworn in?
Good morning, I
Good
think.
morning.
Is it still?
Yes, it's still morning.
Barely. You guys are amazing. I tell you, you've got a lot of stamina. Anyway, I'm Susan, and Eli, my husband, and I are here because we are trying to request a LUP for 15 to 16 people. Right now, we have I guess another year. Joanne, do we have another year with 10, I think?
11, I think we're 11.
Yeah, 10 months.
Okay, so we would like to increase it, and we have been at Genesis for like 27 years, and it's time for us to move on, so we're trying to sell. And we have 2 contracts here, but they had to pull out of the contracts because it costs this business so much money. Like right now, we have to pay $5,000 for a backflow for our sprinkler system. We had to pay $10,000 for the sprinkler system to be in compliant with code enforcement and the county, which isn't a problem. But the people that want to put a contract, they need more people for it to make money and for them to sustain. So we're here trying to apply from 10. If we could get 16, this contract would go through. This one wants 22. And, you know, I'm just pleading to see if there's any way we could get more people for this special land use permit. And then if we do good, if it works out for the first year, maybe the second year, if there hasn't been any violations, they could go to the 22 or whatever they would need. So that's what we're here for. Do
Okay.
you have anything to say?
No, you did very well. Just remember they're hungry.
I know.
Thank you for presenting that to us. What we'll do is we'll allow anyone to speak in opposition if there are persons here in opposition, and then I will let the commissioner deliberate on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone here in opposition to this matter?
There wasn't.
We've been here 3 times and we've never had opposition.
All right. God is good. All right, with that, I'm going to turn things over to the district commissioner. I'll just, do you need for them to stay right there?
No.
I would just ask for you to have
Yeah.
a seat, but close by in case we need to call you up again.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You can
Get
have a
down.
seat.
Okay. Okay, sorry.
Being more direct.
Don't be nervous. You've been here 3 times, remember? Okay, so in discussion with the applicant, I think we have an arrangement that may work. First of all, there is no opposition. She is next door to Shiloh Hills Church. There's really no neighbors behind her. And like I said, she is next to a church. We haven't had any complaints on the 10 that she's allowed now, and like she said, they are trying to sell to retire after 27 or 20-plus years. So I'm willing to try to see if we can grant 13 in the first year for the LUP, and then add 3 more in the second year if there are no complaints, for a total of 16 after the second year. And then if that is worked out with the potential buyers, if they wanted to go to 20 or whatever, they would have to come back after the 2 years to request more. And then all other stipulations would remain in effect that were from the original 10, land use permit for 10.
Okay.
So that would be my motion, that we approve this for 1 year with the 13 residents, add 3 more the second year for a total of 16 in year 2, and then that would be your 24 months.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion? Commissioner Gambrill?
So what is the square footage of this home? Because I'm not seeing that in the application.
John, is that in the book? It's R15 LDR. It's 0.345 acres. I don't see the square footage.
Commissioner Allen found it. It's 5,550. Okay. So John, how, with the current square footage, what is the maximum allowed with 390?
Well, the 390.
This is a personal care home.
The 390 only applies to single-family dwellings, not group homes or personal
Right.
care homes.
Okay, but aren't group homes regulated as far as minimum square footage?
It's regulated by the state, but it's not regulated by our code with the 390.
Okay.
The 390 is just for a single-family home, for a single-family use.
Okay.
This is a group home, personal care home, which
Okay.
that does not apply.
Okay.
What did you say the square footage was? 5550. Yeah.
Are there any other questions? I'm amenable. I like the step-up approach. Just from listening to the applicant, I don't know how practical that is. Maybe you spoke to them offline. It seemed as if the person they were working with wanted a 1622 step. But this is a lot of people. I couldn't imagine,
Well, they,
what that is. But if
they
they're
have-
amenable to that step, I certainly
yeah.
am. Again,
Under their,
what I just hate to do is for us to put such onerous conditions that we're setting everybody up for immediate violation because we're not considering, but it's practically at hand. I'm asking you though, but they're
I have
amenable?
spoken with them prior to this meeting today.
Okay, all right.
And suggested this 1 year with 13 and step up to 16.
Okay.
Because they did have, and hopefully he will come back for the 16 total.
Oh, so this is just 1 year, but they're going to come back the second year and ask for 16.
No, the second year, if there's no violations in the first year, they will get the 3 additional in the second
Okay.
year.
But without coming back?
Mhm.
It'll just step up? Okay.
Right.
As long as there's no code enforcement complaints.
Right, no
Sure.
complaints, code enforcement.
Okay, Commissioner Gambrill?
But I think what we also need to remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, John, this temporary land use permit is for this applicant. So we shouldn't be considering a temporary land use permit looking at they're going to sell it because if I'm correct, whoever purchases it will have to come in and get their own temporary land use permit, correct?
That is correct.
So
After 2 years or after 1 year?
After 2 years, it was my understanding
years.
that that applicant said they're going to lease it for 2 years, and if it worked out with 16, they would sell it to the new user. I thought that's what I heard.
Not sure about that.
I took it that they were trying to sell the business. So if they are truly trying to sell the business and the business changes ownership, the temporary land use permit goes with this applicant, this individual.
Correct.
So if a new owner comes in, they would have to apply for a temporary land use permit. It's non-transferable.
That's correct.
Yes, if the application is in the individual's name versus the business name, right?
That's right.
And right, okay.
Well, it's in Genesis, isn't it?
Right
Well,
now,
the applicant is the Velasquez's.
That's the applicant, but the personal care home or group home is Genesis, is the,
Yes, the business that they run is Genesis Ministries.
but the application isn't in that name.
It's not in the name, but they're connected to it.
so my 1 year step up, 2 year doesn't, I can't do that?
As long as it's for
The same
Velasquez,
applicant.
you can.
For, what is the
Okay,
last
but-
name?
Vasquez.
What's, oh, okay.
Susan, you better come back up. I know. This was on consent. What happened? I think, well, I might as well explain something. What does staff recommend
Staff's recommendation was to deny it
for the
for the 16.
16 total? Okay. And then there was, we discussed that you did have a violation because you had a car donated that you were that you put in the front yard for sale, and you can't do that.
That's right.
So you got rid of it, and that's been cleared up. But I think that's why Planning Commission recommended denial
Right,
too,
right.
because of the violation.
27 years, we've never had a violation, but
Right.
somebody donated a car like they do in LB, no longer bound.
That's-
So
Cars for
we
kids.
screwed up.
Okay, well, that's, so, are you looking to sell outright, or will it still be?
We can't. There's no way, because every contract we have had has been for the minimum 16. So if we've had it 27 years, we're going to keep going until maybe in the future, if we get no violations and the people maybe in a year or two see that it's a possibility, they can come in and they can apply like we've come in and we've applied.
Okay. So you understand that with
Yes.
this
Yes.
13 the first year, 3 additional the second year is under your
Yeah.
name?
We got 2 more years to work. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I thought I had a plan, but. Okay, so that's my motion. And I had a second? Yes, ma'am. Any other discussion down at that end? You gonna call the question, Madam
I
Chair?
am going to, I'm just deliberating in my head. I'll deliberate, I'm just gonna say what I'm gonna say, but I'm gonna support you, Commissioner. You have a couple who's had a long history of having a successful business besides that one instance. They are clearly ready to retire tomorrow. I would suspect their track record may lean to them being able to accommodate that higher number. Just for their sake, just for their track record, I might err on the side of giving them that 16 immediately because they're trying to disposition this business. And I can't imagine, 2 years is short for us. We do this every week. This is what we do as commissioners. For somebody who's at the end of their career of taking care of 10 people plus, I can't perceive putting it on them for 2 more years, considering the fact that we know they're looking for an exit plan right now, and they can't get it because the number is too onerous for them. So why continue to make the number onerous for them? You give them a track record for 1 year, see how they manage the 6 people, somebody comes in after them, yes, they have to apply newly and outright, but at least they can say, there has been a history of this site of managing this number of people. We know we're a new applicant, but please help take that into consideration to see that it's possible for us to be able to manage it. I would give these people, I almost want to say these beautiful people, I don't know you very well, but to take care of that many people, I would say give them the chance to show over the next year so that they have an on-ramp to, I'm sure, take care of themselves how they want to.
Can I just say something real quick?
No,
This is-
no.
I should shut
Isn't
my
it? I'm
mouth.
sorry, I can't do that.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah,
So if we grant the 16 now,
I think,
if there's a consensus to do that, it's still going to be in their name.
yes, ma'am.
So when they sell, and even if it's in a year, the new applicant would still
Agreed.
have to come back and put it in their name.
I agree, but you-
But they would have the 16 total at that point.
yes,
Right.
exactly.
Okay.
You give
Well,
them a
I'm
year
agreeable-
earlier. You
I'm
give them-
agreeable to that if there's consensus, but if you sell it and you have a permit for 16, the new owner is gonna have to come back and
Yes.
get the name changed and the license changed
Yes.
for 16. But I wouldn't recommend that they come back initially for 20 or 23.
I absolutely agree.
So if y'all are agreeable to that, I'll amend my motion to do 16 now.
I'm agreeable to include 3 in the first year now that that's just a difference of 3 more. And I don't know that the additional 3 would be as impactful as we might think. If it were 3 originally and another 7 to 8 later on, I think that would be something for us to take into serious consideration. But I think
Right.
it's just 3 additional. I don't know that there's a need to really wait 2 years for that, or 1 year.
Yeah, okay, so that would mean 16 now. Okay. I'll
Were you
amend
the
my
second?
motion.
Who was the second to that motion?
Me.
Oh, okay, okay, yes, if you amend it.
So I'll amend my motion to approve Lot 35 with a maximum of 16 residents, and for 2 years.
Okay, are you willing to second that, Commissioner?
Second.
Is there further discussion? All right, we'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Thank
Okay.
you, Madam Chair,
Oh,
for
thank you for being amenable.
bringing that up. I thought
You were being.
work somehow not to be so intense.
Exactly. They've got almost 30 years
I
of
know.
doing this. Yep. Commissioner Sheffield, you have a matter you want to hear with all commissioners present. Do you want to hear it now, or do you want to delay? How much time do you need? You said you needed. Do you want to try it?
But let me just ask for clarification. At 12:30, how much time will you need after that? Because I'm wondering if we should just break now and come back at 1,
Yeah.
if you would come back at 1.
He'll be back
You'll be
at
back by 1, that was my question.
You'll be back by 1? Okay.
Right, but
He's got
whatever
a
you're
call.
doing, I don't know how long that's going to be.
12:30
Okay.
to 1.
1:15. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Do we have a short
Do we
one
have a
can-
short matter that we can pull up?
Be short, but it just. He said we can go ahead with Z20, okay. We'll just move forward with Z25 then.
Okay. All right.
Z25.
Okay, next case is rezoning case Z25 of 2025, A Building Development LLC, Herbert Bush and Jasper Proctor. Request rezoning from RD to RM8 for a townhome community in land lot 273 of the 17th District. The property is located on the southwest corner of Vineyard Way and Smyrna's Powder Springs Road. The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z25? We are. Okay, just keep your hands raised. 4? Okay. Let the record show there's 4 people here opposed. Is there anyone here in support of Z25? Please raise your hand.
Okay.
Okay, let the record show there's no one here in support. All those who wish to address the board either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
All right, you can begin whenever you're ready.
My name's Jasper Proctor. I'm an engineer and registered land surveyor and a building inspector, and I did produce the plans. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Herbert Bush of A Building Development.
Okay, you can present your case.
So we come before you with a proposed 10 townhome development. The property in 2017 was rezoned from RM8 to RD. I believe Mr. Proctor worked on it back then. And the previous owner attempted to do duplex rentals. The property is in the future land use map as designated for high density. So our intent is to rezone the property back to RM8 and to build the 10 townhomes. We have removed the request for the front yard setbacks. And also I would like to mention that prior to learning of the need to rezone, we went through the full plan review process. And so the most recent site plan reflects all of the comments from fire, DOT, and all the other departments, stormwater, and all of the departments. And since the planning commission, we've met with the residents who came before the planning commission to oppose the project, and we have been intentional in trying to address their concerns and mitigate anything that we can on our end. You want to add anything?
The other thing I've got to add is we're not asking for any more variances on the front. We went ahead and rearranged the buildings to where it would fit on the site. And the only thing I think that we're asking for is that we want to have a larger number on the site of units. And if you had 5 duplexes, that would be 10 units. So we're actually getting the same number of units that we had before that was approved in 2017. And there were some other issues about, we lined up the driveway according to 2017 to the location they wanted, which is across the street from another street. So anyway, that's just a couple of the things that we did. Thanks.
Okay, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There were a number of people who raised their hands in opposition. You'll have a total of 10 minutes to address the board. Just ask that you be mindful of the time that's on the clock as to give your neighbors opportunity to speak. And don't forget before you present to provide your name to the board.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for hearing me. My name is Candace Spencer. I represent Chateau Walk as well as Martha's Vineyard. I actually had expected more people to be here today to share their particular situation with this encroachment. That's the best word I can say. I don't have pictures of this. I was notified of this meeting yesterday. But the actual space that they have deemed available for building is absurd. It's a disaster waiting to happen. Classic example. Sunday night, we had an emergency at Chateau Walk. Smyrna PD, fire, and ambulance were there. It was too clogged. The street is too narrow, the property is too narrow, and not long enough for 10 additional units. They're gonna be sitting from the south side, they're gonna be facing Martha's Vineyard and Chateau Walk. From the north end, it's going to be an apartment complex. So this unit they're gonna build is right in the middle of a community with no thoroughfare by the Georgia Department of Transportation or Cobb County. And if there's anyone else here from Chateau Walk or Martha's Vineyard, please come forward. Evanique, would you like to come up and share this?
Well, they could, yes, they can raise their hand.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then we'll give them opportunity.
Am I out of
to
order?
speak.
I'm sorry, I apologize, but
We
that
appreciate
is
your
my
zeal.
opinion as a resident over 15 years. And anything else would be an intrusion on those of us who have been there for a while. And I'd like to thank you for your time.
Thank you. So there's about 8 minutes left on the clock. Again, just be mindful if there are multiple persons desiring to speak. Thank you.
My hearing aids are kind of off.
You're doing great.
She's cute.
Thank you. Great.
Eight minutes, huh? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Susan Cantrell, and I am the president of the Chateau
I feel
Walk
like I should say
Homeowners.
there's 8 minutes between you and whoever else wants to speak.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Chateau Walk Homeowners Association. I'm here to share concerns about the proposed development of the 10 townhomes on a private drive, with a private drive, guest parking, and retention pond on a 1.4 acre parcel directly adjacent to our neighborhood. First, flooding is a major issue in the area. Can I get you to load something for me? It's FEMA. It says FEMA map. Sorry, I have a show. FEMA flood map clearly shows that the property and the surrounding area lies within the floodplain. Let's see if it comes up. Adding additional impervious surfaces, pavements, buildings, and parking will increase stormwater runoff and make existing problem worse for current homeowners. On the slide, when it comes up, you'll see that the portion of the parcel is within the floodplain. This proposed retention pond, guest parking, and drive are located in that floodplain. Yeah, I did an overview of his over the FEMA plan. Site plan also appears overly constrained, trying to fit too many development into too little space. There's also a question regarding the parcel size itself. The developer has stated the site is 1.4 acres, but the recorded deed shows it as 1.247. It appears that adjacent parcels may have been included in the impervious calculation. Given that the current proposal is already close to the maximum impervious coverage limit, this would be a critical discrepancy. The other one, there's one more slide. That shows where in my poorly drawn, it shows where his property is located to the left long, but the rest is our neighborhood, and you can see that we are pretty much infected by the flood zone. For this reason, we're requesting from the board to verify the correct parcel size and boundaries, require a comprehensive study of stormwater and floodplain review, a current hydrology study, ensure all floodplains and storm plains regulations are followed, and pause or deny the project until these issues are fully addressed. I want to be clear, we're not against the responsible growth. We believe the existing RD zoning and the allowance of 5 units and a more appropriate scale for this parcel. While he said that there were 5 parcels approved, it is a duplex and it's 5 units that were approved, not 5 buildings that were approved. So they're asking for double the amount that has currently zoned for. So does that make sense? I'm hoping it does. Thank you for your time and listening to our concerns. Existing homeowners and residents, we are directly impacted by the imposed development. Thank you.
All right, thank you. There's a balance of 4.5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is David Stogner. Thank you for taking the time today. I'm one of the houses that directly backs up to the proposed property lines, and flooding is the first thing that I thought of. We have what we call a dry creek bed that runs through the back of our property. It's far from dry, though, when it rains, and if it rains hard, I'm easily knee-deep in water back there. Now, that keeps it off of coming into my house, but anymore, I'm concerned spills over. As you see the property, if you're standing there in our backyard, we have apartment complexes behind, and it's just a straight drop-off into my backyard. Same's true coming from the property in question, straight drop-off into my backyard. I have a small drop-off from my house from there, and all of that water runs through there. I don't feel comfortable that any more water coming into that property does not come up and over and into that. So that is our main concern when we saw the property lines originally. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are any other speakers, there's about 3.5 minutes left.
Hi, good morning. My name is Yvonne Jourdain-Léger, and I live with Candace and in Châteauwalk. And I totally agree with all what they said. And plus, there is a family of foxes living over there. So, just save those little animals. And, and that just doesn't make sense to have those, those things built there. It's just not enough space for that.
Okay, thank you. If there's anyone else, there's a balance of 3 minutes left. 3 minutes going once, twice. All right. Yes. On to you, Commissioner Sheffield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, I am going to have Andrew to come up, and we'll start the conversation with stormwater. And as he's coming up, I just want to thank the residents and the applicant for joining the virtual call we had Sunday morning to talk about these issues. So, Andrew, regarding stormwater, and that's come up in the PC hearing as well as my call with the community and the applicant on Sunday. If you can address the floodplain, and I sent the map to you that I just received last night. I'm not sure if you had a chance to review it, but if we can start the conversation there with respect to the floodplain. And what I'll also add, and I'd like for you to address, there is a proposal from the developer to have retaining walls to aid in the mitigation of the floodplain. So if you can address those issues, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, absolutely. Andrew Heath, Cobb County Stormwater Management. And Commissioner Sheffield, I appreciate you meeting with the community and the city officials and the councilwoman and the city engineer, discussing that and forwarding that information to me. I appreciate that. Yeah, the very southern end of this parcel, and you can barely see it there at the bottom of the screen, that hatched area is an area that's graphically shown to be within floodplain for this property. And as the input that you received from the city, particularly I believe it was the city engineer, is exactly what we would agree with 100%. When the site is developed, the actual elevation of that floodplain, not just kind of a graphical representation, but the actual elevation of the floodplain needs to be correlated with what the actual ground surface elevation is to know exactly what the limits of the floodplain are. And then any of that detention system needs to remain, or any other development on the site would need to remain outside of that area. And so the walls that you mentioned, it's common on developments that are very intense, where you don't have room to have just kind of like an open, sort of conventional, you might say, graded detention pond with slopes. Frequently, the applicant will use some sort of walls to kind of better confine the pond area so it doesn't sprawl out as much on the site. So in more dense developments, that's very common. And so that's probably, and in fact, I believe on this site, that is what they're planning to do, is to use walls to define that detention pond. But where that detention pond is going to be constructed, it's going to have to be constructed outside the floodplain. And so that's a more detailed analysis, that exactly where the limits of that are, and the actual on-site survey and things like that. Usually is that level of detail typically isn't done during the zoning process. But during plan review, they would certainly have to do that. They would have to define, as I say, the limits of the floodplain, and not just work off this kind of graphical sort of depiction and show that they can construct the show that they can construct the detention pond outside the floodplain. As one of the residents that was speaking there was mentioning that the runoff from this detention pond will discharge into sort of an existing swale that the resident kind of defined as sort of a dry creek that sort of roughly kind of follows the property line between the Chateau Walk subdivision and that apartment complex to the north. And it makes its way kind of roughly along that property line until it takes a turn down and actually ties into Nickajack Creek, which Nickajack Creek is that major kind of hatched area that you see in the very left bottom corner of the screen there. And it's, I was going to say unfortunate. I don't know exactly how unfortunate it is. It's just kind of a reality of the world that we live in. That the apartment complex to the north, as I remember, it was built in 1966. So it was built at a time really before there was any stormwater management. And so the runoff from that apartment complex also discharges into that sort of what you would call a dry creek bed, which is the same dry creek bed that this detention pond will discharge into as it heads over to Nickajack Creek. So unfortunately, I think that a lot of the runoff that the Chateau Walk subdivision residents probably are seeing is, at least within that dry creek bed area, is primarily from that apartment complex because it's, I want to say, about 9.5 acres with no known detention or stormwater management at all for that 9.5 acres. And this 1.4 acre site, it will, when it's developed, it will have to have detention runoff reduction provided for it, just like we would provide for our current standards. So unfortunately, there's kind of a poor, shall we say, existing stormwater condition just because that development to the north, that 9.5 acres, just doesn't really have anything provided for it. But I guess the most immediate answer to your question is yes. When it comes in, we'll have to pay attention to where that floodplain actually is, work with the applicant, and make sure that their pond and stormwater management features are out of that area.
Okay, thanks. Because as I review or look at the FEMA map that was submitted last night, it appears that the parcels that are south of this property, primarily in the Chateau Court community, it seems that those, there are far more parcels that are impacted in that zone. And with respect to the location of the detention pond, it would be on the southwest corner of this parcel that's reflected on the FEMA map. Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's right.
That was all that I have for Andrew. Do you guys have any questions? No questions for Andrew? Yeah, go ahead.
So this is currently zoned for 5 units, and they're asking for 10. If it was reduced to 5, would that, and they didn't build on that lower parcel where the floodplain, and would that be where the detention would be? And that would be less of an impact or no impact?
Yes, if regardless, I guess, of the number of units that they build, they would have to identify where that floodplain is and then build outside of that. And regardless of the number that are actually approved, when it goes through plan review, they might find that, oh, we can't fit quite that number in. We might have to reduce that number because we need more room because we have to move the pond. So that's a possibility. So they may be facing that anyway. And I guess that's sort of a detail that we would have to work out, during plan review to see exactly, how that's going to fit.
Okay. I'm just looking at the site plan, and it looks like the floodplain is where the 3 units are below at the end.
Part of the detention pond in the,
On the side here, yeah.
I do have a, oh, I'm sorry, were you done?
No,
Did someone
yeah,
else have it?
I'm done.
I do have a follow-up. I watched the PC hearing, and there was a comment that you shared about the detention pond mimicking the current wooded area. Can you go into a little bit more detail regarding that comment?
Yeah, absolutely. So just our base development standards are when someone is developing a property, they have to figure out what their allowable release rate is from the pond. And that's based on the site being in a forested condition. And this site is basically forested now. So essentially, the condition that the detention pond is trying to mimic or imitate, you might say, is this existing condition and not release a greater flow rate from the pond than what the site is releasing now. So in that regard, that's really what the detention pond is trying to do, is store up this extra runoff from the site and then release it more gradually at a lower flow rate to mimic that sort of what they would see now with the site being wooded.
Okay. That was all I have for Andrew. Does anyone else have any questions for him? No? Okay. Thank you, Andrew. Again, I thank the community for meeting with me on Sunday and the developer to discuss this application. The proposal is for RM8, and the original zoning before it was rezoned was also RM8. It was rezoned in 2017 as RD for residential duplex. So it was rezoned from RM8 to RD, and what the applicant is requesting is to zone it back to the original category. I also like to note that this parcel has a future land use of HDR, which is high-density residential, and that would yield 5 to 12 units per acre, which obviously in looking at this parcel, that would be, I would think, not an engineer, but that would be improbable. But that is the current zoning application. I appreciate everyone's willingness to come together, to listen, and to seek plausible solutions for this development. There was commentary shared earlier with respect to personal observations of why the development would not work or the inconveniences that it may cause to the community. But just as a footnote, whenever we have development of any sort, whether it's residential or commercial, there will be a degree of inconvenience, but it is our job as commissioners and also as county staff to ensure that that impact is as minimal as possible to allow an owner to develop his or her property. Again, the site was originally zoned RM8. I've already discussed that. This parcel is uniquely positioned with RM12 to the north and west of it, and with Smyrna to the south. Reverting the zoning category for the current proposal is a logical and consistent transition to the immediate area, again, with the apartments to the west of RM8 and the community to the east, which is also, I'm sorry, RM12, pardon me, and the community to the east, which is also RM8. I do believe that it is a logical and consistent transition from the RM12 to RM8, and the project, in my opinion, reflects the intent of the future land use designation, and it supports smart infill development that align with our goals of meeting our housing shortage needs. It would also, as a byproduct, eliminate the illegal dumping challenges that are currently at the site. For the residents, again, thank you for meeting with me, contacting Smyrna, Susan, Councilwoman Wilkerson for joining us as well and addressing your concerns. But I assure you that with our stormwater runoff and floodplain and possibly your DOT concerns, will be addressed through the site plan review, provided this application is approved. The applicant mentioned in his testimony that the site plan has gone through staff review, and then it was noticed that the applicant needed to submit a rezoning application. So very preliminarily, the site plan that was submitted has been preliminarily, I don't want to use the word approved, but it's gone through the process with this current plan. Based on our meeting on Sunday with Mr. Bush and his willingness to work with the community, I'm confident that the plans will meet or exceed the county's requirements. There are additional considerations that the developer has expressed to meet any issues concerning floodplain of the residents, and that is to include not one, but 2 retaining walls at the property. And as I discussed with the community on Sunday, he has that proposal, but once it goes through the formal process of the site plan review, there may be some adjustments that may need to be made, including the reduction of the number of units that the applicant is requesting. So with that, I do support this application as a well-balanced project. It provides a step down in density of the neighboring parcels and contributes to the continued growth and vitality of District 4. In reviewing the proposed elevations and the intent, it reminds me of similar townhomes that we find in Smyrna along Oakdale Road, which is right outside my district. It reminds me of those type of developments where just by observation, it appears that there may have been some setback variances granted. I'm not sure of that because that's within the city of Smyrna's purview, but with this application, the developer started out with requesting variances. Those have been worked out and eliminated, so there are no variances attached to this property. And generally, when we have a development where we're trying to fit a square peg into a round circle is where we generally find a laundry list of variances to make it fit. So I am confident that there are no variables that were attached to this application. I am confident in staff's ability in terms of stormwater and providing a resolution and a solution to ensure that the property will not overburden the area in terms of stormwater management. Staff recommended approval of this application, and the Planning Commission recommended approval of this application, and I also support staff recommendation and the PC recommendation, and I'm prepared to make a motion. I make a motion to approve 2025 with the following stipulations. And there are going to be several, so work with me. Oh, what did I say? What did I say? Yeah, Z25 of 2025. I thought that's what I said. Okay. I appreciate you guys for listening. I mean, I'm on autopilot right now. I think I had too much coffee. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I'm getting hangry. I don't know. But anyhow, to approve Z25 of 2025. Thank you. You guys are good. You guys are good. I'm not a speed reader, but I will try and get through this as quickly as possible. The approval is specific to the revised site plan submitted by Jasper Prosper via email on October 18, 2025. Any other use or site plan must return to the Board of Commissioners as an other business item for consideration and approval. Construction hours shall be limited to 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Saturday, and no construction on Sunday. Construction debris to be removed from the property at a minimum of once per week. Any exterior temporary signs or other signage to indicate the coming residential community is prohibited. Minimum elevations of 50% shall include brick, stone, stacked stone, sedimentary siding, or a combination thereof. Vinyl siding is prohibited. Entrance monument shall be ground-based with the finished materials and color matching the architectural style and composition of the townhouse development. The monument shall consist of hardwired uplights and include landscaping. Sod to be used for the front yards along Vineyard Way. Developer to install a privacy fence no greater than 6 feet along the western property line. Environmentally sensitive lighting themed to the architectural style and composition of the residences shall be utilized throughout the residential development and shall be subject to photometric plans submitted during the plan review process. The detention pond fence must be a minimum of 6 feet in height and shall be a black ironclad fence with landscaping around the exterior perimeter for purposes of visual screening and shall include an irrigation system. The developer to establish a mandatory homeowners association and agrees to the recording and submission of the declaration of covenants, conditions, and restrictions, which shall include, among other components, strict architectural controls, community covenants, rules and regulations applicable to the proposed development. The HOA shall be responsible for the upkeep and maintenance of all common areas, landscape areas, fences, right-of-way, lighting, and guest parking with the proposed residential community. The developer shall provide a one-time pre-funded contribution designated for future maintenance of the private road in the amount of $10,000. The one-time funding contribution will be submitted before the final certificate of occupancy is issued. The HOA shall establish and maintain a separate reserve fund dedicated solely to the ongoing maintenance and repair of the private road. Developer to install a lattice or similar type of visual separation on the rooftop structure to the building adjacent to property address 3004 Vineyard Way. Developer to make repairs to Vineyard Way within 6 months of the completion of the development if any damage is caused to the road during construction. There should be no parking of construction vehicles on Vineyard Way. If there is a need to temporarily utilize Vineyard Way, the developer will secure a lane closure permit with limited hours of 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. It will be illegal to park construction vehicles on Vineyard Way after construction is complete, except for vehicles that will repair construction damage. District Commissioner to approve the final site plan. District Commissioner to approve final elevations and color palette. District Commissioner to approve the landscape plan. And finally, all other staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. Whew.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there a second?
Second.
And is there any discussion? I just wanted to emphasize what Commissioner Sheffield shared for those of you who came here in opposition. The number of units is consistent with the future land use map and with the number of units that are already there. So I know it looks like it's a very small parcel and a lot that's desired. That was taken into consideration in the land use plan, where we try to get ahead of the number of units that are in it that can be allotted per an area. There are some other moderating concerns, but I can't go without re-emphasizing what she shared and her reasoning behind it, which is why I'm supporting her today, recognizing that the issues of stormwater will be taken into consideration, and that there's already ongoing stormwater issues outside of this parcel that are contributing to those things that, you know, are not the responsibility of this applicant here. I don't know if there are any other comments. All right, we'll go ahead and call the question. The motion carries 3-2 with Burl and Gamble in opposition. All right, we'll go ahead and break for lunch. We'll be back here, I'm just going to say 1:45, an hour and 10 minutes, because we always tend to leak over.
And
Afternoon and welcome to today's Board of Commissioners zoning hearing this October 21st, 2025. I'm going to turn things over to our zoning manager, John Peterson, so he can queue up our next matter.
And thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, next item is LUP 36, William Mazarejos. Request a temporary land use permit for a tree service in land lots 650 and 651 of the 19th District. The property is located on the west side of Old Villa Rica Road, south of Glen Road. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 36? Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Oh, shoot.
Good afternoon. I am Monica Mazariegos, the daughter of the owner of 2970 and 2988 of Old Villa Rica Road. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm here on behalf of my family to respectfully ask that you grant us a land permit use so that we can continue running our family business from this location. This property is very personal to us. It's where I grew up watching my father work really hard to start his business from over 20 years ago. What began as a small idea slowly grew into something bigger, a family business that we all contributed over the years. The business has always operated from the same place, and at all the time, we've never had issues with neighbors being bothered by it. We've made it to a point to be respectful of the neighborhood, and we've recently gone door to door to speak with our neighbors. Many of them have expressed their support, and we've collected their signatures to show that they're okay with us continuing our operations here. We're not a big company, we're just a local family trying to keep what our father started alive. We hope you'll consider our request with that in mind and allow us to continue serving our community from the place where it began. And please remember that we are willing to do any necessary changes to the property that are suggested or as to do so. We're also willing to work as well as abide by the DOT recommendation given by DOT from the previous meeting to get the land use permit, or at least temporary land use permit that allows us to find a suitable place for our business if necessary.
Thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Estela Corvalan, and I'm a realtor, and I'm here to support my client. He's also a good friend. I have known him for over 10 years, and during this time, I have been aware of his company operating I have been aware that his company has been operating from 2970 to 2988 Old Villa Rica. In fact, his business license was issued more than 10 years ago, and at that time, no one informed him that it was not permissible to operate from residential property. To my understanding, this is the first time he has received a citation. Therefore, I believe that if there has been no complaints from the neighbors, he should be allowed to continue operating, especially with the new recommendations provided by the DOT and the staff. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is William, and I'm the owner of Serious Tree Service, as this is my second time being here. I bought some pictures. I don't know if you can load them up. As in the beginning, they say that I have cars in the grass in the front of the house of 2988, and it is no way I can put any car because it's enough. The driveway is big for like 10 or 15 cars. And I also brought some pictures of the interest of the 2970 to my other property. That is the driveway where, in front of my house, where only 2 cars, and I also have the carport where it can fit another 2 cars and they're comfortable. So there's no, I don't know the person that, for what reason they say that my car was parking on the grass. And then when I spoke with Mr. David from Correspondent, he went over there and he said that I don't see no cars in the grass, I don't see no marks on the grass. And when he went to where my trucks are parking, that's the entrance of the 2970. So if DOT wants me to do whatever they want, I'm willing to comply with his recommendations that they asking for. And that's where where I park my trucks overnight. And as you guys can see, it's not like a dirty place. I keep my place clean. And all my neighbors, they agree, and they have no problems being in there because I've been for so long, and I never have a problem with anybody. And also, I think Correspondent say that I'm not allowed to have that container in there and that property. The reason that I have that container in there is because I've been robbed 3 times already. And people been stealing my stuff from my trucks, so I decided to get one of those containers and put a special lock to keep my chainsaws in there. That's the only reason, but if you guys want me to move it, I can remove that immediately. And all my asking is to let me keep my equipment in there, please. Thank you.
Thank you, and that concludes your presentation, sir? Okay.
Yes,
All right.
thank you.
Is there anyone here in opposition? Okay, not seeing any, I'll turn things over to you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I'll start with asking code enforcement to approach. I believe this is before us as a result of a code enforcement violation or violations.
Good afternoon, Yolisa Faustin, Cobb County Code Enforcement.
Thank you. Just tell us a little bit about your observation. I had an opportunity to read through the code enforcement violations, but if you can just share what you and your team have observed there.
I'm sorry.
Observed at the property. Just fill us in a little bit on the code violations of the property. Thank you.
So we received a complaint March 20th of 2025 stating that a company was operating at the property. They had large commercial vehicles that's not allowed at a residential property. Officer went out on March 31st of 2025 and issued a notice of violation for customary home occupation, parking standards, and outside storage. The officer did meet with the owner and advised the owner of the LUP process. Yesterday, an officer went to inspect the property and observed outside storage, litter, non-compliance vehicles, and parking standard violations along with customary home occupation. Some of the pictures that were shown, well, the pictures we have from yesterday don't match the pictures that we just looked at. There is in that photo, it's cut up trees, which is count as litter. You're allowed to have firewood stored outside. If it's not cut up into firewood, then it becomes a violation. There was also, you can go to the next picture. There was also outside storage of old tires and other junk around the property. There was vehicles that were not compliant, expired tags, and then also parking issues. The vehicles not parked on a hardened surface, along with commercial equipment and large commercial vehicles.
And can you share your observations of the large vehicles parked at the property? And also, if you can confirm whether or not there is a business license associated with this business at this property address?
I cannot advise if there was a business license, because I'm honestly not sure.
Okay.
Here, that shows the commercial truck. But we do have pictures of the commercial truck at the property, along with commercial equipment as well
Okay,
for the tree business.
okay.
And these photos were taken yesterday.
Okay. And I believe in your notes, you mentioned that there was a discussion with the owner, and I think at one point, the owner's son, regarding the violation of the business license that was issued, assuming that it was one. Is there any feedback that you can share from your conversation with both the owner and the son?
Well, on March 31st, the officer spoke with William, who's the property owner, and explained all the violations to him. And he explained that the property was zoned residential, and it would violate that he had to, it would be a violation of him having a business license with him operating at the house. And he was advised to apply for the land use permit. And then he also spoke to the property owner's son on May 1st and told him that he needed to come into compliance and that he also needed to go to zoning and ask about applying for a LUP.
Okay,
And the son advised the officer that only a portion of the land was used for the business.
okay, okay. Thank you for that testimony. I don't have any other questions for you, Lisa, unless you guys have some? No? Okay. If I can have the applicant approach. You mentioned that your business was operational for at least a couple of decades. I think you said over 20 years. What business license do you have for the business? Like, what's the business license type?
It's just tree service and landscaping.
Okay, for this parcel.
But on the 2970, before I bought the property, a long time ago, there used to be, the previous owner used to have, I think it's like a nursery, like a small nursery in there. And there is a small mobile home trailer in there that they used to park, they used to have in there, I guess, on the 80s or 90s. And then we find a business license from the 89s or 90s that Cobb County issued to them. So-
For the nursery, but
For
not
the
for,
nursery,
okay,
yeah.
but not necessarily for your use.
No, but I have my business license from Cobb County at that 2988.
2988. And what about for 2970?
No, the 2970 is just a lot. The only reason that these two lots is involved is because the driveway, the driveway goes, I have a better interest on the 2970 to the backyard of the 2980.
Okay.
And those logs she mentioned, those are telephone poles that I'm gonna use for a fence to keep in, for the electrician poles. Somebody dropped it to me last week that I'm gonna use for a fence, for privacy fence in the back.
I see. And for 2970, if you can confirm what is stored on that property?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing is in there. And those tires, those tires I can be removed immediately. And the trucks that is in the pictures, they also can be removed immediately.
Okay. Is there a reason that the tires are currently at the property?
We changed it. I paid somebody to replace the tires on the trucks, and they left it in there for me to dispose of them.
Okay, all right.
But also, I have a container that I pay every month for the truck where we put all the trash, like bottles and garbage, to put them in there, and then they're coming every 2 weeks and pick them up and empty them up again.
Okay, and for clarification, the application has two different types of services. In one instance, I read that you would like to, or you are operating a tree service business, and then I read also a landscaping company.
Yeah, it's a, you know, sometimes customers want just to remove trees, and sometimes customers want to remove trees and do the landscaping. So that's why it is a tree service and landscaping.
Okay. Talk to us about the equipment that currently exists at the property.
Well, I have a chipper trucks where we put all the wood chips and put them in the trucks and then take them to the landfill when we do the work at the customer's house.
Okay,
And
so.
also, I have a dump trucks where we put the logs on the dump trucks and we take them back to the landfill. And then also, I have a crane, which is being used for taking the tree safety out of the property from the customers. And also the skid steers where we're using to grab the logs and load them up.
Okay, so for the chipper trucks, just talk to me a little bit about the purpose of that truck and how it's being utilized at your property.
The chipper trucks, it has a chipper in the back. And when we take the chipper truck and the chipper to the customer's house, we put the branches in the chipper and the chipper blows into the truck. So once the truck is full, we take it to the landfill. But that machine that she showed is the chipper and the chipper truck.
Okay. With the activity on your site, with that process that you just described, are you also utilizing your property to, I guess, for the full operation of the chipper trucks? Or is it only done at your client's property?
No, it's only done in the client's property.
Okay, and let's assume that at the client's property, there isn't room to facilitate that type of operation, then what happens with the tree?
If they don't have a room, you say?
Yeah, like if you had a client and they're on a very small parcel that would not facilitate the size of the truck or even the operation of the truck, what happens in that instance? Do you then bring the tree back to your property and utilize the chipper?
No. We have the truck that carries the chipper in the back. It goes to the customer house, and we start taking the trees down by pieces with
I see.
branches
Okay.
and put them through the chipper, and then the chipper turns it into mulch
Okay.
and blows it into the truck, to the chipper truck.
Gotcha, okay.
So they'll come in. We don't leave nothing at the property, the customer's property, unless even the customers ask, well, I need the wood for firewood, or
Okay.
they say, well, we need the wood chips for my garden or my flowers. Then
Okay.
we leave them in there. But if we don't, we haul them overnight. If we don't have the time, we haul them the next day to the landfill.
Okay. I guess to that end, can you share with us then exactly what activity occurs on the property?
Say that again, the question.
What activity occurs on the property
What activity?
as it relates to your business?
Well, with my guys coming in the morning, they park their cars, and they get in the trucks, and we leave to the customer's house. In the afternoon, we coming back, I don't know, we usually finish at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the afternoon at the customer's house, and then we coming back in the afternoon, park the truck, they get in their car, and they go home, and the next day, the same thing.
Okay.
So there is no customers coming to my place, there is no sales, there is nothing like that.
Okay, all right, thank you. I think that's all that I have for the applicant, unless you guys have any questions?
And all the trucks or the stuff that you guys require for me to be removed, or for that to be removed, I can remove them immediately or disposal of them.
Thank you for that additional information.
Thank you.
Do you guys have questions? Hold on, sir, hold on, we have another question for you.
So, like, this is really for you, Lisa, I guess, was the code enforcement complaint from a resident in the neighborhood. And sir, did you send out a mailing for everyone within 1,000 feet?
Yes, ma'am, I have a letter where I have four neighbors. If you're facing the house, the left side is a church, and the pastor signed, that's the only person that we have trouble get the signature. And then my neighbor behind, he signed it, my neighbor to the right, he signed it, that's the only three neighbors that I have.
Okay. Yeah, Lisa, do we know who filed the complaint with you, with code enforcement?
We do. They live nearby, but I can't disclose that.
Okay.
Due to open records.
Okay. But it was a
Nearby,
individual? Okay.
yes.
That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Can you, without disclosing the neighbor, can you define nearby, how far, get the proximity to this property?
Two to three houses away.
Okay.
I'm not finished. And did you receive any calls or response, I'm asking the applicant, from the 1,000-mile radius letters you sent out?
From
Did
1,000
anyone
miles,
call
you say?
you? Pardon?
Huh? You say 1,000 miles?
1,000 feet. I caught her disease.
No, don't put that on me. Just own it, just own it.
1,000 feet.
You said if I receive any calls from 1,000 feet?
No, from the letters you sent out and the neighbors?
Oh, yeah, my neighbors are probably, well, the church is, I'm a property line with the church.
Mhm.
And they're not complaining. The
But you
reason that
didn't hear from them, but you did hear from your other neighbors that they were okay?
No, my other neighbors are fine. And
Yes.
here's the, sir, can you put that in here, please? Those are the signatures, from my neighbors.
Okay.
Commissioner Burrow,
He doesn't understand.
they're not required to send out letters for a land use permit. It's only for rezonings.
Oh, okay.
So they have the signatures
My
from the surrounding
bad.
neighbors.
My bad. Commissioner Sheffield, did you receive any
And the
emails or
complaint that I have, or that when code enforcement came over there, it was not even for my neighbors, it was the person that was driving by. That's what Mr. David said.
Okay.
That was not even a neighbor, so,
But they still are your neighbor, they're just not your next-door neighbor,
right.
you know?
I mean,
I'm sorry.
No,
I
I'm
mean,
good.
I have some questions, but the reality is, I mean, you live in a community of people that have a sense of what their community should be. And this is a very intense contrast in use to what would be expected in a residential area. You have a very big property, which is why I think this may have not been a concern for a number of neighbors, because it may not have bothered some because of how large your property is. But if somebody's moving into a residential area, this is a very intense contrasting use to what is expected in a residential area. And I'm trying to get my arms around this. You've been operating in this property for how long?
I've been in there, I bought the property on 2002, and I've been there in 2003 is when I started my business. And before, when I moved in, across the street is Bella Lake, there was a pastor in there.
So it was a completely different community?
Yeah, right now it's a whole neighbor, and I do a lot of work for the homeowner association from them.
I see.
And behind me, there was nothing but woods.
I
They
see.
built a new subdivision in there, and my neighbor is my friend, because I've been cutting trees from him. My
Okay.
other two neighbors that are on the right-hand side, that they not request me to get a signature, they also,
I see.
they're also fine. So it's not like I'm causing a lot of traffic. It's not like a lot of customers coming in and out. It's just two times a day.
Yes.
One in the morning and one day afternoon, and that's it.
This neighborhood grew around you.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
and
There's still case law that supports, even people can move to a nuisance, and that nuisance still might have to move when it becomes a contrast to that character there.
means he
So,
just, less than a year, the property on my right-hand side, not the one on my right-hand side, but the following one, which is the corner with Glen Road, the house came up for sale, and I buy the house. I got that house because I like to have my neighbors close where there's 5 acres and people want to build a subdivision. I don't want them to build a subdivision. I'd rather, if I have the opportunity to buy it, I buy it and keep it just
How it
for.
was. I hear that. I hear that. For one, let me commend you for having a business that has been in business as long as you've had it. That's very impressive, and I commend you for doing that. I'm pretty sure your business has grown over time. You didn't start off with all of these pieces of equipment that I'm seeing.
I start off with rental cars, with rental trucks.
So you certainly have expanded, and you certainly are living in a service area of your business. And I'm listening to the testimony here today because I'm trying to be balanced and understand your desire to continue to operate as you have been for decades. But I'm also looking at the character of the community around you and saying, is this appropriate today? Maybe for a time past, it's maybe appropriate for the amount of land. I don't know if it should be a level of expectation today. I don't know, Commissioner, so I'm still listening and trying to.
I mean, in both lots, they're like, I think it's like close to 6 acres in both lots.
Okay. Is there visual screening, the equipment that you have?
No, ma'am.
There's no, so.
Then they can't see it from the street. It's way back.
It's way back.
Yeah.
The persons behind you in this subdivision where Vine Ridge is, I know you received 2 signatures, and I commend you for that, for those
Yeah.
residents there. What are they seeing? Is there a fence between your property line?
Oh, they have their own fence, but there's a lot of wood between. It's probably about 200 feet of buffer
I see.
between our neighbors in the back.
Okay. And forgive me if this has already been asked, but there's no work being done on this site?
No, there's no work being done.
Okay. What am I seeing here when I look at this photo? What am I seeing here? I see some large trucks. What is this? I see a home. I see a lot going on in between these large trucks in the back. I'm seeing what looks to be like a pile of stuff. What am I seeing here? I'm seeing I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know if those are vehicles, the red and blue. I don't know if those are vehicles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm seeing a number of vehicles here.
That's probably with the trucks that are not, like you said, that is not usable.
And you're going to remove those?
I'm gonna remove those whenever you guys tell me to remove it.
How many vehicles are you asking for in this?
I think we're like 10. But like I said, they're not moving the whole 10 every single day. It only depends. It's like if you have one tree in your house, I'm not gonna bring 10 trucks. I'm just bringing a cheaper and a cheaper truck. And depends, if your tree is danger, then I'll bring the crane. But if you don't, we don't, it's not moving from the property.
And that's 10 work vehicles. That's not including residential vehicles, or, sorry, personal vehicles for personal use, right? That's
I don't
just-
have, what do you mean personal vehicles?
Is somebody living here in this house?
No.
Oh, this is simply a business at this location?
Yeah, I mean, the person that keeping with my calls, it's in the house from 8 to 5, and that's it.
That's it?
Yeah.
So is this really a land use permit that we're seeking? How does that work?
What was the question, Chair?
So nobody lives in this house. They're just seeking a business use of a residentially zoned property.
Yeah, and that would be, acceptable for a land use permit application, because there's a
Okay.
temporary permit that allows you to do something that's not typically allowed.
Okay.
You know, I did have one
Okay.
question about the business license. Can I ask the applicant something about it?
Yes, Commissioner, if you're amenable. Yeah.
Okay, because it looks like there are some business licenses in our system for your business, but it looks like prior to 2021, the business was at 661 Carolina Road.
Yeah, I used to own the property, but not anymore.
Okay, so the business moved from Carolina Road to here?
No, I used to have, that's where I used to live.
Okay,
And I bought a bigger house, so I moved to a bigger house. So when I sold that, I passed my license to 2988.
okay.
Was that the, okay. So at 661, I'm sorry, Chair, were you done? Okay. So at 661 Carolina Road, you moved the license, I think you said, or you moved from that location to your current location?
No, I moved my business license because I sold that property.
Okay,
So I didn't have, when I bought 2988, I moved my equipment in there.
okay,
But I didn't have the license in there. I
okay,
used to have it on 616 Carolina Road.
right.
And when I sold 616 Carolina Road, I moved my license back to 2988.
Okay.
That way I didn't have any other place but there. Established my business in one address.
Okay. Did you ever reside at the subject parcel? Did you ever live at the subject parcel?
On which one?
This
The
one.
one that's before us today?
If I ever.
At this,
You mean at 616?
no,
Here.
at this property address, have you ever resided at this property?
Not, I'm gonna say yes and no, because it was temporarily when I sold 616 Carolina Road. We moved in there, and then we bought the other house, and then we left over there. But we didn't live like long time.
Okay, because the testimony from Monica earlier indicated that I believe she grew up here at this house, at this location, and you guys lived there for a while. So I'm just trying to figure out at what point did you, if you lived there, at what point did you leave? Is it after the business began to grow?
No, when we was there, I think in 2000, we have 6 years since we bought that big house. And so I have the house from my aunt to die, 2016. I think I start on the house since 2016.
Okay,
But my aunt owns before, but it was my property, because I didn't
Okay.
have the credit at that time to buy the property.
okay. Thank you. That's all I have for the applicant. If you guys don't have anything else, I'd like to call up Andrew with stormwater. Do you guys have anything else for me? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
You may be seated.
Hello, Andrew Heath, Cobb Stormwater Management.
Hi, Andrew. Can you just go over and talk a little bit about your comments? I know that there is concern regarding what appears to be a sawmill or a wood processing machinery to the rear of the property, and just your overall concerns regarding erosion at the site.
Yes, the two tracks are zoned residential. There's not exactly a stream by definition, but a sort of a dry stream bed, you might say, that runs from the subdivisions to the west and crosses through those parcels. It appears that some of the lower lot on the southern part of the parcel does have some impervious area, maybe some gravel, buildings, things like that on it. It's a large parcel, so by my estimation, it's only right at kind of the maximum that would be allowed for that. And the northern parcel really doesn't appear to have much in the way of impervious area on it that I could at least tell just looking at the aerial photography. I think my comments are sort of speculative because I don't really know which way it's going to go, but if on the very western side of that lower parcel, there appears to be some activity, I don't really know what that is, on the western end of the parcel that's seemingly like equipment or trucks or something moving around on an area that's not gravel or not prepared. If that area, if the business were going to stay there and that area were going to be improved and maybe covered with gravel, then that might become an area of additional impervious area. And if that occurs, chances are that southern parcel is going to be over its maximum impervious area, and then we would probably want them to do something to mitigate that increase. On the other hand, if that area is just a natural surface, if it's just land and they remove the disturbance from it and restabilize it and it just goes back to nature again, then there wouldn't be any increase in impervious area, so there wouldn't be anything to really mitigate there on that. So some of my comments are sort of kind of speculative in terms of, you know, what's the final disposition of the property? Is it going to be improved so there aren't vehicles operating on areas that aren't improved? I guess the downsides, as it is now, when you have vehicles and machinery and things like that operating on unimproved surfaces for a long period of time, long enough that there's no vegetation and you can have exposed soils, then when you have rain, you sort of have a situation where you can have a slow loss of sediment from the site, just like you would have on any kind of construction site. But like any site, if that area were covered in gravel or some impervious surface that was hardened and treated, you know, to allow that activity to occur, then it would be more stable, but then we'd probably have to have some stormwater management. So I was trying to kind of envision, you know, which way the project might go, and it's a little bit hard to say. I guess it depends on, you know, the final disposition of the property.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for Andrew. Do you guys have anything? Thank you. This one is a little bit of a tough one. It is in an R20 zoning district, and it's already been established that it's a very, very intensive use for this area. And I understand that the area was built around this parcel. But this also brings to mind in the Six Flags area where there are a lot of parcels that are zoned LI, and the community came later on, and the community was built around that. But the difference between the two areas in that comparison is that those parcels were already zoned as light industrial. And then the community came around it. But this parcel's always been zoned, or at least at the time the newer development came along, it was already zoned R20 for residential development. I do believe that this is an extremely, extremely intense use for the area. And this application comes before us as a code enforcement action, as we have also established. But the property, it operates as a tree company, or maybe even on some level, tree processing facility, and outdoor storage that's inconsistent with the residential character of the area. One of my areas of concern includes testimony that I heard today that there is a willingness to move or remove items from the property if we will require it. We should not have to require you to remove tires from the property if it's not allowed. In your testimony, I understand there are inoperable vehicles also on the property, and it shouldn't require a mandate from the Board of Commissioners for you to move those items. So I'm just a little concerned about those items and how it can have an impact on the overall development. It is a large parcel of property, I understand that, and most of the vehicles are to the rear, but it still has an adverse impact on some level with the surrounding properties. You also mentioned in your testimony that there has been theft at the property of your equipment, and that's the reason you have that storage container on the property. So there's also that issue that needs to be taken into consideration with it. I'm not going to say it's a magnet for theft because it might have been an isolated incident, but the fact that you have the storage there signals that it has occurred at least multiple times for you to make that additional investment. So there's the concern with bringing that attention to the community as well. So, while I understand you hold a business license for your business, the nature of your business is, it far exceeds what's allowed, obviously, and that's why we're here. Staff denied the application, and I believe that the Planning Commission also denied the application. And I am in support of their analysis, and I also share their concerns, particularly regarding the safety, compatibility, and the surrounding properties and the potential negative impact on the surrounding property values. I share stormwater comments, although those were speculative. For any issues that you need to address on the property, obviously that would increase the impervious surface, but considering the size of the parcel, you may be okay there. But I am concerned for the properties that are to the west in the city of Powder Springs, if the not staging area, but if there were to be any impervious surface added along the western side of your property where it appears there are vehicles now, then I'm just not sure how they would be impacted by that as well. I started my comments with sharing that it's too intense for the neighborhood, and that's my contention, and therefore I'm not supportive of the application request. And with that, I am prepared to make a motion. But before I do that, I just want to clear with the motion, and I'm very sensitive to the fact that this is your business, this is your livelihood, and it will take time to find another location. So if I may, Chair, have him come up just to kind of follow up on a reasonable window, if you would approach, please. My question is, what would you find to be a reasonable window for you to bring the property into compliance and find another location for your business?
Well,
Because and before you answer, let me just also add, because there's a lot going on at this property. And, as it continues to grow, My concern is that these issues will also continue to grow. You shared when you started out with one piece of equipment, and growth is fantastic, but it just may not be the best place for it. But I still want to be sensitive to the needs of your business and also your family, and find out from you what would be a reasonable window for you to come into compliance, clear the property, and find another location.
Well, I haven't now looked it up for a property. I don't know if I can, how quick I can find a property, either renting or buying it. And, I mean, I don't know how long it's gonna be. What is your maximum or your minimum time?
It's not that I have one, but it's just that I wanted to consider
I
it.
mean, if you
I
guys
wanted to
can
be
give
considerate.
me a year where I can try to find a property, if I find it early, then I move early, or,
I think it's reasonable. He's been there for years.
No,
I mean, I never had any complaint from nobody. This is my first citation.
no, that's
and-
okay, sir, but if I may interrupt, this is larger, this is bigger than the complaint. This is about having a use that's too intense for this parcel. So that's what we're trying to figure out and deliberate. Regarding you coming into code, your business, there's no quote-unquote business activity at your property according to your testimony. What I heard, that it was more of an area for employees to come in, get their vehicle, and then exit the property. I think you did share that there was an admin person possibly at the site. But in terms of like any customer interaction, there is none at this property. So it really seems like it comes down to a question of finding a place for the vehicles and the heavy equipment.
You know, I mean, that's, I don't know how long it's gonna, I mean, I guess I'm gonna have to put my house for sale and find another place, or,
Okay. Considering the size of your business, and when I say size, I'm really equating that to the length of time that you've been in business. Your application was for, I believe, for 2 years? Yeah, it was for approval for 2 years. But let me ask you this before I continue. What was your plan at the end of that 2-year window? Was it your plan to find another location because the lot was only
if-
for 2 years?
either find another location, like you say, I'm gonna go probably get bigger and bigger.
Yes,
If it got permitted.
he's all grown.
So if you guys give me, I mean, my plan for those 2 years is to find me a piece of land and build what I built in there already
That makes
with
sense.
no hurries. You know, like right now, I'm like with chicken with no head, flying around, try to find a piece of a land. You know, my kids will be hurt because we're not gonna be there like we used to come every morning. You know, I don't know where we're gonna go, so.
You mean for your kids and you to go to
for
the business?
When we was coming in the morning to the business, you
Okay.
know.
Okay, well, here, excuse me, tickle in my throat. So here's what I'll propose. Although I'm not supportive of the application, I want to also be fair to you, excuse me, as I've already mentioned. My initial thought was to deny the application and allow you 6 months to find a substitute location or another location. But as I think through this process on your end, once you leave here, and what would be a fair and reasonable expectation to you, because what I don't want to happen is 6 months down the road, you know, you have code enforcement because you couldn't meet whatever deadlines that you're not sure you can meet at this point. Excuse me. So what I am willing to do is to approve the LUP for a 12-month period versus 24 months to allow you an opportunity to find another location for your business. So that's what I'm willing to propose. And obviously, that will come along with stipulations, but I'll leave it to you guys if you would like to add anything.
I think it's fair to give an extended time because of how long this gentleman has been operating here. That is, you know, I know this was not the outcome anticipated for today, but I think, sir, you recognize you are outgrowing this space. This is not how you started, and
It's hurting me really bad.
You're full on.
And just for a person that, it's not even that person that don't like me, you know, it's a person probably drive by and
I know.
you know, saw something, or I don't know, or temporary car that was not belong to me in there or whatever. You know, it's not like customers been complaining one and second, 3 and 4 times on 3 months. You know, 20 years, I never had a complaint.
Yeah. I'm curious to know if any of our board members share that sentiment that he's sharing. You know, again, that's why I said I could go either way on this, to be honest. I'm looking at a very intense use. I'm looking at a use that's hidden, but one that certainly has outgrown the use, but I think the area's outgrown this type of use here. I think there was a time when this was probably a reasonable use, but over time, as the area is transitioning, this has become a contrast to where the area is going. And I have questions for staff, too, about the underlying zoning, like what the type of activity that's occurring here, it conflicts to me with the residential, underlying zoning that it has today. You know, what point does somebody have a home-based business and it grows and grows? You know, it's like you consider, I'm no longer comporting with, you know, the residential element. And I think perhaps by the time you got that second truck, you know, you're at how many trucks now? 10? I mean, this is a full-on business here. You're a successful business, but one that has outgrown
You know,
the residential nature of this community.
And I'm service my town, because I call my town Powder Springs.
Yeah.
Everybody knows me there,
Yes.
and everybody is happy with me there because when they need a tree removal or something, an
You're right
emergency,
there.
I'm there in
That
5
makes-
minutes.
Now, that makes a lot of sense.
You know,
Who
but
wants
right
to
now,
wait for
I don't-
somebody to come?
I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm gonna find a piece of land. If it's gonna be in Hiram or Douglasville or
I received
Rockmart.
that. Because where are you going to find a industrial piece of land proximate to where you are today? I think that's a valid point. I don't know if any.
Yeah, I just want to echo, this is difficult, and I was looking on Google Maps, and I find it hard to see how someone could drive down the road and see and make a complaint, because you can't see that far off of the property.
You cannot see it because there's
Yeah.
a lot of woods in the front of the, and also I got 5 oaks in front of my house that I love it. Every year I taking care of them. I don't cut the trees in the front of the property because I love it. And I like the privacy. You know, I like the privacy. That was one of the reasons, the main reason that I bought that property 20 years ago. I had no neighbors but the church. And like I say, before, across the street, there was nothing but wood with pastures. I know the person that owned the property before, they built like 50 or 100 houses in there. Behind me, it was nothing but woods, deers and all that. Now it's all houses.
Yeah, and I can sympathize with that, because as the chairwoman said, it sounds like your community grew around you while you were in place. I also struggle because it's, I think you acknowledge that your business has outgrown this location, and I think you're just asking for time to find a new location. am I?
No, I'm asking for time to stay there.
Oh, you want to
I don't
stay
wanna
there? Okay.
move.
Okay.
I don't want to, I don't care
So you
what I
don't
gotta
wanna
pay,
move.
I don't want to move out of there.
Yeah, because I think that's the struggle, is that it is a growing business, and at some point, it's going to become too
And I
much for
think
that.
I'm.
Well, hold on one second. So too much for that property. But I don't see where it is a high intense use. I think that there is a lot of debris and clutter that should be cleaned. But I think primarily your storage, you're parking vehicles, not necessarily operating. And the intensity of parking vehicles is not where I think the issue comes in when looking at the area. It's some of the things that you're doing to the area, the debris, the tires, those types of things are a big issue.
Like I mentioned, those tires can be gone when I'm out of here.
They could have
You
been
know.
gone already. And I think that's the challenge.
They just changed in last week. I had 2 flat tires, and I changed in the tires, and the guy left it in there, the service truck that I call. So, the wood, you're right, when we come in the afternoon, say we come at 5 o'clock, the disposal place is already closed. So what we do it is we have the little piece in the back where you see the woods. I dump it in there, and then one day, we have a special date on Friday. We got all the wood and haul it to the landfill when we don't have a time. But it's always keeping clean.
Are we still
Yeah.
What is the classification of Old Villa Rica Road? I didn't see that in staff comments. What is the classification of Old Villa Rica Road? And the reason why I'm asking for the board for context is, we have the limited professional services code. And we've used this in my district for essentially a landscaping company. And it was to store equipment and such. Now that one was located on Dallas Highway, so it's a little different, but it's still surrounded by residential neighborhoods.
The road is a minor collector.
Minor collectors, so that does not qualify, if I remember correctly, for.
It's got to be an arterial roadway.
It has to be an arterial, okay. Because I'm not opposed with what he's trying to do here, because it reminds me a lot of my area when we have people come and develop subdivisions next to, say, llama farms, and then the individuals that purchase the homes don't like the smell of the llamas. Well, the llamas were there first, right? So I agree, he has some rights to be here. The biggest thing I'm hearing is like his outdoor storage container. To me, the easiest solution to that is just like we do with dumpsters in our zonings, is have him enclose that. So that way it doesn't look like a container. How can he clean up his property? And not knowing what DOT comments were, but I'm guessing he's gonna have to pave 75 feet of the driveway in, so they're not taking gravel out onto the road. But otherwise, as Commissioner Allen said, you don't really see this from the road going by. I do have concerns with the building being on the very edge of the property line. But again, if the church has no opposition to that and it's not impacting them, to me, it's a gentleman's agreement. So I guess the biggest thing is, how many more trucks is he looking to store here? Because again, it's not, yes, it's a business, but he's only storing vehicles. The vehicles are entering and exiting the property. So, sir, do you have a future plan of how many more trucks you want to acquire, say, in the next 10 years?
on the next 10 years, I won't be, have that many other trucks, because it take me 20 years to get to the point where I have right now. So I almost to the point that I'm not growing that much anymore. I'm getting older, and I'm probably gonna be retired, I don't know when, and I'm going to pass this business to my kids, and they probably have different ideas than I have. You know, they probably gonna say, Dad, let's find a commercial building for, I'm gonna take over. You know, but I'm not planning to buy more trucks, because I have more than enough for doing what I'm doing already.
Sorry.
While I do sympathize with your livelihood and your business, this is not appropriate in an R20 LDR, low-density residential parcel neighborhood. And I think it would set a precedent that, you know, we're not living up to our own code. I would be supportive of your initial recommendation of denial with 6 months to come into compliance. But, I mean, a year, 2 years, that's not a denial. That's condoning something that is not appropriate and is not in compliance. So that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you. The thought around the 1 year is not necessarily to support or condone, but is to be sensitive to what we are asking him to do in terms of finding another location. He's been at the property and operating for over a couple of decades. So if my initial thought is to grant 6 months, I don't think it's unreasonable to grant or consider an additional 6 months to ensure that his business is not as disrupted as it can be at 6 months, or even the straight-out denial, or 30 days, for example. So I think, you know, to meet him halfway, I'm willing to approve it for a 12-month period to allow you an opportunity to find another location. Now, I know the thought is that you're not planning to grow anymore, but growth happens. You've grown quite a bit, and congratulations for that.
Thank you.
But I don't know that I know of any business that has the potential to grow and they decide not to for whatever reason. So, you know, we can assume based on the previous growth that you will continue to grow. And again, my position remains the same. So if you don't have anything else, I'll just go ahead and make my motion. Yeah, sure.
This is semantics.
Sure.
Because I hear what Commissioner Burrow was saying. Is there a difference in an approval for a year versus a denial with a year to come in or just to find another location?
Yeah, there is, and Debbie, you can jump in, because if it's denied, I can't really put conditions on it that's really enforceable. So we can have code enforcement to go out there, but it gives us a little bit more teeth if it's approved, and I'll add additional stipulations. And Debbie, please jump in if that's not.
Actually, you were reading our minds, because I was just conferring with John on the best way to do that. And we've done it both ways. So, I mean, if you did want to put additional conditions, if you approved it to require no outdoor storage during that interim period, or those types of things, you could do it that way.
You can't put steps on a denial, but you can put a date certain for them to come into compliance on a denial. And I think, is that what you were, because I was saying I would be okay with 6 months, but she wants to approve it for a year, and obviously you want to put steps on that? Okay.
I can still add steps for a date.
Not on a denial, you can't do steps.
No, that's what I'm saying, but the approval, that's what I mean.
Commissioner Gamble?
So I pulled up the R20 code, and while this is zoned R20, it's not being utilized as an R20. I think we need to remember that. But under permitted uses, it says parking for vehicles. So parking for vehicles is a permitted use in an R20 category.
Parking for commercial dump truck vehicles?
Okay, our code does not
Parking.
define if it's a commercial vehicle or if it's a personal vehicle. It just simply says parking for vehicles.
John, would you please address that?
I believe our code, I believe in the definition section, defines that use, Commissioner, but it also limits it to 12,500 pounds
Yes.
for maximum.
So have we asked the applicant to submit what his vehicle weights are?
No, we have not.
You can, I think by looking at these vehicles and looking at the vehicles that I know I've called code enforcement on in my community, these exceed the 12,500 pound limit. And I see you at least nodding. So, no. This is not a permissible vehicle under R20, at least that I have become acquainted with.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The picture we saw with the debris and the tires, you addressed that you dump it out on the ground in the wooded area, and then once a week, it's put in a roll-off container and goes
No,
to the...
We haul them back to the same trucks. Like the dump
Okay.
trucks, we haul them back to the dump truck, we load them, we just put them on the ground, like wood chips. You don't need, like concrete or something to put it on the wood chips. Then we put the logs, we grab it and load them up and back in the trucks and haul them to the landfill when the landfill is open.
Okay, but I would have concern of you dumping on the ground. It should go into in a container until that is full and hauled off to be disposed of. So I'm just kidding.
I appreciate it. Is there anything else? from
No, I'm
anyone else?
supportive of your recommendation.
Okay, you may be seated. Thank you, sir. We
Again, just
appreciate it.
commending you on your growth. I mean, it's nothing to take anything away from that.
Okay, I'm just writing down some stuff. Okay. Okay. I make a motion, and thank you all for your conversation and your thoughtful considerations. I make a motion to approve LUP 36, 2025 with the following stipulations: that it shall be approved for 12 months. The property shall come into compliance within 30 days of the date of approval, including but not limited to removal of debris on the property, as well as vehicles that are not operational. There is no outside storage allowed except what is allowed by code. And as a note, if for whatever reason you need to renew this LUP, please be mindful that it has to be before the LUP expires. And I think that might have covered all of our discussion.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, call the question. Let's try again. Okay, the motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Burrow in opposition.
Okay, next case is LDP 40, Glorious Senior Living. Request a temporary land use permit for a group home for 7 residents in land lot 774 of the 16th district. Property is located on the north side of Hasty Road, west of Starlight Drive. Earlier, there were 8 people here in opposition. Would the applicant and anyone opposed please come forward to be sworn in?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my request. I own Gloria Senior Living, and I'm requesting to increase capacity. Currently, I have permit for 4, and I'm asking to please grant capacity for 7. Gloria Senior Living is licensed by Georgia Department of Community Health. It's quiet, well-maintained residential home. It has passed all required fire and safety inspections. It's equipped with complete fire sprinklers that were put in and fire alarm. The property is well-maintained and blends naturally with the surrounding homes. It's been painted, and I'm just trying to keep it up to look more like the neighborhood. The home stays quiet as elderly residents do not spend time outside in the front yard. They do not make noise. They're tired and they just stay at home. They stay indoors. We provide assistance with hygiene, bathing, and grooming, and provide meals for them. Most importantly, it is a place filled with love and exceptional care. Why this expansion is needed? We respectfully ask the Cobb County Board of Commissioners to approve this request to continue to provide compassionate, affordable care for seniors in need. Participate in the SOS CCSP waiver program to serve low-income elderly residents. Maintain a safe, quiet, and well-regulated home that benefits the community. Community connection. Local neighbors wishes to move in. Just last week, a neighbor on that street, like 3 houses away, reached out to me. They were happy that I had that personal care home on that street because she didn't want to leave the street. She's always called that place home for many years. She lives alone, and she doesn't have anyone to care for her, and she was happy to still be in the same neighborhood. Compliance and safety. The bedrooms exceed 80 square footage per person, and that's what's required for each person. Fire safety system and sprinklers are installed and were inspected by Cobb County Fire Department. Is ADA accessible, and the parking space has space for 5 cars. The carport has 2, and then the compound has 3. This is a picture of the rooms. These bedrooms exceed over 160 square footage that is required for shared rooms. As you can see, it's spacious and it's not, there's space for the residents to be able to move around. So this is another picture of single rooms. The bedrooms exceed 80 square footage. There's enough space there for them to move around and live in. Outdoor space, we have a deck outdoor where they can sit, like I mentioned last time, and our residents do not go outside. They don't go to the front, they're not disturbing the neighbors. I'm very mindful of that. That's the yard outside where they can sit outside when the weather is nice and just, if they choose to plant, stay outside. No one is going out to the front yard. It came to my attention last week. One of the neighbors reached out to me that there was an opposition from my next door neighbor who did not have an objection before, actually reached out to me interested about coming into the facility to preach to the people there, and which I was supportive of because I'm a Christian as well. But I also have to ask permission from the residents, just due diligence to make sure if it was okay by them. So I was kind of shocked that he sent out flyers to the neighbors, and one of them gave me the flyer and said there was an opposition and started telling them to come out here to object to this. One of his concerns was the value of the properties. On this slide, I did my analysis on the value of properties that were sold before I moved in there. So the last on 1798 Hasty Road, 2014 to 2023, you can see there's an increase of 151%. And that's a long time in period of years, right? From 2014 to 2023. And when you move further to 1760, 1553, those other properties, there's just a little gap. From 2024 to 2025, you can see that the property value has gone up by 9.5%, showing that it is not affecting the value of the properties, of the homes. Just that short period of time, just few months, there's been an increase of the property values on that street. So having Gloria Senior living on that street does not depreciate the value of the properties there. Community and economic benefit, it expands affordable senior housing, creates caregiver jobs, supports aging-in-place initiatives. A lot of elderly have reached out to me. They don't have money, low income, and I've been saying no to them, and I don't want to say no to them. I have the space, I have the rooms for them. I want to be able to take care of these people, to show love and care for them. They don't make noise. They don't bother anyone. Majority of the time, all the time, they're indoors or outdoor. This is just supporting documents that I showed. I would like to thank you for your time, and I just ask that you please consider these people. Some of them do not have family members. They don't have children to take care of them. And I'm glad that I'm able to do this and see smiles on their faces. And especially the lady I went to see down the street. Her eyes lit up when she saw me and said, "I'm glad you're down the street. I'm glad I can still stay in the neighborhood that's always been my neighborhood. I don't have to go far away." And she's all alone. So thank you for your time. I have some letters of the nurse who couldn't make it today but wanted to come. And one of the residents' parents, niece actually, sent a letter, but there's HIPAA violation. I think this will be made public, so I refrain from sharing this.
You can share it.
I can share it?
Yes, I don't know if you want to take
Okay.
away any descriptors of them personally, but
Okay.
that'll be your discretion.
I'm trying to make this very affordable for people to come and just be loved during their last years of their life. Thank you.
Okay, we will now hear from opposition. I saw a number of you stood up. You will have a total of 10 minutes to address the board. Again, just ask that you be mindful of your other peers who are here so they have an opportunity to speak. And don't forget to state your name when you address the board.
Thank you. My name is Dan Gallant, and thank you, board, for hearing us today.
Thank you.
We are here to voice our opposition to this land use permit proposal, LUP 40. My wife Beverly and I live at 1875 Hasty Road, next door to the property in question. And we've lived in this neighborhood for 39 years. And I just want to give you a little background as to what led up to our objection. Early in 2024, I noticed the construction going on in the backyard on the deck and a wraparound ramp coming to the front. So I asked one of the construction workers what was going on, who's moving in, And he said he thinks there's going to be some elderly people. I said, okay, they would need that type of ramping and access to the house. But we still weren't sure exactly who was going to be moving in. Eventually, we did meet the owner sometime in the spring of 2024. We saw her car in the driveway, so my wife and I walked up, and we looked at, we asked her, is this going to be a personal care home? Because we heard that from the construction workers. And she said, no, this is just going to be a home for me and my husband. We saw the wraparound ramp and the fire sprinkler system, so we assumed it might be for a personal care home. Then in May of 2024, all the surrounding neighbors noticed a sign saying Gloria Senior Living Home. So now at that point, we knew it was going to be a personal care home. So we were surprised, obviously, to learn about this in this neighborhood, because it's a quiet neighborhood, all residential, R20. But then after doing some research, we realized R20 does allow personal care homes for up to 4 people. If the sprinkler systems are in there, up to 4 people. So as 2024 passed by, we didn't see too much activity going on. And then we saw some work being done on the ramp. They were adding some more code stuff to the ramp, I guess. Then in June of 2025, this past June, the owner came around to our house. We were the ones that spoke with her. And she asked us to sign a document. And it was called the Consent of Contiguous Occupants document. And I understand that now to mean anybody that lives next door to the property in question has to give their approval. So when I asked, is this our approval for the 4-person personal care home that's going in? And she said, yes, this is for the 4-person home. Fast forward to September 10th of this year, a neighbor sends a picture of the land use permit notice that was put up saying they wanted to add more people to the home. So we could not make the October 7th meeting because we were out of town, but we did plan to make this one, which you're here today. And when we did some more research and found out that that land use permit request was indeed for changing the number from 4 residents to 7, plus 2 caregivers, so a total of 9 people that would eventually be in and out of the house. We were never informed when I signed that consent of contiguous occupants document in June that we were signing a document that was going to allow the increase to 7 residents. If I had known that, I would have never signed that document. We had no problem with the 4 residents because that was within the zoning concerns. But I want to go on record to say that I would not have signed that document had I known it was for 7. I wasn't given all the information. There was no other documents that I was able to look at, that I was told to look at, just that one page. And the next door neighbor, Velma Blackwell, also signed that document, but she also didn't know that it was for 7 residents. She thought it was just for the original 4. A third, and Velma's daughter was not very happy with it because she wants her to check with her before she signs anything. And I think Velma's daughter went over on September 19th to speak to the owner of 1887 Hasty Road, asking her to have Velma's signature removed. I don't know what happened after that. As I continued to look through all the documents for this LUP 40 zoning land use permit, I saw that there was a 3rd signature on the document by Mr. Tom Powell, who lives behind me. So I contacted him. He said, no, I did not know that this was for 7 people. He didn't even know that it was for 4 people, 7 people plus 2 caregivers. So based on these facts, we all feel that all 3 signatures on this consent of contiguous occupants should not be valid because we were not given all the information about how many people were actually going to be there. And again, 4, we were fine with 4 because we said, yeah, we'd be happy to, be able to visit with them, maybe go in and pray with them, whatever, do things like that to help out that home. So another concern we have was for the residents that are living in the senior home, because Hasty Road can be busy at times, and that end of Hasty Road is one of the main intersections, Hasty and Starlight, one of the main entrances to our subdivision, and cars are coming in and out of there. And if one of the residents accidentally, left the home, they could get hurt. I did write a petition, and I had all these uses on Hasty Road that went ahead and signed it for us. So again, I thank you for your time, and now turn over to Renee.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking some time to hear us in this late part of the afternoon. I am Renee Teal. My husband and I own the property that is across the street and diagonally from this home. We've owned this house since approximately 2000, and like many other homeowners in Hasty Acres, we bought here because of the established family neighborhood atmosphere. I want to say one thing about the graph that was put up by the petitioner. She's giving pretty high numerical increases in the property values. A lot of houses have had substantial remodeling. I don't know exactly, specifically, if those houses that are listed on that graph have had complete basements redone, whatever. So that might be another reason why some of these houses have increased to that limit. The Hasty Road residents that were recently petitioned are opposed to this increase in residents. These residents are only just learning about what is proposed in our neighborhood. If we had not informed them, most of them had no idea. The neighbors that are aware of this group home request are concerned about the welfare of the proposed 7 residents in a 1,626 square foot house. According to the Cobb County property record that I pulled up online from the county's website, there's only been 1 permit pulled for this house, and that was for the sprinkler. Okay. There was no permit pulled for the ramp. And I have some pictures to show you. No permit pulled for the ramp. There was also no permit pulled for the ramp to the left of the carport. There have been no permits pulled for any interior refurbishing or the addition of another bedroom. So we don't know where the 4th bedroom is that was mentioned on 10/7 at the planning meeting. The basement of this house is, oh, here is the ramp as was finished going into the front door of this house. So anyway, let me see here. The basement of the house is unfinished. I've gotten these pictures from when the petitioner purchased this home. These are off the Keller Williams website and with a listing. That's the basement now. I don't know where this 4th bedroom could come from that she spoke about. And it's, I want to also show you this. This house has 2 bathrooms. They're talking 9 people using this, 2 residents and 7 residents and 2 caretakers. This is a 1965 genre house. These bathrooms are small. One of them, actually, is probably attached to one of the bedrooms as like a owner's suite. I can't even picture 9 people potentially during the day using bathrooms the size of this. This is a picture of the ramp as was constructed with no permit, the one that goes to the side of the garage, or the carport, I should say. As of the meeting of 10/7/25, John Peterson, thank you, Mr. Peterson, sorry to drop names, the zoning division recommended to deny this request over concern about the adjacent properties. He said he didn't know the square footage of this home, but we do, 1,626 square feet. Per the zoning case document, the quote, staff's opinion is that the proposed increase would increase the intensity in terms of density within the home and responsibilities of in-house care staff. Additionally, based on square footage requirements, the maximum allowed people for this property as a residential unit would ordinarily be a maximum of 4 people based on requiring 390 square feet per adult. As per the, that's close quote, as also per the zoning case document, quote, the proposed
Ma'am,
use.
I'm sorry, your time has run.
I knew it would.
Good
Anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for hearing me. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, well, I will turn this over to our district commissioner. That's all we had. Yes, ma'am.
According to the, well, first of all, I'd like to thank you all, the applicant and the opposition, for being here all day and being heard. close to the end, hopefully close to the end. This application, the date that it was filed is 6/24, but the speakers mentioned a form that they signed, consent form, that they thought was for the 4 existing. So I don't know the date that they signed that, but if it was before June 24th, she had not filed asking for the 7, correct?
Correct. And this application would have been filed in August sometime.
Oh, so after,
If it was before August, then it may not be correct, but I'm not sure what was submitted.
okay. And I don't know what the consent form said as far as, do you support 7 or 4 or what? But we do have a petition from the neighbors on Hasty Road and Starlight. Majority are Hasty Road, and then a couple on, one on Starlight, Sienna, and Calder, I can't read it. Which, do you have this for the record? Because they weren't here for PC.
It's the petition.
Do you have a signed petition? Okay. I need to enter that for the record. But that does say they oppose the 7 in the home. So currently, there are 4 residents, and the home does have sprinklers, which is allowed by code, up to 4 if you have sprinklers. This isn't a platted subdivision, and we have had emails and calls, and 8 people here today in opposition that live adjacent to this and on the same street. And as was mentioned, 3 or 4 bedroom house with 2 bathrooms for 7 residents and 2 employees is too intense to me, for a platted subdivision and without, with impact to the surrounding neighbors. I know staff recommended denial, and I would make a motion to deny additional up to 7 and keep it at the 4 that are allowed with the sprinkler system.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay.
So your motion is actually to approve it for a maximum of 4 residents. Are you going to require them to have inspections go out and make sure that the ramp and other modifications are to code and standards?
I can. John, do we have any record of them having those permits? I know the neighbors said they didn't have a permit for the ramp and the.
They did have a permit to change the occupancy of the house to a personal care home. And, you know, I looked at the plans briefly here, and there is a ramp shown on one of the hand-drawn plans, but I'm not sure if that was what was inspected or not. But, you know, as part of a separate process, we can have them go out there and take a look at what was built and what was existing, make sure it just meets the code.
Okay, yeah.
So would that include inside the house as well, John, if there's been modifications inside the house that were not necessarily inspected through the process?
Yes, we could have them go out and take a look at it. And I did look at the documents that were submitted by the applicant when they got the permit for the CO change. And it does say here that there was to be no construction, move-in only. So we could have them go out and take a look at it.
Okay, yeah, we'll just add that to the motion, and are you good with the second? To second? So just to make sure that they're up to fire code and electrical and all that, if they made renovations inside without a permit?
Yeah, and that would be a separate process in this, Commissioner Burrow.
Right.
Because we can do that anyway.
Okay. Okay, so I would direct you to do that,
Okay.
direct staff to do that.
So in doing that, are there residents currently in the home?
4.
So I guess my question is can they remain until these inspections are done? And if the work is found to be non-compliant, then what?
We could probably have an inspector go out probably this week, Commissioner Gambrell, and take a look at it. You know, I don't want to put anyone out right now. Let's have them go out there and take a look at it first.
Yeah.
Right, but my concern is, you know, do we potentially have people living in an unsafe condition? So that is where, I guess, how would the inspectors handle it if they went out and found that there is some violation inside the house, right? We won't say the ramp, but inside the house, then what would happen?
Wouldn't they have to give them 10 days or 2 weeks to come into compliance?
Yes, they typically give them 10 days to come into compliance with whatever is non-conforming.
The applicant
But would
raised
the
their-
county be at risk for liability if something happened? If we put a hold on it but we didn't make them leave? I mean, how?
The applicant has raised their hand. I don't know if you want to hear from her.
And the fire marshal did inspect this, so it should meet fire code.
Yeah. That's what I would be worried.
But did they inspect for improvements to the house, or did they only inspect the sprinkler system?
Sprinkler.
Because they did have the permit for the sprinkler system, so I could see the fire marshal going out and inspecting for that. But if they didn't know changes were made to the basement potentially,
And
they
as far
wouldn't
as I
have
know,
necessarily
Commissioner,
inspected.
the basement's still unfinished as far as I know. All the bedrooms are in the main level of the house. There's nothing that was done in the basement.
Would you like to ask the applicant? She has raised her hand, perhaps respond.
Ma'am, would you come back up, please? So you do have a permit for 4 residents now,
Yes, correct.
and your sprinkler system was installed and Cobb County issued the permit for that.
Correct, they did. And the ramps and the handrails, they were all inspected as well. And that's the reason. They didn't give me my permit until they did all the inspection to make sure it was safe. So fire inspection, they came in and they checked it, and it wasn't leveled right, so they had to redo it again to make sure the edge, the ramp was on the same level when you come out. So it was repetition of getting the work done, and they were all aware of it. And when we passed it, they gave me my certificate, and that's what I used to turn it in to get my permit.
Okay. Were there any renovations to make an additional space or bedroom?
Oh, so one of the
inside?
living rooms at the back, I turned it into a bedroom. I put a closet in there, and that's the one I call the 4th bedroom.
Okay.
And another thing to add, I'm not a liar. I just wanted to just put this out there. I gave him the package of
I'm
the.
sorry, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right,
We
that's
can
fine.
ask you that,
Okay,
because I do
okay,
have,
sorry.
I do have some comments.
Okay.
Actually, inquiry with respect to that, but
Okay.
it's for us to ask you, it's not for you to
I'm
have
sorry.
additional. It's okay.
Okay.
Just want to clarify.
That's all I had.
Commissioner Gamble, while the applicant is here, does anyone?
Actually, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I just wanted clarification on the caregivers. Are the caregivers, is it the plan, the caregivers to live at the property or just visit the property during their work hours?
So there'll be a caregiver there 24/7.
Okay.
And then I will be going there during the daytime and then go back, or
Okay.
alternate sometimes. But it's just one person who will be there
So there will be one caregiver for potentially seven residents?
Yes, 7 residents, correct.
Okay. And also, I did a little research based on the comment with the size of the bathroom, and I'll just need for you to confirm whether or not my findings are correct. But I didn't find that the state has any requirements for the square footage of a basement. You shared the square footage earlier for the living space.
For the bedroom, they have requirements for the bedroom, which is 80 square footage for one person. And,
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, but for the bathroom, because there was concern about 9 people using the bathroom, but I wasn't able to find any state restrictions regarding the size of the bathroom. In fact, what I was able to find is that the state requires at least 1 functional toilet per 4 residents, and at least 1 bathing or shower facility for each 8 residents. So at this property, you have 2.
Yes.
Are those 2 full bathrooms? Or
Yes,
does both
they
have
are.
a shower?
Yes,
And
they are.
Okay. That's all I have for the applicant.
Thank you. Commissioner Allen?
Yeah, and this may be more for the board and our council, but I just want to say.
Want me to have the applicant sit down?
Yes, it's not, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Unless
You
anyone
can
else
have-
has for that.
I do,
think
but
that you
please, you can have a seat.
Okay.
Because mine is just more of a statement, and I just wanted to put this on the record, because earlier today, we also had an R20 that was recommended denial. That was a 5-bedroom, 3-bath, and we just approved 16 people. So I just wanted to put that on the record. I was doing some math, and the square footage to individual ratio is a lot smaller even with that one. And so that's where I just struggling with that, looking at a personal care home earlier that was same R20, was bigger, but 3 bathrooms, and we approved 16 people.
And if I may, that was also in my district. That was next to a church and no residents, no homes, R20 or otherwise behind them. So it was, and it's on Hawkins Store Road, it's not in a platted subdivision. And that's the difference. And there was no opposition to that one.
Okay.
Do you have a question?
So,
I do have a question for the applicant. Some questions? Yes. I do have some questions pertaining to what you are going to explain. There is concern about perhaps you not representing or misrepresentation of what this use of the site was going to be for. Can you talk us through that, please?
Okay, sure. I didn't give, when I went over to Mr. Dan, he was the first person I went to. I didn't give him a 1-page. I gave him the whole application, and I told him what I was trying to do. And he went ahead and said he had no problems with that, and he signed, right?
Can you tell me when this was?
This was in June.
Of this year?
Of this year, correct.
Okay.
June this year.
I want to go back to when you first were getting ready to move into, when you first acquired the site.
Okay.
There seems, it was shared from the notes that I took that you conveyed that you would be moving into this site with just your husband.
That's true.
You didn't convey.
I told him that. That's true. That part is true.
And that doesn't seem to be your current
No,
use.
so that's true. I told him that because I kept hearing so many questions were coming in. It was my first time meeting him. I didn't know what he was about. I didn't know him, right?
Okay.
And I just wanted, to be honest, I just didn't. It was kind of like, I don't want to use the word pestering, but it was just a lot coming from them. And then I was just getting all that that vibe. And I told him that, honestly, to just get off from him and all the questions that kept coming. And that's why I said that to him.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
When did people begin to move into this property?
Actually, September of this year.
So, recently,
Yes,
how many people live there now?
I have one.
Have you ever had four?
No.
Okay.
And the reason why, because of the income level, to stay in this business, like the lady who just left, Genesis, it's numbers. Like the low-income people that I've been having, I've been refusing them because the numbers do not add up. And that's why I asked to have the waiver program. I actually found that it's 6. I could get 6 for the waiver program because last time when I came, I said 7. But I did more research. I could get 6 people in there. And that's the reason why I had not been able to put in people in. The lady who's currently in there is low income. I took her in because there was nowhere else for her to go, and I was tired of saying no.
Okay. Can you tell me what the waiver program is? You said you can get 6 under the waiver program?
Yes, so it's the Medicaid waiver program. It's called SOS, CCSP. A lot of people have called me and asked, are you under the waiver program? Are you under the waiver program? And I've been saying no to them. But this opportunity will help me apply and be a provider for the waiver program. And Medicaid will cover them. And they can come in and stay in the facility. It's not high, it's low, but at least it's something.
Okay. Forgive me for kind of going around where I'm going.
Okay.
Is this your first time buying a single-family home?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That may help me with my point, but I'm just... Okay, I don't have any more questions, just, I'll see if anybody else does.
I just want to clarify, I'm familiar with SOS and the waiver. You can apply for as few as 2 and up to, I think, 12 or somewhere in there. Have you looked at applying for the 4, or are they telling you because of circumstances you have to have 6 as a minimum?
Okay, so what I was told is they will take the application, but they will not approve you because they look at a certain number to see. That's what I was told by people who have, who are providers as well.
Were you told that by DCH or just by?
So DCH, I've called DCH several times, and no one would answer my questions from DCH. I did more research online. I got that information online, and also by people who have personal care homes and who are providers as well.
Okay.
They gave me that advice.
Okay. Commissioner Gamble?
So is this your first personal care home?
Yes, it is.
That you've owned?
Yes, it is.
Have you worked in the personal care home business prior to this?
In New York, not in the personal care home setting, but more in aid, in like taking care of the elderly people back in New York. That was years ago.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions for the applicant? Okay.
Are the 2 employees nurses or medical registered?
No, so these are PRNs, they're caregivers. We do not provide medical care to them. They have nurses who come. I gave you a letter from one of the nurses who come. They come in and just check on them, and they administer any medical care that they need, but we don't do that. We just provide care for them, food, bathing if needed. And most of them, to be fair, they really don't use the bathrooms. They're just wiped and cleaned up. Because they're really elderly, they don't have the energy to get up and move. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, the elements are a little different from the case that we heard earlier today, which was a love for vehicles and additional adults. But the use of the property was very similar, with them having caregivers on the property, and I think it was 7 at that time. Well, for that request, and there were several that lived at the property So it just reminds me of that. I'm sorry, that was just my thought bubble.
Yes, and also to Commissioner Allen's point, we had the care home that we approved up to 16 people in an R20 in about a 5,500 square foot home. I have some remarks, but I just want to thank you. Sometimes I know there's a lot going on in different perspectives about zoning, and there's always people for and against, and it's a very tense time period. I just want to thank you for having a heart for others. Thank you for going through a very challenging process to be able to care for others. And by the grace of God go all of us. But we know we're all going to be aging one day, and it's a privilege for people who are aging to have a roof over their head and somebody who cares about them. We have seniors who are homeless in our county right now, living out of their cars, waiting for a voucher program, and we don't ever know if there'll be any vouchers that come available. And I think sometimes we take for granted the privilege we have to have a roof over our head and to think about what it's like to grow old with the care and love around us and consideration. And for some, they might be offended for sharing a bathroom yet size. I know there's so many who would love to have the privilege of knowing they have the choice of where they can use the bathroom and can go to it when they want. And to wait behind one or two people's better than having to wait for a commercial establishment to open their door so you can use the restroom. I have a senior here. It was an issue when I was a commissioner because she used to try to get into our recreation centers to go take a shower because she lived in her car. So I know in this day and age of housing becoming much less affordable, I appreciate somebody being mindful for those who lived on this earth perhaps a little bit longer than others and who want some dignity for the rest of their days and who have the capacity to not have to do it in constant need of a caregiver, who have the ability and capacity to take care of themselves, but they just need a little bit of help and social companionship and somebody
Excuse
looking
me,
out for
I'm sorry,
them.
I'm crying. I'm sorry.
No, don't be.
I'm just thinking about the lady I have.
Of course.
She doesn't have anyone, so, and she tells me, thank you, thank you, thank you all the time.
So here's what I think, ma'am. There's a lot of, and forgive me if I'm mischaracterizing, I can just tell you for being a second-time homeowner now. There are expectations that people have for their single-family homes and communities. We just had the discussion prior to you, and single-family character. And there's just a general interest people have in who's living next door to them. So I know perhaps not being a homeowner and just having a heart to serve and being in a new space, it may be hard to appreciate the level of inquiry, and it may not have been the friendliest level of inquiry. It may not have been. And I think the more that I sit here, I can understand that energy and being a homeowner now. But I know in serving, not even in serving, I think just in living, because there's so many people who can't find a place to live, and most of the time I deal with it with younger people. But there's a growing population of seniors that just can't get into a place to live here in Cobb County. I'm not here to lecture anybody, but I could tell you what could have made things a little bit easier is coming into a single-family community, doing something that's a little bit different. This is a business venture of sorts, a unique venture for what somebody might consider in a residential home. Just sharing openly with someone what you might do, it could have got you probably a little bit of different reception. So now your neighbor's guard is going to be up, is continually going to be up now. I'm not the kind of person that believes that you can't get past challenges, though. I think where people have a good heart and where there's time and energy and effort, that's possible. You have this property, you have someone living in there, you have the heart, and I heard that conveyed by one of your neighbors that said we would go in there to pray for. This is just my encouragement. I'm going to still defer to the commissioner. I'm just giving you the benefit of my observations. Right now, you have the capacity to have 4, and right now, to be honest, it's difficult to maintain a roof overhead because the cost of everything is going up, right? So it may have made economic sense for 4. Now we have this other person that said they're asking for 22 people in this one R20 home just to make this business viable. So to even think you could do it with 7, nobody's getting rich off of this. But because there was that perhaps lack of being forthright at the beginning, there's a little bit more of a hurdle before you. We can legislate some things, but there's some things that you could do. Maybe considering operating at the 4. I don't know how feasible. Is it feasible to operate with 4, or is it just not economically viable?
It's not economically, because I have to pay staff, and this is a low income, is really not.
Is 7 the lowest number of persons who could live there to be economically viable?
I'm 6.
6 could be?
6, I'll take 6. And it's not 2 staffs that I'll be leaving there, it's just 1 staff. I'll be going in and going back home.
I would like to ask your neighbors, perhaps dig into a little bit more of their concerns.
Okay.
I don't know if that will change anything today. I'm just curious because I'm hearing we just don't want it, but I'm also hearing you've never had 4. So I was perceiving something happened on the property that was just so egregious to make people feel like, no, we can't have that happen again, and I never heard it. So I'm wondering if a lot of this is perception, real or perceived. I think part of that perception, as what's been conveyed from what they shared, is just not knowing and then perceiving one thing and something else happening,
Right.
which would make anybody kind of have their
That's
guard
true.
up. Right? So I just want to peel that back. I don't know if that will change anything. But again, while you're there, all I could encourage you to do is to try to have that as best of a relationship with those that are in this community where you have your business.
Can I just say one thing?
Yes, ma'am.
I've tried to, there was a neighbor right across, few days, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, I heard someone screaming, help, help, help. I actually sent a staff to go over. She almost fell. We called 911.
Okay.
But just a few days ago, I said hello to her, and she didn't say anything to me. Apparently, I don't know what he's been going and saying, and there's a resentment now.
Yeah.
So it's kind of putting me in a bad
Of course.
position. Yeah.
I hate about zoning, and I see it happen. I hate that part about zoning. Let's see if we can get over that today. Okay. Yep. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I have a
question.
clarifying question, if I may. You mentioned the CCSP program earlier. Is there a threshold that you need to meet in order to be eligible for that program?
Yeah, so initially I thought it was 7 when I came in for the planning, but after doing more research, I was told I could have 6.
Okay, you can have 6, and just for clarification as well, the vehicles, I'm sorry, excuse me, the residents at the location will not have any
No,
vehicles?
They don't drive, no.
Right, okay. So the vehicles at the property would not be an additional 7 vehicles, or 7 vehicles for each of the residents and for the caregiver?
No, so all the residents that I bring on board would not be driving. They don't own vehicles. They would not own vehicles. That's part of my criteria because of the residential area. I'm not trying to do that. It would only be the caregiver that would have a vehicle.
Okay.
Just one.
I just wanted to clarify that because there was a testimony earlier about the traffic, and this subject parcel appears to be at least three parcels away from the intersection. But thank you for that clarification.
Okay. Just to add, they don't go outside. They stay indoors or at the back.
Okay, thank you.
The current person I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions for the applicant? Thank you. Commissioner, I would like to talk to maybe the gentleman who spoke. Yes, here on the end. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for coming back up here. Again, I'm gleaning, and it's something I just communicated with the applicant, that you are not aware of what this use was going to be of this property next door.
Right, at the very beginning, right. And then in June, when she came and had me sign that consent of contiguous occupants or landowners form, it may have been a whole package, but you just sign here. There was no forthrightness to say, hey, this is going to be for my request for 7 people. Because all we knew was it was going to be 4 people, because that's what the R20 zoning was approved for.
Okay, so you already were under the perception there would be at least 4 people
Yeah,
there.
yeah, and we
That
were okay,
wasn't,
we were okay with that, yeah.
okay. And at some point, you found out it was going to be a group home prior to this LUP request.
Yes, in September, they put up the variant sign, the blue sign that you put out in the front, and it said they wanted to have more people than allowed. And after digging and watching the October 7th meeting, I found out that her request was for seven residents and 2 caregivers.
I see. So in June, when you were asked to sign something, you weren't aware at that time that?
Right, it was just for 4.
Okay, but, so that did state, though, that it would be a group home
It
for
didn't
4
say-
people?
But it didn't say, I get a copy of the thing
Yeah,
right
I
here.
would love to see.
Yeah. Put it right here.
I'm sure the other commissioners would like to.
Apparently, it's a larger package. There's more forms inside of that thing that when you make your application for LUP. But all I saw was that page right there.
Okay.
And the other people that are on that page, they had no idea it was for 7 either.
Okay. This was walked over to you? Was this walked over to you, mailed?
Yes, she came over to see us. And after I signed it, she spoke to Velma Blackwell.
Okay.
Yeah.
I give my consent or have no objection to application for a land use permit for the purpose of a personal care home.
We had no idea what a land use permit
I see.
was.
And it didn't have all, you said
No, I didn't.
you just saw this top sheet?
That's all I saw was that.
Okay.
It may have been altogether, but that's
I
all
see.
was showing.
Okay.
If I can add in here, because if you look at their application, which I'm assuming is part of what he signed, because the applicant is stating that she provided the information, but if you look at the temporary land use permit worksheet, nowhere on here does it say 7 residents. It just says 2 employees.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Are you opposed to there being any group home next door?
No, because
Okay.
after she left our house, she went and spoke to Velma Blackwell and came back, and I took a picture of what I signed, because I usually don't like to sign anything that I don't have a copy of it. So I took a picture of it, and I kept it. And then it was not until October, when I saw September, we saw the variant sign go up, that I found out that Tom Powell had also signed the form. And in talking with Velma and Mr. Powell, neither one of them were informed that there were going to be 7 people involved, 7 residents.
Okay. I'm sorry, there's dialogue going on up here, so let's just get some clarity on this discussion. So there's a question of whether or not the application said 7 or did not say 7.
So where I was reading was the temporary land use permit worksheet, which was received by zoning on August 6th of 2025. Commissioner Burrell was looking at the sheet that staff does the write-up,
Okay.
which is the analysis.
I see.
So if the applicant, again, we're assuming, but since this didn't go to staff until after August 6th, if she only took the application around and it didn't have that she was going to be requesting 7, it was just for a group home, again.
24 months.
For 24 months. From what we're hearing from the neighbors, they were assuming it was for what code allowed, not the additional.
And he's communicated that.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Is that document, that's only a Department of Community Health requirement, was that a requirement of the county?
We have to have, I don't know, I've never, we do have a land use permit document that has signatures, It's typically blue, I thought. I'm not aware unless that was just a different color.
I think this is the state document.
Yeah, and this is the document.
John,
that's
you
in
got to
there.
come on my mic.
Well, you-
Go up to the podium, John, would you? Oh, he's gonna go there.
Yeah, this document that the gentleman handed out, the consent of contiguous property owners, this is in the application packet for the LUP. So this is what we give out.
Okay, thank you.
But it doesn't say
Is it-
additional
No, it does not say that.
up to 7.
And is that a requirement for all personal care homes?
This is a requirement for all LUPs, this sheet right here.
For,
For law.
It's a
You mean
requirement
that
for all
form?
land use
Additional.
permits.
She's allowed 4 by code.
no, and like I said, I'm just trying to understand consistency, because the form for LUP 35 was the same form, didn't have any, the number of residents on that one either, nor did they have that form. So once
You're
again, I'm
looking at
just, I'm
consistency.
just trying to look at consistency, so I wanted to know if that was a requirement of the waiver, or if that's a requirement of the county. And if so, it's the first one I've seen. We've done some other LUPs for personal care homes.
I've never paid so much attention to that form to see the number of people written in it. I've just always looked for the signatures to see did they get support. I haven't even looked at the description, to be honest. I just look to see, do their neighbors support you? And I look at the addresses to
no.
see where the support is to the property. But now there's a question about what neighbors perceive versus what is actually being considered. Sir, what would be your expectation of a group home next door?
I'm sorry.
What would be your expectation for a group home next door to you?
I would say, based on what we were originally informed, four residents, and not knowing the level of care that they needed, I would expect it would be somebody with medical training, and somebody, even RN or somebody like that. But then again, it depends on what's in the personal care home now.
Yes, I looked up a PRN, and those are just, those are persons who need help when needed, so it could be for anything,
Right.
not necessarily someone of medical care, and I'm not perceiving by what's being requested that it's medical care that's needed, just some type of,
Assistant.
yeah, some type of care where their peers, where someone is not alone. I'm not perceiving that this is one necessarily requiring medical care. So for you to have a group living space next door to you, you will look for somebody who's trained to respond to the needs of the people who are there, not exceeding at the 4 residents.
Right.
Are there any other issues or concerns that we should be mindful of?
Obviously, if there was an accident or something, there'd be more emergency vehicle traffic and things like that, but you know, that was the concern about them leaving the home. She said that they don't leave the home, so you have to trust that the case would not happen. But
Okay. I'm asking this also really more so for the applicant's benefit, or for ours too. Right now, we do know at the minimum, she has the capacity to have 4 people there, irrespective of what happens today, right? It'll be my desire, and I can't legislate it, but that there will be an ability to be able to work together under the construct that is going to be present irrespective of what happens today. And nobody wants to live in a place where there's antagonism. But I can understand the concerns when somebody's not forthright
That's
with
the
you.
main.
I think that just sets a hurdle that
Yeah.
becomes.
I was going to give you this for your records. This is the original of the signed petition. But we went up and down Hasty Road and spoke with, there's 36, you don't need a copy of
I
it?
understand.
I submitted that.
Okay,
She
okay.
did, yeah.
Yeah, there's 36 homes on Hasty Road, and we
Yeah.
went to each one of them and got about 20 signatures. And nobody knew, some didn't even know there was a personal care home going down the street. But all of them definitely did not know that there was going to be 7 residents and 2
Yeah.
caregivers.
You just thought you had a new neighbor coming in to live.
Or at least they,
Yeah. And I guess perhaps being a single woman doing, out there, I could understand you might be concerned with people approaching you, and particularly in a way that's not the friendliest way, there might be a reason to want to not be as open. It's just resulting in now a very charged circumstance. That's all the questions I had, Commissioner. You had a question? I don't have anything else.
No, I didn't have a question.
I don't have anything else to add. I'm going to turn back over to you, Commissioner.
Well, I just want to add one comment, but I don't have any more questions for you.
Neither, thank you, sir, for
Thank you.
coming back up.
It's okay. I appreciate the opposition and the applicant in your testimony. We went from 4 to 6, and that has been shared earlier because their information was not as forthright as the neighbors would have liked or that it should have been. There's going to be this cloud. So if this is approved, just understand that that's not going to end today. So, have that expectation. But in listening to the opposition, you sound like you have very supportive neighbors. I didn't hear that anyone was in complete opposition of having this location here. It's just the additional residents. There aren't any residents there, so it's difficult for them to find a place and what a reasonable expectation would be for this use. So I completely understand that. There is the unknown factor. But on the other side of that, where we talked about affordable living for seniors, and it is certainly a challenge to find something that fits within the average person's budget, and I'm very sensitive to that as well. There is assistance that is available to you by the state through the CCSP program with a threshold of 6 residents. With the threshold of 6, I wouldn't say that it's unreasonable to include one additional person, not just to meet that threshold, but to have an opportunity for someone to find an affordable alternative. You shared in the testimony, a testimony was shared earlier from someone that lives on that road or live along that corridor who would be very desirous and would love the opportunity to remain in the community. So I am supportive of the application. I'm supportive of the request of 7 residents at the home. There wouldn't be any additional vehicles, and I just hope that if this is approved, that there is an opportunity for the applicant and the residents to hit the restart button, and just, listening to the testimony of your neighbors, I'm confident that you all will come to some type of space where you can kind of move forward.
We have a motion to deny and keep what is allowed for residents and with the sprinklers. And in light of the testimony and everything that we've heard today, I know y'all keep going back to the previous law, but you always say too, these are on a case-by-case basis. And this is in a platted subdivision, and you do have opposition. The other one did not, and is next to a church with no residents behind them that are in, and there was no opposition. They also had been in business for 27 years, I believe they said, operating their personal care home. So we're not comparing apples to apples, and there is a motion on the floor.
Yes, thank you. Yes, and I appreciate that. There are different circumstances, and we do consider this on a case-by-case basis. I know these aren't considered in a vacuum, and I just know everybody's got to start somewhere, and I'm just, unfortunately, we have this glaring example just today, and so I'm just weighing that.
Well, let's see how she does with 4. She only has 1.
I hear you.
And she's
exactly.
allowed 4, so.
Exactly. I know.
Maybe it could be revisited down the road once we see.
That's a fair thing.
Well, and I agree with you, Commissioner Burrell. She only has 1 client now. You know, let her get up to 4. If she needs 6, and again, everything works out between the neighbors, there's nothing that prevents her from coming back and asking to amend or submit a new LUP, correct, John? I mean, is there anything that prevents her from coming back? Say if we approve it for 2 years, if we approve it for 2 years, is there anything that prevents her from coming back because circumstances have changed to increase it within those 2 years?
Not for an approval. No, she can come back whenever she needs to.
So again, if she finds she's successful, the neighbors,
It is, but we can give her an opportunity to withdraw, and she can still do the 4 till whenever,
That's
and
a
then
very good
come
point.
back.
I think that's a wonderful point. You can come back
That
at
way,
any
you
time.
won't have to wait a year. If we deny this today, you have to wait a year to come back to ask for more or anything. So if you would like to withdraw, you're still allowed to have the 4 that you're allowed by code until you get to 4, and then if you want 6 later on, there'll be a public hearing, the neighbors can speak and see what happens. But if we deny this today, you have to wait a year to come back, correct? Yeah. So,
Yeah, I think that's a great way to meet in the middle. It gives you an opportunity to ramp up, and if you get to closer to 6 faster than a year, and you've had some time to show how you operate, it gives us a little bit more to stand on than what's being presented today. So I think that is a fair way. So if she wants to withdraw her application, John, what would be the path forward? We do have a pending motion.
Well, once a motion's made, it can't be withdrawn, so the motion to deny would have to be withdrawn first, and then we'd have
So
a clean
moved.
slate.
Does she need to move to withdraw it? Is that the
I'm
final?
moving to withdraw the motion.
You can withdraw with unanimous consent if you all agree that the motion's withdrawn.
Okay.
Yes. Do we need to vote?
Do we need to, before we do that, do we need to confirm with the applicant that she's willing to withdraw? If
Yeah, I think that's fair too. Do we have the applicant? Who do you want? Let me ask the commissioner, just stay right. Commissioner Burrow, would you like us to respond to your desire to withdraw before hearing from the applicant? Or are you amenable to hearing from the applicant right now?
She can come up.
Okay, thank you.
And
Okay.
I'm getting a nod from the neighbors that they're okay with that
Okay,
as well.
great, thank you. Just want to be. And I'll let
sure
you. I want you to do that, please.
Okay, so you understand what we're trying to do here, to give you the opportunity, because you are allowed to have up to 4 residents and you are permitted for the sprinkler system and everything. So rather than us deny your request for 7 today. If we denied that, you would have to wait a year to come back and ask for anything above the 4. So by you withdrawing your application today, before we vote, you're still allowed to have 4, and you only have 1 living in that home now. So that would give you time to build up to 4 and see how that goes. And then you can meet with your neighbors and request 6 or 7 or whatever you want to down the road.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so does she accept withdrawal? So you would accept, you would like to withdraw your case now?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I make a motion that I withdraw my previous motion.
All right, I'll second that. Is there any discussion? We'll call the question. Thank you. And I believe there needs to be a motion to withdraw the application.
At this point in time.
Yes, staff would request that the Board of Commissioners withdraw this without prejudice.
Without-
So moved.
Second.
So moved as presented, second. Okay, any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries. Commissioner Burrow, you'll need to vote again. There we go. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Commissioners. John, can you let us know how many applications we have left?
3 left.
Okay. I know, I have a meeting I'm missing right now. All right, let's chop, 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 chop.
The next one's going to be quick because this is a carryover. And I'll be happy to make your presentation for you. No, really.
Continue.
He's been here all day. He's
51.
doing it.
That's okay. He's getting paid to be here.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Moore.
Don't you need to?
Oh, you got to read it in, don't you?
Yes.
Whenever I'm ready.
It's been a longer day than most.
It has.
Okay, next item is other business, item number 40 of 2025, which is to consider amending the site plan and other variances for Chad J. McMillan regarding rezoning application Z21 of 2012. Property is located on the northeast side of Woodstock Road, east of York Place, in land lot 109 of the 16th District. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 40? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
All right, now I'm ready, sir.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, Board of Commissioners. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Chad McMillan, in this application. This is another business application to amend the site plan. This was previously on your consent agenda, and at that time when it was called, there was opposition, which was a neighbor, an adjoining neighbor. We appreciated the opportunity to be able to continue that. From that time, both Mr. McMillan and myself were able to meet with her and resolve all of the issues and questions and concerns that she had. In fact, last evening, I was able to forward that. Commissioner Burrow was involved and up to date in those discussions. We conveyed that we had reached an agreement with her last night, so that's why she is not here today, because we were able to resolve those issues with her. Again, this is a straightforward site plan amendment to allow for the construction of a garage at a UVC property that's on Highway 92 right before you get to Fulton County. I'm happy to answer any questions, but in the interest of a long day, at this point, I think that would be better for y'all's consideration if I just turn it back over to the board.
Thank you, and just want to clarify that there's no opposition.
Right.
All right, staff, ask John, what's your recommendation?
Madam Chair and Board, the staff would recommend the board approve this request, subject to the site plan received July 15th, 2025, with the variances shown on the site plan, subject to the stormwater management comments contained in the other business packet, the Cobb DOT comments contained in the other business packet, The site plan review comments contained in the other business packet, and all previous conditions not in conflict with this amendment to remain in effect.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrow?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Just one thing.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to confirm that I did receive a notice that the neighbor in the back that was opposed at the PC hearing did reach an agreement with the applicant and his attorney, and said she would not be here today, and she is in agreement with their deal, whatever.
Thank you.
So moved with all the comments and recommendations John just read.
All right, is there any additional discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Whew,
All right.
the next one's mine too.
It's
Okay.
Commissioner Burrow Day.
Next case
It's
is
luck day.
other business item number 47 of 2025, which is to consider amending the site plan and stipulations for TCCA Trust LLC regarding application Z44 of 2022. The property is located on the southeast side of Sandy Plains Road, northeast of Scuffle Grit Road, in land lot 776 of the 16th District. Is the applicant present? The director show the applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 47? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
You might be their client.
Yeah.
Good morning. Oh, it's good afternoon, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's been a
What
long
am
day.
I must be
Yeah,
delirious.
don't let that take long.
That's what I get for still drinking coffee. Yes. You may begin whenever you're ready.
All right. Good afternoon, Board. My name is Abigail O'Kay, and my husband, Victor, and we're the principal owners of TCCA Trust, registered owner of 1900 Sandy Plains Road. We've applied for other business change to this property for a preschool daycare for children, and we're asking for amendment to the stipulations in Z44 2022 to comply with preschool and daycare use. We believe it's a smart land use of the space as it creates a family-friendly environment and convenient access to families. It expands early access to early education for a lot of families moving into the area, and it creates more local jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to add anything else, sir?
My name's Wayne Proctor. I'm the engineer and the surveyor on the project.
Okay, thank you. All right, does that conclude your presentation?
That's it.
All right. Is there anyone here in opposition? Okay, you can feel free to have a seat. I'm going to ask staff for their recommendation and turn it back over to the commissioner. John, can you let us know what staff's recommendation is?
Madam Chair and Board, the staff would recommend the Board of Commissioners approve this request, subject to the site plan received by the Zoning Division on October 28, 2025, subject to stormwater management comments, fire department comments, Cobb DOT comments, and all other conditions not in conflict with this amendment in effect.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrow?
Site plan received, what was that date? I thought you said 10/28. We're not there yet.
August 28th.
August, okay. Sorry. Okay, I just have a couple of things to add to that, to approve. There are no variances, and you will have to have a traffic study at plan review. So you're agreeable and aware of that?
Okay, I'm sorry. If you can just approach, please. Thank you.
Yes, we are agreeable. However, there was some traffic study information that was submitted, and I believe what we submitted was sufficient to Cobb County DOT.
Okay.
and it was acknowledged by, I believe it was Wilson, I don't remember his other name, and
He's-
Amy.
Okay,
DOT, do we have a traffic study now?
DOT should approach, please.
Mhm.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I was told that would be at plan review.
Amy Diaz, DOT.
And
So what they provided us is they provided us a traffic study for the adjacent property at 1881 Scuffle Grit. And so it had, it was for June, it was completed in June or July of this year. So it was a very recent study, and it was able to give us some information of how the adjacent traffic signal is operating. We do have concerns about how the U-turns are going to operate, but we included in our updated comments an additional amendment that said, you know, if there are problems that come from the number of students, because this number of students is fairly significant, it's 182 students, so that's a lot. If there are issues at the U-turn locations, that they will work with us and/or the city of Marietta to do a mitigation plan, which may be reducing the number of students, staggering how they get there, or, you know, at the end, on-street improvements to make that work.
Okay. Commissioner Bold just provided a condition. Does that capture that?
If a traffic study is fine if you wish to have that information, I mean, because we basically kind of made do with what they gave us, trying to keep an other business case on track. But really, what's critical is what happens at those unsignalized U-turn locations, which, because, so going in one direction, they have a choice of two things. They could either turn left at Scuffle Grit and then cut through the property that's next to them, which they do have an interparcel agreement to have that connection stay open, or they can go down to the next U-turn location. Depending on what parents end up doing, how that development next door ends up developing, because right now it's supposed to be a gas station, but you know, that development is still under approval and potential annexation. So there's a lot of unknowns that a traffic study may have some trouble capturing. Really, as long as they're willing to accept working on a mitigation plan, I believe that is going to capture DOT's concerns.
Except working on.
Okay, I think I was looking at the wrong one. I thought you said the Gordy Parkway, that's been continued.
That's right.
So this is Scuffle Grit.
This is Sandy Plains and
Between the
Scuffle Grit.
crossings and the old Raider.
Right next to the closed Edward Drive.
Okay. But does that require, what they have submitted, does it include the traffic flow? Or is this just this isn't a drop-off, this is a walk-in?
Correct, this is a
Okay,
walk-in.
So they wouldn't need.
They don't have to
a
have a
flow,
circulation
traffic.
plan.
Okay,
Yeah, it's just the number of students that triggered the concern for a
Okay.
traffic study.
okay. But that would be decided in plan review.
Yes, but also like I was saying, the additional recommendation that we put, that they will work with us on a mitigation plan if there is a disruption on Sandy Plains.
Okay,
Or at the driveway at Scuffle Grit.
okay. Then I would add that. And all other staff comments, everything that John read into the record.
Okay.
Because this is another business and it was zoned, it's vacant, but it had a zoning, so it's, I mean, it had a specific use on the site plan, so that's why all the other steps would remain the same.
Correct, and we appreciate the board's concern to make sure traffic studies happen, because the number of students, like I said, is significant. But I think that given all the unknowns that are going on in that area, that they are agreeable to that revised condition, and as long as the board is also agreeable that it captures DOT's needs.
Okay. And is the applicant agreeable to that, working with DOT? Okay. Okay, that's my motion. Did I have a second?
I don't know if that's properly captured in the motion. Is that clear to the clerk of how to word that? Because it's not clear to me. Okay, there wasn't a motion, I guess, I'm sorry, for the substance of what I'm perceiving that motion will be, yes, if you
Well,
can.
my motion was what John read into the record with staff comments and all that, but I added that a traffic study would be done during, submitted during plan review, but based on what Amy just told us, there's no traffic plan because it isn't a drop-off. It is a walk-in. They park and take the children in.
So then that would probably be omitted, that one point.
So, but they did agree, they are agreeing to work with DOT because of the number of students allowed with, if it increases the traffic or to try to mitigate any traffic based on the number of children in the daycare.
Maybe a condition to work with DOT on traffic mitigation if needed or if requested.
Right.
Amy,
If
can,
requested.
yeah, you can see if,
If you wish to make sure you're capturing it, it's
Yes.
the DOT comments revised 10/16/25.
just that.
Okay.
Okay. So you can scratch that last thing and just refer to what Amy said.
Yeah, revised comments from DOT 1016. And that's my
That's
motion.
your motion. Is there a second? I'll second. Any discussion? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, item last is other business item number 53 of 2025, which is to consider a stipulation amendment for Alexander Victor Badilla for property located on the northeast side of Austell Powder Springs Road, south of Fur Road, in land lot 1054 of the 19th District. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 53? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
All right, last but not least.
Oh, they always save the best for last.
We'll hold you to that. Okay. He can begin, John? Just want to make sure I didn't miss. Okay. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Board of Chairmen. My name is Alexandre Victor Badilla. I'm a landscape architect and a civil engineer. And I am requesting permission to purchase a property for the use of my design build services that I will be providing not only for private client but also for the community surrounding the business.
Okay. Does that conclude your presentation?
No, not exactly.
Okay, you may continue.
It's I guess it's my first time presenting, but so the business that we'll be providing is a business that we believe will benefit the community because it is to beautify people's home. During COVID, there was a lot of people that were that could not go out. A lot of people realized that they do have a backyard. And pretty much my goal at the time was to beautify the home so that people could enjoy the outdoors and outdoor their specific residence. My business is very different than most landscaping business because it is a design build company. Therefore, we are not open to the public. We do not solicit any work. Usually our clients are based on referral and they come to us. And what we do provide is we pretty much design their property, that it is a new property or if it's an established property. And we provide a very detail-oriented and dedicated service to where we also support our clients long after the project is done because we stand behind our work. We do that by providing, like I said, very catered and a specific service to our clients. And most of what we do is very specific to that project. So unlike other landscape company, we do not do maintenance. We do not come back with a lot of trash on our property. We don't bring back debris from people's property, or we do not cut lawns. We don't do any of that. Our service is just very specific to our client. So we design. Once the design is approved by the client, if there is a permit that's required, we acquire the permit through the county that we are working in. And most of all the material that we will use to do or render such project is usually ordered specific to the project on site. So we don't really have like a lot of storage. We don't have a lot of commotion most of the day. It's just two crews. One does the landscape, the other does the hardscape. I'm in charge of supervising both crews and on site constantly with, to supervise the work to make sure that it's done at the utmost quality. We are in the process of hiring a purchaser, which will actually transition as the person making sure that they do all the deliveries and the logistics for our material to be given to our clients. Since currently I'm a one-person show, I've been in the business for 23 years. Prior to me starting my own company, I worked at Gibbs Landscape Company, where I was a installation director for 10 years. And the reason why I do not want to grow my business to more than what it is because I do not want to lose the quality and detail that's required to install a proper design-build project. At the same time, I also want to have a good quality of life, which at the time I did not have because work was pretty much my life. And so in saying that, I used to have a company with a business partner in East Point. The company has then dissolved, and I wanted to move to Cobb County, where I thought that the county could benefit from my services, from the service that I provide, from the design work that I do, and therefore I started the company. In March is when we registered the company, and in September of 2024 is actually when we actually started the company. So I'm here to present in front of the board to ask that my request be granted so that I can provide the same quality service not only to the immediate community but to several other counties surrounding Cobb County. Thank you.
I appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
I don't perceive there was anyone here in opposition. Okay, not seeing any, I'm going to ask staff for their recommendation and then defer to our commissioner. You can have a seat close by just in case she has any questions.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. John, can you let us know staff's recommendation?
Madam Chair and Board, the staff would recommend you approve the request subject to the site plan received September 17th, 2025, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications, subject to the Cobb DOT comments contained in the other business packet, subject to the stormwater management comments contained in the other business packet, the fire department comments contained in the other business packet, and lastly, any outdoor storage behind the building to be screened with either fencing and/or landscaping. And all previous conditions not in conflict remain in effect.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheffield.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll start with John. Although staff recommended approval, are there any other concerns that are attached to that approval?
The main thing is the outdoor storage, because there will be some landscape material, plants and hardscape and softscape materials behind the building, and we're just concerned about the way that's going to look from Osdale Powder Springs Road. So we did recommend it be screened with fencing and landscaping, so it won't be seen.
Okay, okay, thank you. If I may have the applicant, where did he go? Oh. Hello, Mr. Beatty. Thank you so much for connecting with me last week regarding your application. When we spoke, I think it was last week, you shared that it would be a boutique-style design landscape company, well, a design architect company. And there is a request for certain vehicles. Can you just walk us through the vehicles that you're proposing at that location?
Yes, so all of the vehicles that I am proposing are under the gross vehicular weight that's required in order for the use of the property, which is under 12,500 pounds. So I have two 3,500 HD truck that are flatbed, and I have two trailers that carries some of the material, like the plant material or the soil material that we use for some of the jobs that we have. There will also be a small compact skid steer to carry some of that material to load or offload, and we also use that machine on our job sites to grade the property or to carry or to pick up a tree or to carry material back and forth. There will also be two personal, company trucks. That will be my truck that I will be using to go back and forth from job to job. And then there's also the purchaser's truck, which is an F-150 that they'll be using just to go to nurseries, go to different areas where we can purchase some of our plant material, including some of the tree farm where we purchase our trees.
Okay. And speaking of the purchaser, your testimony, you shared that the purchaser will deliver the materials to your clients directly, or are they bringing them back on site?
So the purchaser's job will be to actually just purchase the material and have all the logistics set for the person delivering the material. So a lot of the material will be directly from the vendor to our job site, but sometimes our client have like specific need, like say we were to transport a Japanese maple, then the purchaser or the lot supervisor would be going to that specific nursery to pick up that tree to make sure that it's properly delivered to the client without damage or without being windburned or anything. So we will be storing some of the plant material for like a specific project, because in the design build industry, sometimes project changes, and so we will be storing some of the plant material to make sure that the quality of the material that we provide to our client is at its utmost standards.
Okay. And I recall from our conversation, you also plan to have a greenhouse on the property. Is it for that scenario, to meet that scenario you just described?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There's an existing single-family property single-family house on the property. Can you talk to us a little bit about the intended use?
So the single home property the house that's on the property, it was zoned commercial. Prior to that, it was like a lot that had been zoned for like a gas station / grocery use, and then they subdivided that one lot into four. And so the lot that they are selling us is under commercial. So that building will be used for myself or for the designer, and also for the purchaser of the company. It will also be used for the lot supervisor, which will be the person that will be in charge of making sure that all the material is within its place, that the lot is kept clean. And also, during my presentation, I forgot to say that we are going to beautify the entire frontage of that property. Currently, it looks abandoned, and it looks, I would say, just kind of like without use. And we plan on beautifying the entire frontage and putting a fence. So anything that's behind the house won't be seen from the street side.
Okay. And during our conversation last week, you also mentioned that you'll have storage bins. If you can walk us through how many bins you intend to have, and you also mentioned a drainage system for each of the bins.
Yeah, so in the back, the intended use of the storage bin will be to, for instance, have some material in hand in case we don't have all of the material that was delivered to a job site. If we needed like an extra yard of mulch, or if we needed an extra yard of crusher run, so we would have those in hand so that we could actually finish out a job. So I was requesting to be able to have those bins on site. And from my experience working at Gibbs, a lot of those bins, if they are not covered or protected, and if there's no drainage system underneath of them, then it can cause like erosion, it can cause like silt movement on site, and then that can then interfere with like stormwater or water quality. So what I'm proposing is to have an actual drainage system that would allow that from happening.
Okay. You also mentioned that it isn't your plan to have bulk materials on site except for, I believe, soil, but you mentioned that the mulch will be delivered in bags, or will it be loose mulch?
So I have a contract with Cobb Mulch, so that they are one of the biggest providers in Georgia for delivering mulch. And you have to order, like if you were to buy bags mulch, you have to order a certain amount. So it will be like a minimum of like 4 pallets. So those will be delivered to us. We will offload them and then store them under a sort of like a covered area, so that again we don't have mulch just decomposing on our site, and have like pretty much a dirty property. I'm a very extremely detail-oriented person. It's part of my motto on my website, especially when I sell to my client, is to start a job clean, work clean, and finish clean. And that's what I intend to also implement on my job site at my shop, making sure that there is no mud that's being tracked on the road, because I understand that there are some residential homes within the vicinity, making sure that there's not a lot of like noise or disturbance. If you are facing the property on the right side, there's a shed storage property, and next to it, I believe, is like a car lot. And then on the left side, there is the 2 subdivided parcel, which with a house on the far parcel. And so in between, it's a vacant property with a lot of brush and briar. But we've tried to contact the person, to pretty much let them know what we were planning on to do, and unfortunately that person is deceased.
Okay. Regarding the mulch, what's the average size? Because when I think of bags of mulch, I'm thinking of Home Depot, but I would imagine that that's not the average size.
That's the average
Oh,
size.
that is the average size. It's not like a contractor size.
Just a 2 cubic feet bag.
Okay.
There's usually about 90 bags on one pallet. So at
Okay.
any given time, we'll have, like a little less than 400. But again, our jobs is very specified to what we do. So it's not where we are just going to store a whole bunch of material in hoping that we will install it, because the way we operate is specific to a contract. So everything that's contracted is exactly what we'll be ordering. So from time to time, there is material that you will need a little bit, like you will need a little bit of extra of to finish the job, and that's what will be stored.
Okay. And I promise you, I won't keep you much longer.
No, it's
You-
okay.
you-
I prefer
I know you
standing
waited
up.
all day. You want, okay, I understand that for sure. You mentioned earlier that it is not your desire to grow the business. You have two crews, and that's suitable for you right now. But the email that I received from you guys about 7 o'clock this morning regarding the business continuity, it reads, "In the event of ownership or business structure updates." What would be described as a business structure update?
So, for instance, if we were to, let's say that we have two crews, in the event that we would grow, or say, for example, like if I was to pass down my assets to my son, and if he was to want to run the business, if the business was to grow, then that parcel or that property would just be too small for like a larger growth. And therefore, that business then will have to move, and we would have to sell the business to, either sell the business or sell the property to someone.
Okay. But you're asking for flexibility for a change in your business model in the event the business grows. Is that the correct inference?
Well, not per se, but like, say, for example, we wanted to get like 2 designers instead of just 1 designer. Or say we were to have like growth in the business, not necessarily as far as crew, but as far as like the volume of business that we do. So we would need to hire personnel that will be in the office. So let's say instead of 1 designer, it would be 2 designers. We'll still have just 1 purchaser for the lot and 1 lot supervisor. So at any given time, the maximum amount of employee that would be in the building would be 4.
Right. But with the increase in volume, I think it's safe to assume that there is a potential for increase in materials as well.
That is correct.
Okay.
But the increase in material will be, again, delivered directly to the job site. We usually don't deliver material to the place of origin and then have to move it again, because logistically it doesn't make sense to operate the business in such. So most of all of the work that is done at the client's property. And like I said, the greenhouse is so that if we have like high quality material or delicate material, that we can actually supervise that material until the job is completed, as opposed to getting it at the last minute from a nursery and either not having the quality that we provide our client or not having the quantity that's requested to finish the job.
Okay. And also in the email, there was a request for temporary storage and equipment, and it reads, "Occasionally during active projects, we may need temporary materials or rental equipment on site." So, I mean, that's outside of what we originally discussed, and I'm not saying that this is an issue, but it's certainly something that I need to take in consideration and to take a closer look at the site plan to see where that would fit. You know, what's occasionally? Is it once a week, twice a month?
It's really like project-based. Like, for instance, if we were to go to a property and they have HOAs, they have like an HOA like laws or bylaws that we have to follow, and says you cannot store any of your hardscape in the road or on the driveway. So in that instance, in order for me to be able to do the hardscape, let's say we are doing a patio, and the patio is 4,000 square feet, and we are requiring to have 4 pallets of stone. Well, I wouldn't be able to bring all 4 pallets of stone on that first day. So that's what we mean by we would need to have some temporary allowance to be able to store some of those pallets until the job is done.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions. unless you guys have some? No? Okay, you may be seated.
Thank you.
I appreciate you joining us today. You may have a seat. Appreciate you joining us today and adding additional context to your application. Again, when we originally talked, it was, and it still is, a landscape design or architect establishment. It's closed to the public. There will be deliveries there and some work vehicles, which will meet the gross weight. So all of that checks off. That's pretty good. But I need more time to digest this recent request, because you have bins on site, or you propose to have bins on site to store your landscaping materials, but based on the email that I received this morning, you're asking for consideration for additional storage space, and I'm not sure what that would look like right now. So I am going to propose that we hold this case. Is it hold or continue? It's hold, right? Hold this case to work through what that plan would look like. I'm also concerned that with the growth of the business, additional materials of the business, what I'm cautious of is having a landscape supply company that may grow into what my is different from what my understanding is today. So I just want us to work through what that would look like. Also, there is a project along this corridor, the Austell Powder Springs Trail, and there is pedestrian improvements and DOT comments. I understand you need to work with DOT to work through what that would look like for the sidewalk in front of this proposed location. But considering that improvement and what the intention is in connecting downtown Powder Springs to downtown Austell, I just want to make sure that this business will contain all of what might be debris or any type of landscaping on the site. So I just need a little bit more time for us to meet, submit another plan to see what that additional storage would look like and any potential growth down the road. So with that, I am prepared to make a motion. I make a motion to hold OB 35, 2020, I'm sorry, OB 53, 2025 to the November 18th Board of Commissioners zoning hearing to allow the applicant an opportunity to work on the site plan and have further discussions with the district commissioner.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. Motion carries.
This thing is sticky.
Neither is mine. Carries 5-0. Thank you for your time today. Our meeting is now adjourned.